You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, given in Dornach, Switzerland from the 24th of June to the 12th of July, 1924. 15 lectures, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. It is Collected Works, Volume 279. And I'm going to read Lecture 1, but begin with a speech eurythmy course report in the news sheet. I will be attempting the German at times in this, and I do apologize in advance for that. Prior to Lecture 1, speech eurythmy course report in the news sheet, Nachrichtenblatt. From June 24th to July 12th, the course of lectures on speech eurythmy was held at the Goetheanum. It had as content a further presentation of much which had already been given in this domain, and at the same time a deepening and widening of what was already known. The eurythmy artists, who both at the Goetheanum and going out from there to many places, are practicing eurythmy as an art. The eurythmy teachers, the teaching staff of the Stuttgart Eurythmy School, founded and directed by Marie Steiner, the eurythmy teachers of the Waldorf School and the Fortbildungsschule at the Goetheanum, the curative eurythmists, and the number of personalities who, through their profession as artists or scientists in other spheres, are interested in eurythmy, attended the course. Eurythmy makes it possible to bring the artistic as such, in its essence and its sources, to visible beholding. This was specially borne in mind during the presentation of this course. He only can work as eurythmy artist who creatively unfolds a sense for art from an inner call, an inner enthusiasm. In order to bring to manifestation the possibilities of form and movement inherent in the human organization, it is necessary that the soul be completely enfilled with art. This universal character of eurythmy underlay all that was presented. Whoever wishes to do eurythmy must have penetrated into the being of speech formation. He must, before all, have approached the mysteries of sound creation. In every sound, an expression for a soul experience is given. In the vowel sounds, for a thinking, feeling, willing, self-revelation of the soul. In the consonant sounds, for the way in which the soul represents an outer thing or a process. This expression of language remains for the most part quite subconscious in the case of ordinary speech. The eurythmist must learn to know it quite exactly, for he has to transform what becomes audible in speech into gestures which are quiescent or in movement. In this course, therefore, the inner structure of language was revealed. The sound significance of the word, which everywhere underlies the meaning significance, was made visible. By the eurythmy gestures themselves, some aspects of the inner laws of language, still little recognized at the present time, when speaking is the expression of a strongly abstract attitude of soul, can be visibly manifested. That is what happened in this course. Thereby, it may be hoped, it will also have given to eurythmy teachers the guiding lines necessary for them. The eurythmist must devote himself to the gesture down to its smallest detail, so that his performance really becomes the self-understood expression of the life of soul. He can only give form to the gesture in its fullness when the smallest detail comes first to consciousness, that it may later become the habitual expression of the soul being. A study was made of how the gesture as such reveals soul experience and spirit content, and also of how this revelation relates itself to the soul expression, which is manifested audibly in the language of sound. From eurythmy one can learn to value the technique of art, but from eurythmy one can indeed also become deeply imbued with the way in which the technical must put aside everything external and be completely taken hold of by the soul, if the truly artistic is to come to life. People who are active in any sphere of art often speak of how the soul must work behind the technique. The truth is that it is in the technique that the soul must work. A special value was laid in these lectures upon showing that in the truly formed gestures, the aesthetically sensitive human being perceives the soul element directly in a quite unequivocal way. Examples were shown which demonstrated how a content in the soul configuration can be made obvious in a certain gesture formation. It was also shown how the whole structure of language, which reveals itself in grammar, syntax, rhythm, in poetical figures of speech, in rhyme and verse formation, also finds its corresponding realization in eurythmy. The audience attending this course was not only to be led into the knowledge of eurythmy, but they should be brought to the experience of how all art must be sustained by love and enthusiasm. The eurythmist cannot separate himself from his artistic creation and objectively put it forward for aesthetic enjoyment as can the painter or sculptor, but he remains personally within his performance. One sees from him himself whether or no art lives within him as a divine world content. In the immediate artistic present, art, in its visible essence, must be made manifest by the actual human being of the eurythmist. This demands a particularly inward and intimate relationship to art. To help the partakers toward this understanding was the aim of this course. It wished to show how, when beholding the gestures, feeling, inner perception are enkindled in the soul, and how this inner perception then leads to the experience of the visible world. Much which can only be partially expressed in the audible word can be completely revealed through the movements of eurythmy. The audible word in recitation and declamation, in conjunction with the visible word, produces a total expression which can result in the most intensive artistic unity. The end of the preface to Lecture 1. Lecture 1. Eurythmy as Visible Speech. These lectures dealing with the nature of eurythmy are given in response to a request from Frau Dr. Steiner, who believes it to be necessary, in order to lay the foundation of an exact eurythmic tradition, to recapitulate in the first place all that has been given in the domain of speech eurythmy at different times to different people. To this repetition, fresh material will be added in order to widen the field of eurythmic expression. Such material will, however, not be set apart in separate chapters, but will be given in connection with each individual point as this comes under discussion. I shall endeavor to deal with eurythmy from its various aspects, not only from the artistic side, which naturally calls for our first consideration here, but also from the point of view of education and healing. The first lecture will be in the nature of an introduction, and this will be followed by a lecture dealing with the first elements of speech eurythmy. In every branch of eurythmic activity, it is necessary above all that the personality, the whole human being of the eurythmist, should be brought into play, so that eurythmy may become an expression of life itself. This cannot be achieved unless one enters into the spirit of eurythmy, feeling it actually as visible speech. As in the case of all artistic appreciation, it is quite possible for anyone to enjoy eurythmy as a spectator without having acquired any knowledge of its essential basis, just as it is quite unnecessary to have studied harmony or counterpoint to be able to appreciate music. For it is an accepted fact of human evolution that the healthily developed human being carries within him a natural appreciation and understanding of art. Art must work through its own inherent power. Art must explain itself. Those, however, who are studying eurythmy, whose duty it is in some way or another to bring eurythmy before the world, must penetrate into the actual essence and nature of eurythmy, in just the same way as, let us say, the musician, the painter, or the sculptor must enter into the nature of his own particular art. If we wish to enter into the true nature of eurythmy, we must, perforce, enter into the true nature of the human being. For eurythmy, to a far greater extent than any other art, makes use of what lies in the nature of man himself. Take, for example, various other arts which need instruments or tools for their expression. You find no instrument or tool so nearly akin to the human being as the instrument made use of by the eurythmist. The art of mime and the art of dancing do indeed to some extent make use of the human being as a means of artistic expression. With the art of mime, however, that which is expressed through the mime itself is merely subordinate to the performance as a whole. For such a performance does not depend entirely upon the artistic, plastic use of the human being. In such a case, this same human being is made use of in order to imitate something or other which is already represented in man here upon the earth. Further, in the case of the art of mime, we find as a rule that the gestures are used mainly to emphasize and render clearer something which is made use of by man in everyday life. That is to say, mime emphasizes speech. In order to bring a more intimate note into speech, gesture is added. Thus we are here concerned with something which merely adds, in some small measure, to the scope of that which is already present in man on the physical plane. In the art of dancing, if we may use the word art in such a connection, when dancing rises to the level of art, we have to do with an outpouring of the emotions, of the will, into movements of the human body, whereby are only further developed those possibilities of movement inherent in the human being and already present elsewhere on the physical plane. In eurythmy, we have to do with something which can nowhere be found in the human being in ordinary physical life, but which must be through and through a creation out of the spiritual worlds. We have to do with something which makes use of the human being, which makes use of the human form and its movement as a means of expression. Now, the question arises, what is really expressed in eurythmy? This you will only understand when you begin to realize that eurythmy is actually a visible speech. With regard to speech itself, the following must be said. When we give form to speech by means of mime, the ordinary speech itself provides us with a picture, with an image. When, however, we give form to speech itself, to sound as such, we find that the latter contains within it no such image. Speech arises as a separate, independent product from out of the human being himself. Nowhere in nature do we find that which reveals itself in speech, that which comes into being through speech. For this reason, eurythmy must, in its very nature, be something which represents a primeval creation. Speech, let us take this as our starting point. Speech appears as a production of the human larynx and of those organs of speech which are more or less connected with it. What is the nature of the larynx? This question must eventually be brought forward, for I have often shown how in eurythmy the whole human being must become a sort of larynx. We must therefore put to ourselves the question of what significance is the larynx. Now, if you look upon speech merely as a production of the larynx, you will gain no conception of what is really proceeding from it, of what is being fashioned within it. Here it would perhaps be well to remind ourselves of a remarkable tradition which today is little understood, and of which you find some indication when you take the beginning of St. John's Gospel. Quote, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and a God was the Word." Close quote. The word, of course, that which we today imagine to be the word, is something which gives not the slightest sense to the opening sentences of this gospel. Nevertheless, they are continually quoted. People believe they can make something out of them. They do not, however, succeed. For it is an undeniable fact that the conception of a word, as held by the man of today, is often truly expressed by his saying something of this kind. What is a name but mere sound and smoke, mist and vapor? In a certain sense, he values the word itself little in comparison with its underlying concept. He feels a certain superiority in thus being able to value the word little in comparison with the thought. When, therefore, one puts oneself in the position of the man of today and considers his conception of a word, the beginning of St. John's Gospel has indeed no meaning. For consider, the word? We have so many words. Which word? It can only be a definite, concrete word. And what is the nature of this word? That is the question. Now, behind this tradition, which is indicated in the beginning of this gospel, lies the fact that man once had an instinctive knowledge of the true nature of the word. Today, however, this knowledge has been lost. To primeval human understanding, the idea, the conception, the word, comprised the whole human being as an etheric creation. All of you, as anthroposophists, know what we mean by the etheric man. We have the physical man and we have the etheric man. Physical man, as he is described today by modern physiology and anatomy, consists, both outwardly and inwardly, of certain forces which can be drawn. Here, however, one naturally does not take into consideration the fact that what one draws is only the very smallest part of the physical human being. For the physical body is at the same time fluidic. It consists also of air and warmth. These constituents are naturally not included when one is speaking of the human being in physiology and anatomy. Nevertheless, it is possible to gain some idea of the nature of the physical body of man. We have, however, the second member of the human being, the etheric body. If we were to attempt to draw the etheric body, something extraordinarily complicated would come to expression. For the etheric body can just as little be represented as something static as can lightning. It is impossible to paint lightning, for lightning is in continual movement. Lightning is in continual flow. In portraying lightning, one must attempt to show it in continual flow and movement. And the same holds good with the etheric body. The etheric body is in continual motion, in continual activity. Now these movements, these gestures, which are continually in movement, of which the etheric body does not indeed consist, but out of which it continually arises and again passes away, do we find them anywhere in the world of man? Do we come up against them anywhere? Yes, we do. This was no secret to a primeval and intuitive knowledge. We have these movements. And here, my dear friends, I must ask you to take what I am saying quite literally. We have these movements in the sound formations which embody the content of speech. Now review mentally all the sounds of speech to which your larynx gives form and utterance, inasmuch as this formative principle is applied to the entire range of articulate speech. Bear in mind all the component elements which issue from the larynx for the purpose of speech. You must realize that all these elements, proceeding as they do from the larynx, really form the component parts of that which is brought to outer expression in speech. You must realize that these sound formations consist of definite movements, the origin of which lies in the structure and form of the larynx and its neighboring organs. They proceed from the larynx. But these movements do not, of course, appear simultaneously. We cannot utter all the sounds which make up the content of speech at the same moment. How then could we utter all that makes up the content of speech? We could do so, paradoxical as this may sound, it is, nevertheless, a fact. We could do so if for once we were to utter one after the other all the possible sounds from A, B, C down to Z. Try to imagine this. Imagine that someone were to say the alphabet aloud, beginning with A, B, and continuing as far as Z, with only the necessary pauses for breathing. Every spoken sound describes a certain form in the air, which one does not see, but the existence of which must be presupposed. It is possible indeed to think of these forms being retained, fixed by scientific means, without actually making a physical drawing of them. When we utter any particular word aloud, tree, for example, or sun, we produce a quite definite air form. If we were to say the whole alphabet aloud, from A to Z, we should produce a very complicated air form. Let us put this question to ourselves. What really would be the result if someone were actually to do this? It would have to take place within a certain time, as you will learn in the course of these lectures. It would have to take place within a certain time, so that, on reaching Z, the first sound would not have completely disintegrated. That is to say, the A sound must still retain its plastic form when we have reached the sound Z. If it were actually possible, in this creation of air forms, to pass from A to Z in such a way that the A sound remained when the Z sound were reached, thus creating in the air an image of the whole alphabet, what would be the result? What sort of form should we have made? We should have created the form of the human etheric body. In this way we should have reproduced the human etheric body. If you were to repeat the alphabet aloud from A to Z, one would have to do this in exactly the right way. The alphabetical order of sounds in general use today is no longer quite correct, but I am speaking now of the underlying principle. The human etheric body would stand before you. What then would really have taken place? The human etheric body is always present. Every man bears it within himself. What do you do, therefore, when you speak, when you say the alphabet aloud? You sink, so to speak, into the form of your own etheric body. What happens then when we utter a single word, which of course does not consist of all the sounds? Let us picture to ourselves the human being as he stands before us. He consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. He speaks some word. He sinks his consciousness into his etheric body. He forms some part of the etheric body in the air as an image. In much the same way as you, standing before a physical body, might, for instance, copy the form of a hand, so that the form of the hand were made visible in the air. Now, the etheric body does not consist of the same forms as those which make up the physical body, but in this case it is the forms of the physical body which are impressed into the air. When we learn to understand this rightly, my dear friends, we gain an insight into the most wonderful metamorphosis of the human form, an insight into the evolution of man. For what is this etheric body? It is the vehicle of the forces of growth. It contains within it all those forces bound up with the processes of nourishment, and also those forces connected with the power of memory. All this is imparted to the airy formations when we speak. The inner being of man, insofar as this is expressed in the etheric body, is impressed into the air when we speak. When we put sounds together, words arise. When we put together the whole alphabet from beginning to end, there arises a very complicated word. This word contains every possibility of word formation. It also contains, at the same time, the human being in his etheric nature. Before man appeared on the earth as a physical being, he already existed as an etheric being. For the etheric man underlies the physical man. How then may the etheric man be described? The etheric man is the word, which contains within it the entire alphabet. Reader's aside, and that is the word, capital W, end of reader's aside. Let me read that sentence again. The etheric man is the word, which contains within it the entire alphabet. Thus, when we are able to speak of the formation of this primeval word, which existed from the beginning, before physical man came into being, we find that that which arises in connection with speech may indeed be called a birth of the whole etheric man when the alphabet is spoken aloud. Otherwise, in the single sounds, it is a partial birth, a birth of fragments of parts of the human being. In every single word, as it is uttered, there lies something of the being of man. Let us take the word tree, for instance. What does it mean when we say the word tree? When we say the word tree, it means that we describe the tree in some such way as this. We say, that which stands there in the outer world, to which we give the name tree, is a part of ourselves, a part of our own etheric being. Everything in the world is a part of ourselves. Nothing exists which cannot be expressed through the being of man. Just as the human being, when he gives utterance to the whole alphabet, really gives utterance to himself, and consequently to the whole universe, so when uttering single words, which represent fragments of the collective word, of the alphabet, he gives expression to something which is a part of the universe. The entire universe would be expressed if the whole alphabet were uttered from beginning to end. Parts of the universe are expressed in the single words. There is one thing, however, about which we must be quite clear when we think over all that lies behind sound as such. Behind sound as such, there lies everything that is comprised in the inner being of man. The activity manifested by the etheric body is representative of inner experiences of the soul in the nature of feeling. We must now find our way to these feelings themselves, which are experienced in the human soul. Let us take the sound ah as a beginning. Footnote, owing to the fact that a number of German examples and quotations have had to be retained in the translation of these lectures, the German pronunciation of the vowel sounds has been consistently used throughout. End of footnote. Today one learns to utter the sound ah when one is in that unconscious dreamy condition in which one lives as a very small child. This experience is later buried when the child suffers harm at school as a result of receiving wrong teaching in sound and language. When one learns to speak as a child, there is really present something of the great mystery of speech. It remains, however, in a state of dreamy unconsciousness. When we utter the sound ah, we feel, if our instinct is at all healthy, that this sound really proceeds from our inmost being, when we are in a state of wonderment and amazement. Now this wonder is, of course, again only a part of the human being. Man is no abstraction. At every waking moment of his life he is something or other. One can, of course, allow oneself to become sluggish or stupefied, in which case one cannot be said to be anything very definite. But the human being must always be something, even when he reduces himself to a state of torpor. At every minute of the day he must be something or other. Now he is filled with wonder, now with fear, or again, let us say, with aggressive activity. The human being is no abstraction. Every second he must be something definite. Thus there are times when man is a being of wonder, a being filled with amazement. The processes at work in the etheric body, when man experiences wonder, are imprinted into the air with the help of the larynx when he utters the sound ah. When man utters the sound ah, he sends forth out of himself a part of his own being, namely the quality of wonder. This he imprints into the air. We know that when a physical man appears upon the earth, he appears, if he is born in accordance with the ordinary possibilities of development, as a complete human being. This complete human being comes forth from the womb of the mother. He is born as physical man, with a physical form. If all the sounds of the alphabet were uttered from A to Z, there would arise an etheric man. Only this etheric man would be imprinted into the air, born from out of the human larynx and its neighboring organs. In the same way, when the child is brought into the world, when the child first sees the light, we must say, "From out of the womb and its neighboring organs there has arisen a physical man." But the larynx differs from the womb of the mother in that it is in a continual state of creation, so that in single words fragments of the human being arise. And indeed, if one were to bring together all the words of a language, which even in the case of a poet of such rich vocabulary as Shakespeare never actually occurs, the entire etheric man, as an air form, would be produced by means of the creative larynx. But it would be a succession of births, a continuous becoming. It would be a birth continually taking place during the process of speech. Speech is always the bringing to birth of parts of the etheric man. Again, the physical larynx is only the external sheath of that most wonderful organ which is present in the etheric body, and which is, as it were, the womb of the Word. And here again we are confronted with a wonderful metamorphosis. Everything which is present in the human being is a metamorphosis of certain fundamental forms. The etheric larynx and its sheath, the physical larynx, are a metamorphosis of the uterus. In speech we have to do with the creation of man, as an etheric being. This mystery of speech, my dear friends, is indicated by the connection which we find between the vocal and sexual functions, a connection clearly illustrated in the breaking of the male voice. We have therefore to do with a creative activity, which, welling up from the depths of cosmic life, flows outward through the medium of speech. We see revealed in a fluctuating, ever-changing form that which otherwise withdraws itself into the mysterious depths of the human organism at the moment of physical birth. Thus we gain something which is essential for us in our artistic creative activity. We gain respect, reverence, for that creative element into which we as artists are placed. Theoretical discussion is useless in the realm of art. We cannot do with it. It merely leads us into abstraction. In art we need something which places us with our whole being into the cosmic being. And how could we penetrate more deeply into the cosmic being than by becoming conscious of the relation existing between speech and the genesis of man? Every time that a man speaks, he produces out of himself some part of that which existed in primeval times, when the human being was created out of cosmic depths, out of the etheric forces, and received form as a being of air before he acquired fluidic form, and later still his solid physical form. Every time we speak, we transpose ourselves into the cosmic evolution of man, as it was in primeval ages. Let us take an example. Let us go back once more to the sound ah, this sound which calls up within us the human being in a state of wonder. We must realize that every time the sound ah appears in language, there lies behind it the element of wonder. Let us take the word Wasser, water, or the word Pfahl, post, any word you like in which the sound ah occurs. In every instance, when you lay stress on the sound ah in speech, there lies in the background a feeling of wonder. The human being filled with wonder is brought to expression in this way by means of speech. There was a time when this was known. It was, for example, known to the Hebraic people. for what really lay behind the the aleph in the Hebrew language. What was the aleph? It was wonder as manifested in the human being. Now, I should like to remind you of something which could lead you to an understanding of all that is really indicated by the sound ah, all that the sound ah really signifies. In ancient Greece there was a saying, philosophy begins with wonder. Philosophy, the love of wisdom, the love of knowledge, begins with wonder. Had one spoken absolutely organically, really in accordance with primeval understanding, with primeval instinctive clairvoyant understanding, one might equally well have said, philosophy begins with awe. To a primeval humanity, this would have meant exactly the same thing. Philosophy, love of wisdom, begins with awe. But what is it that one is really investigating when one studies philosophy? When all is said and done, one is really investigating man. Philosophy strives after self-knowledge, and this self-observation begins with the sound ah. It is, however, at the same time a most profound mystery, for it requires great effort, great activity to attain to such knowledge of the human being. When man approaches his own being and sees how it is formed out of body, soul, and spirit, when he looks upon his own being in its entirety, then he is confronted by something before which he may say ah with the deepest wonder. For this reason, ah corresponds to man in a state of wonder, to man filled with wonder at his own true being, that is to say, man looked at from the highest, most ideal aspect. The realization that man, as he stands before us as a physical being, is but a part of the complete human being, and that we only have the real man before us when we perceive the full measure of the divinity within him, this realization, this wonder called up in us by a contemplation of our own being, was called by a primeval humanity ah. Ah corresponds to man in his highest perfection. Thus, ah is man. And in the sound ah, we are expressing something which is felt in the depths of the human soul. Let us pass over from ah to b, in order to give at least some indication of that which might lead to an understanding of this primeval word, which is made up of the entire alphabet. Let us pass over to b. In b, we have a so-called consonant. In ah, we have to do with a vowel sound. You will feel, if you pronounce a vowel sound, that you are giving expression to something coming from the inmost depths of your own being. Every vowel, as we have already seen in the case of the vowel ah, is bound up with an experience of the soul. In every case where the sound ah makes its appearance, we have the feeling of wonder. In every case where an a makes its appearance, we have an experience which can be expressed somewhat as follows. I become aware that something has been done to me. A. Just think for a moment what creatures of abstraction we have become, how withered and lifeless our nature. Just as an apple or a plum may shrivel up, so have we become shriveled up as regards our experience of language. Let us consider how, in speaking, when we pronounce the sound ah and proceed from this sound to the sound a, which constantly happens, we have no idea that we are passing over from the feeling of wonder to the feeling, I become aware that something has been done to me. Let us now enter into the feeling of the E sound. With E we have, as it were, the feeling that we have been curious about something and that our curiosity has been satisfied. A wonderful and far from simple experience lies at the back of every vowel sound. When we allow the 5 vowel sounds to work upon us, we receive the impression of man in his primeval strength and vigor. Man is, as it were, born again in his true dignity when he allows these 5 sounds consciously to work upon him. That is to say, when he allows these sounds to proceed out of his inmost being in full consciousness. Therefore, it is true to say, we have become quite shriveled up and think only of the meaning of a word, utterly disregarding the experience behind it. We think only of the meaning. The word water, for instance, means some particular thing, and so on. We have become utterly shriveled up. The consonants are quite different in their nature from the vowels. With the consonants, we do not feel that the sounds arise from our inmost experience, but we feel that they are images of that which is outside our own being. Let us suppose that I am filled with wonder, that I say, ah. I cannot make an outer image of the sound ah. I must give utterance to it. If, however, I would give expression to something which is round in its form, like this table, for example, what must I do if I do not wish to express it in words? I must imitate it. I must copy its form. Of course, and there's a corresponding gesture. If I would describe a nose without speaking, without actually saying the word nose, but still wishing to make myself understood, I can, as it were, copy its form. Again, corresponding gesture. And it is just the same in the forming of the consonants. In the consonants, we have an imitation of that which exists in the external world. They are always an imitation of external forms. But we express these forms by constructing them in the air, producing them by means of the larynx and its neighboring organs, the palate, for example. With the help of these organs, we create a form which imitates, copies something which exists outside ourselves. This is even carried into the actual form of the letters, but of this we shall speak later. When we form a B, it is, by the way, impossible to pronounce this sound without the addition of some vowel. When we form a B, it is the imitation of something in the external world. If we were to hold fast the air form which is created by B, we must of course speak the sound aloud, we should have something in the nature of a shelter. A protecting, sheltering form would be produced. Something would be produced which might be likened to a hut or a house. B is an imitation of a house. Thus, when we begin with a B, we have, as it were, the human being in his perfection, and the human being in his house. A, B. And so, if we were to go through the whole alphabet, we should, in the consecutive sounds, unfold the mystery of man. We should express the human being as he lives in the cosmos, the human being in his house, his physical sheath. If we were to pass from A, B, to S, D, and so on, every sound would tell us something about the human being. And on reaching Z, we should have pictured in sound the whole of human wisdom, for this is contained in the etheric body of man. We see from this that something of the very greatest significance takes place in speech. In speech, the human being himself is fashioned, and one can indeed give a fairly complete picture of the soul of man when one brings to expression his most fundamental feelings, E, O, Ah. These sounds represent practically the whole content of the human soul in its aspect of feeling, E, O, Ah. Let us for a moment consider all that proceeds from the human being when he speaks. Let us suppose that somebody repeats the alphabet. When this is done, the entire etheric body of man comes into being, proceeding from the larynx, as from the womb. The etheric body is brought into being. When we look at the physical body of man, we know that it has come forth from the organism of the mother. It has come forth from a metamorphosis of the larynx, that is to say, from the mother's womb. But now let us picture to ourselves the complete human being as he comes into the world with all his different attributes. For that which is brought forth from the organism of the mother cannot remain unchanged. If the human being were to remain unchanged through his whole life, he could not be said to be a man in the true sense of the word. One thing must be continually added to another. The human being at the age of 35, let us say, has gained more from the universal cosmic being than was his as a child. We may picture the whole human being in some such way as this. Just as speech proceeds from out of the larynx, the child from out of the womb, so the fully developed human being at about the age of 35 is born, as it were, from out of the cosmos, in the same way in which the words which we speak are spoken out of us. Thus we have the form of man, the complete human form, as a spoken word. The human form stands before us, that most wonderful of earthly forms. The human form stands before us, and we ask the divine spiritual powers which have existed from the beginning, how then did you create man in a similar way as the spoken word is created when we speak? How did you create man? What really took place when you created man? And if we were to receive an answer to our question from out of universal space, it would be some such answer as this: all around us there is movement, form, constantly changing and of infinite variety. Such a form, A was here shown in Eurythmy. Such a form, A was shown. Such a form, E was shown. All possibilities of form and movement proceed out of the universe. Every possibility of movement that we, out of the nature of our being, are able to conceive and to bring into connection with the human organization. My dear friends, one can indeed say that these possibilities of movement are those which, becoming fixed, give man his physical form as it is when he reaches full maturity. What then would the gods do if they really wished to form man out of a lump of earth? The gods would make movements, and as a result of these movements, capable of giving form to the dust of the earth, the human form would eventually arise. Now, once more, let us picture the Eurythmy movements for A, for B, for S, and so on. Let us imagine that the gods, out of their divine primeval activity, were to make those eurythmic movements which correspond to the sounds of the alphabet. Then, if these movements were impressed into physical matter, the human being would stand before us. This is what really lies behind Eurythmy. The human being, as we see him, is a completed form, but the form has been created out of movement. It has arisen from those primeval forms which were continually taking shape and again passing away. Movement does not proceed from quiescence. On the contrary, that which is in a state of rest originates in movement. In Eurythmy, we are really going back to a primordial movement. What is it that my Creator, working out of primeval cosmic being, does in me as man? If you would give the answer to this question, you must make the eurythmic movements. God eurythmatizes, and as a result of his eurythmy there arises the form of man. What I have said here about eurythmy can indeed be said about any of the arts, for in some way or another every art springs from a divine origin. But in eurythmy most especially, because it makes use of the human being as its instrument, one is able to penetrate most deeply into the connection existing between the human being and the cosmic being. For this reason, one cannot fail to appreciate eurythmy. For just suppose that one had no real conception of the nature of human beauty, as this is expressed in the outward human form. And then suppose that one had the opportunity of being shown how, in the beginning, God created the beautiful human form out of movement. And one saw the repetition of those divine creative movements in the eurythmic gestures. Then one would receive the answer to the question, how did human beauty come into being? Let us think of the child, the incomplete human being, who has not yet attained to his full manhood. How shall we help the gods? so that the physical form of the child shall be rightly furthered in its development? What shall we bring to the child in the way of movement? We must teach him eurythmy, for this is a continuation of divine movement, of the divine creation of man. And when illness of some kind or another overtakes the human being, then the forms corresponding to his divine archetype receive injury. Here in the physical world they become different. What shall we do then? We must go back to those divine movements. We must help the sick human being to make those movements for himself. This will work upon him in such a way that the harm his bodily form may have received will be remedied. Thus we have to look upon eurythmy as an art of healing. Just as in ancient clairvoyant times, it was known that certain sounds, uttered with a special intonation, reacted upon the health of man. But in those days, one was shown how to affect the health by a more or less roundabout way, by means of the air, which worked back again into the etheric body. If one works more directly, if one makes the patient actually do the movements corresponding to the formation of his organs, the point being, of course, that one knows what these movements really are. For example, certain movements of the foot and leg correspond to certain formations right up in the head, close parenthesis. When one reproduces all this, then there arises this third aspect of eurythmy, curative eurythmy. This introduction was necessary in order that all of you, as active eurythmists, may gain a fundamental feeling and perception of what you are doing. You must not take eurythmy as something which can be learned in the ordinary conventional way, but you must think of it as something which brings the human being nearer to the divine than would otherwise be possible. The same applies indeed to all art. You must permeate yourselves through and through with this feeling. What then must be considered as an essential part of all eurythmic teaching? The right atmosphere must enter into it, the feeling for the connection between man and the divine spiritual powers. This is essential if you would become eurythmists in the true sense. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech. Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 2, entitled The Character of the Individual Sounds. Yesterday I attempted to portray the general character of speech as such, and the character of this visible speech, of eurythmy in particular. Today I should like to describe the characteristics of the individual sounds, for only when the character and inner nature of these sounds reveal themselves to us shall we be able to understand the elements of eurythmy. To begin with, I should like to draw attention to the fact that in the life of humanity, in the course of human evolution, there has always been a more or less definite consciousness of these things. It is only in our time that, as I said yesterday, we have become so shriveled up with regard to our attitude towards speech. There has always existed a certain consciousness of all that lies in the progression of sounds as they occur in language, an understanding of the fact that in the consonants there lies an imitation of outer forms or outer happenings, and that an inward experience is contained in the vowel sounds. This consciousness has been carried over more or less into the forms of the letters, so that in the formation of the letters in ancient languages, in the Hebrew language, for example, in the case of the consonants, we may still see a sort of imitation of what takes place in the air, of what forms itself in the air when we speak. To a great extent, this has been lost in all the modern languages. Among these, I naturally include all those which, let us say, begin with the Latin language. The Greek language still retains something of what I mean. Many things, however, still recall the time when attempts were made to imitate in the forming of the letters that which actually lies in the formation, in the structure of the word. When a word was fashioned out of the consonantal element, that is to say, the imitation of the external, and out of the inner experience which had its source in the life of the soul. Today it is only in certain interjections that we can still see clearly an instance of such imitation. Let us take an example which may serve to lead us more deeply into the real nature of eurythmy. When we pronounce the sound H, ha, clearly, not merely as a breath, we have a sound which really lies midway between the consonant and the vowels. This is always the case with sounds which have a special relation to breathing. Breathing was always felt to be something in which the human being lives partly in an inner experience and partly in an outgoing experience. Now the H sound, this simple breath sound, may be felt, and was indeed felt by primitive man, as the imitation, the forming in the air of a wafting process, as the imitation of the way in which the breath is wafted into the surrounding atmosphere. Everything which is experienced as a wafting process is expressed through some word in which the H sound is present, because the H itself is felt as the wafting process. The vowel sound U, can be felt as something which inwardly chills the soul, so that it takes on a certain rigidity and numbness. That is the inward experience lying behind U. U is the expression of something which chills, stiffens, benumbs. It is the sound which gives one the feeling of coldness. U, then, is the chilling, stiffening process. And the sh, that is the blowing away of something. It is the sound in which one feels that something is blowing past. Now, it is a fact that in certain districts, when an icy wind is blowing and one is numbed and stiff with the cold, people make use of the expression hush, 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 hush. In this interjection, we still have an absolute experience of the ha, u, sh, hush, hush. In primeval language, all words were really interjections, ejaculations. Let us take another combination of sounds. You all know the sound R. If one experiences the R sound in the right way, one feels it as a turning wheel. Arr, arr, arr. Thus the R expresses a rolling, a revolving. It is the imitation of anything which gives the impression of turning, rolling, revolving. We must think of it, picture it like this, and there's a picture. Yesterday I spoke already of the sound ah. I told you that ah expresses wonder. The sh sound has already been described. It is the blowing past of something. And now we are able to feel the word rash, swift. It is easy to picture it. When anything rushes past, it creates a certain wonder and disappears, is blown away. Rash. So you see, there is a good reason for regarding the consonants as being an imitation. Here we have in the R the revolving, rolling, turning of something. In the vowel sound, ah, the inner feeling of wonder. In the sh sound, something goes away, which passes by. From these examples, you can already see that there is a certain justification for speaking of a primeval language. For you can feel that if human beings really experienced the sounds absolutely truly, they would all speak in the same way. They would quite naturally, out of their own organization, describe things exactly in the same way. It is a fact, as spiritual science teaches us, that there was once upon the earth a primeval language. You all know myths and legends dealing with this. But it is much more than a myth or a legend. There is really something which lies at the back of all languages, and which is, in the way I have described, the primeval language from which all other languages have been built up. When one turns one's attention to certain facts of life and sees how, out of an infinite wisdom, they have been given similar names, then one is quite overwhelmed with the wisdom which reigns in the whole evolution of man, indeed in the whole evolution of the world. Consider the following, my dear friends, and what I am now going to bring forward is no mere triviality. It rests on an actual primal sense of man. For people who think deeply over the problems which present themselves to the understanding, certain things that bear a somewhat intimate relationship to life itself become riddles. Riddles which are simply passed over by the more blunted sensibilities of the average man. Passed over by the more blunted sensibilities of the average man. The fact that there is a similarity between the words mother milk and mother tongue may well be looked upon as a riddle of this kind. It is clear that one would not say father milk, but the reason for not saying father tongue is less apparent. Where are we to seek for this parallel between mother milk and mother tongue? There are always inner reasons for such things. It is true that the external reasons may frequently be brilliantly proved, but for these intimate facts of human evolution, inner reasons are always to be discovered. When the child comes into the world, a mother's milk is the best nourishment for the physical body. Such things do not properly belong to lectures on eurythmy, but if we had the necessary time, and if we were to analyze the mother's milk in the right way, not with the dead methods of chemistry, but with a living chemistry, we should find out why it is that the mother's milk is the best nourishment for the physical body of man during the first stages of life. Indeed, speaking from the medical scientific point of view, one may go so far as to say that the milk of the mother is the best means of building up, of actually giving form to the physical body. This is the first thing we have to realize. It is the mother's milk which gives form to the physical body. And it is the mother tongue. We said yesterday that the mother tongue corresponds to the etheric body. It is the mother tongue which develops and gives form to the etheric body. For this reason, we have a similarity between the words. First, there appears the physical body, with its need for the mother's milk, and then the etheric body, with its need for the mother tongue. A deep wisdom lies hidden in such things. We find the deepest wisdom not only in those word formations which can be traced back to ancient times, but also in many proverbial sayings and ideas. We should not look upon the wisdom concealed in old sayings and proverbs merely as superstition, but should recognize that very often wonderful and significant traditions are contained within them. Having said this, having made my meaning clear to you, let us now proceed to a description of the nature of the sounds. When we understand what the sounds represent, how the vowels are the expression of inward experiences, and the consonants the imitation of the external world, when we understand how this is the case in every single instance, then we are led to a threefold study of eurythmy: artistic, educational, and curative. I shall make use of everything which could possibly serve to give you a vivid picture of the individual sounds as they really are, so that tomorrow you will be able fully to understand the plastic gestures which we make use of in eurythmy. In A, there lies a feeling of wonder, astonishment. In B, as I told you yesterday, we have the imitation of something which protects and shelters us from what is outside ourselves. In B, we feel that we are enveloped in something. This can even be seen in the way the letter is formed, only in modern writing the sheath is, as it were, doubled. B. B is always an enveloping, a kind of shelter. To put it somewhat crudely, B might be said to be the house in which one lives. B is a house. In my characterization of the various sounds in speech eurythmy, I shall take the German language as my starting point. I could just as easily take the sounds of more ancient languages, but we will make a beginning with the German sounds and see how these reveal themselves to us in their true nature. Coming now to the sound ts. I shall naturally not go into the formation of the written letters, as these have mostly become degenerate, and in any case, eurythmists do not need to interest themselves so much in language from this point of view. Coming now to the sound ts, ts, you will feel it to be something which is in movement. It would be impossible to feel that with the sound ts, one would try to imitate anything which is in a state of rest. There is a certain impact in the sound ts. Nevertheless, when you really experience what lies behind it, you will realize how impossible it would be to picture anything heavy in connection with it. It would never occur to you that with ts, you would wish to imitate something which would make you get into a great heat if you tried to lift it. On the contrary, the feeling that one has is that here is the imitation of something, which is the reverse of heavy, which is really very light. It is the quality of lightness that is really imitated in the sound ts. Thus one can say quite simply, in ts, we have the imitation of lightness. If you enter into the intimate nature of the different sounds, you will, in the case of ts, have much the same feeling as if in a circus you saw weights, apparently made of iron and marked so and so many hundredweight, lifted up quickly and easily by the clown. Imagine that you were to approach such a weight, in the belief that it were made of iron and immensely heavy, and that you were to lift it up. You would approach it, and in suddenly raising it, you would produce a movement very similar to the sound ts. We have the same thing in nature, for sneezing is not all at unlike a ts. Sneezing is a lightening process. It was said by the old occultists that the sound ts in primeval language was the regent of health. And in Austria, when a person sneezes, we still have a saying, zur Gesundheit, parenthesis, your very good health, close parenthesis. These are feelings which must be taken into consideration when studying the sounds. Otherwise we shall not be able to come to any understanding of them in their reality. D. When should we be most naturally wishing to use the sound d? D, d, d. If someone were to ask you where a thing was and you knew, the movement you would make to show him you can feel it would be best accompanied by the sound d. And if you wished to indicate that you expected your questioner to be astonished at getting such a speedy answer, then you would say da, there. If you leave out the astonishment, the wonder, then there remains just the d. In such a case, you are not so conceited as to wish to call up in your questioner the feeling of wonder. You simply show him where the thing is. In expressing d, one makes what may be called indicating movements, raying out in all directions. It is not difficult to feel this. So that we may say, d is the pointing toward something, the raying out toward something. The imitation of this pointing, of this raying out, of this drawing attention to something, all this lies in the sound d. A is a sound which has always been of very special interest. As you already know, A is the sound which gives expression to the feeling that something has been done to us, and we stand up against it. A. We will not allow what has been done to trouble us. Here it may be well to introduce the sound t, tau, and to explain its significance. You are perhaps already aware that a deep reverence rises up in those who begin to understand what lies in this sound. This tau t, is really the sound which has to be felt as representing something of the greatest importance. We may even go so far as to say that it contains within it creative forces, forces which also have a radiating, indicating quality. But with t, it is more especially a radiance which streams from heaven down onto the earth. There is a weightiness about the sound, and at the same time also a radiance. Thus we can say t is the streaming of forces from above downward. Now, it is of course possible for something which under certain conditions has to be felt as having great and majestic qualities, also to make its appearance in ordinary everyday life. Let us take three sounds. Let us first take A as we have learned to know it. A expresses the feeling. Something has been done to me, but I stand up against it and assert myself. Tau, something has burst in upon me. Let us try to show what is contained in this experience. Something has been done to me, but I stand up against it. A. An event has taken place, it has suddenly burst in upon me, but it is soon over. It passes over, the blowing away of something. In this way we get the following combination of sounds. Etch. When do we make use of this expression? We use it when, for instance, somebody makes an important statement, which is, however, false. And we immediately jump to the conclusion that it is false. Now, when we are in a position immediately to get rid of what has affected us, when the statement or whatever it is has burst in upon us like a flash of lightning, but we destroy it and blow it away, then we say etch. Here we have an explanation of this combination of sounds. One feels the A particularly strongly, the being affected by something. One could not imagine saying itch or ach at such a point, but in an experience of this kind, when one has been affected by something but has been able immediately to get rid of it, then one obviously must use the expression itch. Sorry, readers aside, I think I was pronouncing that slightly wrong. It's spelled E-T-S-C-H. I believe he means me to pronounce that H. End of readers aside. Now, out of the way in which you form the movement for A, out of your knowledge of eurythmy, you will be able fully to enter into the gesture that in many districts accompanies this expression. This gesture is really very similar to the eurythmic movement for A, H, H, showing the corresponding movement. Here we actually have the eurythmic movement for A. Such movements are absolutely natural and instinctive. Thus, behind the sound A, there lies the experience of being affected by something and of withstanding it. Naturally, when one describes such things, the description tends to be awkward and inadequate. Everything depends on being able to feel what is meant. F is a sound which is somewhat difficult to experience in an age which has such a lifeless, dried-up conception of language. But it may perhaps be of assistance to us, my dear friends, if I remind you of a phrase which you all know and which is in fairly general use. People say when somebody knows a thing upside down and inside out, kennt die Sache aus dem F. Parenthesis, he knows it out of the F. Close parenthesis. An extraordinarily interesting experience lies behind this phrase. When one finds the man in the street making use of such an expression and compares it with what was said in the old mysteries, the result is truly remarkable. Parenthesis, you remember I said that I should make use of everything which could help us to gain a true understanding of the sounds. Whether my examples were drawn from a cultured or from a more primitive source, the latter being the more fruitful naturally, close parenthesis. In the ancient mysteries there was still a living understanding of the words, quote, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, close quote. There was still a living feeling for the creative power of the Word, of the Logos. Parenthesis, Logos is not to be translated wisdom. Indeed, by doing so, many modern scholars have betrayed their lack of understanding for these things. Logos must unquestionably be translated verbum, word. Only the word must be understood in the right way, in the way in which I explained it yesterday, close parenthesis. Now, in the old mysteries of Western Asia, Southern Asia, and Africa, it was said, when speaking about the sound f, when a man utters the sound f, he expels out of himself the whole stream of his breath. It was by means of the breath that the gods created man, and the whole of human wisdom is contained in the air, in the breath. so that all the Indian was able to learn when, through yoga philosophy, he learned to control his breathing, and as a result was able to fill himself with inner wisdom, all this he felt when he uttered the sound F. In the old Indian yoga practices, the pupil had the following experience. He practiced yoga exercises, the technique of which consisted in this: that he became inwardly aware of the organization of man, inwardly aware of the fullness of wisdom. In uttering the sound F, he became conscious of the wisdom contained in the word. F can therefore only be rightly understood when one tries, even today, to understand a certain formula, which is very little known in the world, but which, nevertheless, did once exist, and in the old Egyptian mysteries ran somewhat as follows: If thou wouldst proclaim the nature of Isis who contains within herself the knowledge of the past, present, and future, and from whom the veil can never entirely be lifted, then thou must do this in the sound F. The making use of the process of breathing in order to fill oneself with the being of Isis, the experiencing of Isis in the outgoing breath stream, this it is that lies in the sound F. So that F, not indeed exactly, but at any rate to some extent, can be felt as the expression of I know. But more lies in it than this. I know is really only a feeble expression of what we should feel in the sound F. For this very reason, the feeling for F was soonest lost. F may be felt somewhat as follows: Know thou, to whom I speak, when I say F to thee, I would make thee aware that I can teach thee. Thou must know that I myself have knowledge. It would therefore seem natural to you, absolutely natural, if someone desirous of putting another right were suddenly to approach him, giving vent to a sound similar to F. There are many interesting words which would well repay study, in which the sound F occurs in some connection or other. The study, however, you can carry out for yourselves, and you will be reminded of all that I have told you about the inner nature of the sound F. I have already spoken about the sound H. We know that it is the blowing, the wafting past of something. And now E. It is easy to feel E as an assertion of oneself, as positive self-assertion. In the German language there is a very happy example of this. It is our word for the expression of the affirmation or the assertion of something. Ja. Yes. Here, certainly, there is the indication of a consonantal element, but the E is nevertheless present and is followed by wonder, by amazement. Assent, of affirmation, cannot be better expressed than by assertion of self, colored by wonder. We said yesterday that the quality of wonder really represented man in his true being. And when we add to this the assertion of oneself, ja, then we could not have a clearer, more definite expression of the affirmative. Thus in E we have the assertion of self. We shall see how important it is for Eurythmists to understand that behind the sound E there is always a vindication of oneself, an assertion of oneself. L is a very remarkable sound. As I am pronouncing it now, it contains a hint of a, but I mean the pure sound Try to realize what you really do when you pronounce Try to realize especially what you do with your tongue. You use your tongue in a very skillful way when you pronounce the sound L. You become aware of a creative form-giving element when saying this sound. Indeed, if one were not too terribly hungry, one might almost satisfy one's hunger by simply saying the sound L very distinctly and over again. We feel L to be something absolutely real, as real, for example, as if we were to eat a dumpling, especially nice, soft dumpling, and were to allow it to melt on the tongue with a feeling of great satisfaction. We can have a like experience when we pronounce the sound L, L, L very distinctly. There's something creative, something form-giving in this sound. And the sculptor is very much tempted when working on the figures which he is creating to make a movement of the tongue, similar to the movement which the tongue makes when forming the sound L. Though, of course, the sculptor does not say L aloud. He only makes a similar movement with his tongue. And anyone able to feel the shape of a nose, for instance, with his tongue, where the feeling for form, the feeling of L, is so strong, such a one would undoubtedly be very successful in modeling noses. It was said in the old mysteries that L is the creative, form-giving element in all things and beings, the force which overcomes matter in the creation of form. You will easily feel that the diphthong I corresponds to an affectionate caress. When dealing with a child, one often makes use of this sound, I, an affectionate caress. I shall next have to describe the sound M, and we shall see that M has the quality of entering right into something, of taking on the form of something outside oneself. Readers aside, M as in mother, end of readers aside. Let us now suppose, my dear friends, and here again I am not merely trifling, but what I have to say is drawn from out of the history of the ages. Let us suppose that we had some sort of substance, and assume that this substance should be the means of transforming matter, of giving form to matter. Let us put the story together. In the first place, we demand of this substance that it shall transform matter and give it form and shape. That is to be its main attribute. It is to give form to matter, but in such a way that it clings closely and lovingly to something other than itself, in much the same way as when one caresses a little child. I. This is the expression of a caressing quality. The substance must cling to something, and this clinging quality must be retained. The substance must, as it were, take on a form which is foreign to it, so that it appears exactly the same as this external form. It imitates this form quite exactly. And now let us suppose that we express this transformation of matter into form by means of a combination of sounds. We say L, the clinging quality, I, the taking on of some external form, M. Thus we have the word lime, glue, which is quite specially characteristic in the German language, quite apart from any other consideration. It is upon such combinations of sound, behind which there lies hidden the active, evolving genius of language, that the life of this genius of language really depends. It occurs from time to time that when in some language or other a word already exists, although perhaps in a vague, indefinite form, that this word is metamorphosed and introduced again into a language of a later development, retaining a similarity to its original feeling, if the nation which receives it has a sense for it. An understanding of language is a much more complicated matter than is usually supposed. Today people treat language in a really terrible fashion. In ordinary, everyday life, which rests upon superficiality and convention, such a treatment of language is perhaps not out of place. But its effect upon the human soul is nothing short of devastating. How utterly devastating it is impossible to say. It is impossible to say. For instance, somebody wishes to translate a book or a poem, so he proceeds to hunt in the dictionary or to search his memory in order to discover the corresponding words. And having more or less transposed it in this way, he calls it a translation. But it would really be more correct to call it a mistranslation, for this is a wrong track altogether. Nothing is more appalling than this method of transferring something from one language into another. Let us therefore study this question from the following point of view. Assuming there was once a primeval language, alike, of course, for all men, and there is no doubt that this language did exist, Assuming that there was once a primeval language, then the question naturally arises: how is it that the many different languages came into being? How does it come about that if we take a German word, the word Kopf, head, for instance, and translate it into Italian, we have to say testa. We have the German word Kopf, and we have the Italian word testa. When we begin to enter into the true nature of languages, we must ask ourselves the question: how is it that the Italian feels the sounds in testa, which are totally different from those felt by the German when he makes use of the word Kopf? According to the rules of translation, the two words should have the same significance. If the word Kopf were really to be experienced, then the Italian and even the Chinese would perforce have to say Kopf also. How then can the origin of the different languages be explained? What I am now going to say may make you double up with laughter, but it is nevertheless true. The German makes use of the word Kopf. The Italian would also make use of this word if he wished to designate the same thing, but he does not wish to do so. The German point of view lies outside his field of vision. What the German expresses in the word Kopf, that to which he gives the name Kopf, does not occur in the vocabulary of the Italian language. Were the Italian desirous of expressing the same thing, he, like the German, would say Kopf. What then does the German mean when he says Kopf? He means to describe the form, the rounded form of the head. It is easy to feel this rounded form in the word Kopf. Later on, when we have studied the sound k and all that we need in this connection, we shall be able to realize more clearly that it is the rounded form which is meant here. Now, when the word Kopf is shown in Eurythmy, try to see how this rounding appears in the middle of the word, and there's a demonstration. The German describes as Kopf the rounded form of the head as it rests on the shoulders. Were the Italian to have the same experience, he also would say Kopf, not testa. What then does he experience? The Italian does not experience the rounded form, but he feels what is implied in a statement, in a testimony. He is more aware of what underlies the word testament. Thus the act of making a testimony, making a declaration, an affirmation, this it is which is felt by the Italian, and for this reason he says testa. He means something totally different from the German. The words Kopf and testa only appear to describe the same thing. In reality, they are fundamentally different. In the one case, in the German word, the form of the head is described as it rests upon the shoulders. And in German, if one wishes to lay emphasis upon the roundness of the form, one can make use of an expression which has in it, at the same time, a certain element of contempt, and say Kohlkopf, cabbage head, blockhead. You will agree with me that here there can be no shadow of doubt that the rounded form is meant. But the head as it rests upon the shoulders is not felt as a round form by the Italian. He feels it to be something which makes an assertion, a declaration. For this reason he says testa, and feels in this word all that I have described. This lack of understanding is very general among translators. As a rule, we translate without paying any attention to the fact that we should transpose ourselves into the whole atmosphere of the other language in order to catch its exact shades of meaning. Just think how external it is when one translates according to a dictionary. One misses just those things which are most essential and passes them by in sublime unconsciousness. Let us now turn to the sound M, that sound which makes such a wonderful ending in the sacred Indian word Aum. M contains within it the element of comprehension, of understanding. In the way in which the sound is carried on the stream of the breath, we feel that it conforms itself to everything and understands everything. M signifies that which is deeply felt and understood. I remember that my village schoolmaster said "mm" when he wanted to show that I had answered a question rightly. Readers aside, not sure how to pronounce that. M-H-N. End of reader's aside. At such times he always said min. That is, he understood it, he agreed with it. The hin was only the expression of his satisfaction. M, therefore, may be said to be the expression of agreement. It clings to something and is in agreement with it, as the M at the end of the word lime. It is clear from these few examples that in each sound there lies concealed a whole world of experience. And we can easily realize that if we were to express ourselves by means of sounds only, instead of using our ordinary words, we should indeed have a simpler and more primitive language. But it would be one which would combine with this simplicity a much deeper intimacy and understanding. As eurythmists, it is very necessary that you should gradually feel your way into the real nature of the sounds. For eurythmy does indeed consist of a plastic formation of movement and gesture. Such movements are, however, in no way arbitrary nor transient. On the contrary, the movements of eurythmy are cosmic in their nature. They are full of significance. They could in no way be other than they are. In the next lecture I shall describe to you the other sounds which I have not touched upon today, and then gradually we shall consider the main characteristics of the actual movements which we use in eurythmy. We shall see how these movements express in their very essence exactly the same as is expressed by the sounds themselves, as they are breathed into the air, as they take shape in the air. Recap: awe, wonder, amazement; b, to wrap around, to envelop; ts, the quality of lightness; d, to indicate, to ray outward; a, to be affected by something and to withstand it; t, a significant streaming from above downward; f, thou knowest that I know; e, assertion of self; l, the overcoming of matter by form; m, to be in agreement; h, the wafting breath sound; oo, the becoming chilled and stiffened; sh, the blowing past of something, these three as in the word hush; r, rolling, revolving; ah, wonder; sh, blowing past; rash; and then l, the transforming of matter into form; I, the quality of clinging; m, imitation, combined with understanding, as in the word lime. End of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 3, entitled The Gestures, How They Are Formed and Experienced. Today it is my intention to describe those sounds which have not yet been considered. To begin with, I shall take S and Z, for the nature of these sounds is such that they may almost be said to be in a category by themselves. Later, as opportunity arises, I can deal with any of the sounds which up to now have been omitted. S was always felt at a time when such things had not yet been lost, as a sound penetrating especially deeply into the very essence of language. The experience of the S sound is connected with the feelings and experiences which, in the earliest times of human evolution, were bound up with the symbol of the serpent, and also, from a certain point of view, with the symbol of the staff of Mercury. Not with the symbol of Mercury itself, but with the symbol of the staff of Mercury. We must look for the Mercury symbol itself in the sound A. On the other hand, the symbol of the staff of Mercury, which plays so great a part in certain Eastern writings, is very closely connected with the sound S, and the S form, which we still preserve today in our written letter, reminds us strongly of the simple symbol of the serpent. The feeling lying behind the curved and sinuous line of S is really extraordinarily complicated, but primarily it may be said to consist of a powerful peace-bringing element, bringing calm and peace into that which is in a state of unrest. And this force enables with it the feeling of certainty, the feeling of being able to penetrate into the hidden nature of something, and in so doing to bring about a state of calmness and rest. The S symbol and the Z, which is closely related to it, were always referred to in the mysteries with great solemnity. Such things, as we saw yesterday when studying the sound T, Tau, were always spoken of with a fitting ceremony and reverence. S, on the other hand, and here I am bound to express myself very inadequately, S always produced an element of fear in those who were being instructed in the nature of this symbol. There was a feeling of fear. It was felt as something to be guarded against, but which was nevertheless essential to life, something which could not be dispensed with. I cannot easily tell you how it was spoken of in the mysteries. The most I can do is to try and describe it for you in other words. People today would be astonished if they could know how entirely free from sentimentality the true pupils of the old mysteries really were. They had a sense of humor, and although none knew better than they how to pay reverence where reverence was due, they knew also how to clothe such things in humoristic form. Thus, when a pupil of the mysteries was asked by one not initiated about the nature of the sound S, naturally such questions were often asked, for people of those earlier times were not without curiosity any more than they are now, when this question was put, the pupil replied somewhat humorously, "Well, you know, when one understands the secret of the S sound, then one can perceive the hidden qualities in the hearts of men, and one can fathom the hearts of women. Such a one can bring calm to the restlessness of the human heart, and can at the same time penetrate into its hidden depths." That was, as I said, a very exoteric explanation, but it nevertheless gives some indication of what lies in the sound S. S, a bringing of calm into that which is agitated, and the certainty that the means employed will have the desired effect. When all that I have just described is carried over into gesture, then we get the eurythmic movement for the sound S. We have still to consider the sound Z and the feeling, the experience that it expresses. The movement for Z is naturally somewhat similar to the movement for Z, but with more of an attack behind it. You will be able to feel for yourselves, if you try to do so with the necessary earnestness and enthusiasm, that this sound induces a certain feeling of gaiety, for the very reason that it is not heavy and can be taken lightly. It is, however, gay with a certain intention. This can, of course, apply also to an inanimate object. There's a drawing, and it looks like a dollar sign, almost an S with a line through it, that turns into a Z sign with a little mark in the center like the Europeans do. Then that seems to be metamorphosed into what almost looks like a bolt of lightning. Readers aside, end of readers aside. Back to Steiner. Now we've realized, to some extent, the meaning of most of the sounds, and have reached a point at which it should be possible for each individual sound to call up in our souls a corresponding experience. I said earlier that these first lectures were to be in the nature of a recapitulation, in order to establish a tradition which may be regarded as permanent. Now once again, let us call up in our minds each separate sound in its eurythmic significance. It is above all things important that everything I have said about the nature of the various sounds should be experienced artistically as gesture. There is one thing about which we must be quite clear. The human being is formed out of those cosmic elements which I have mentioned in connection with the sounds of speech. If you take all that we have connected with these sounds, you will get, roughly speaking, in a perfectly natural way, those impulses which lead the human being out of the pre-earthly existence into earthly existence, and which guide him further until he reaches mature age, that is to say, until about his 35th year. This whole process, with the forces which separate, which urge him forward, and bring him to the point he finally reaches as an adult human being, all this lies in the gestures expressing the sounds. That is why the word, the spoken sound, was felt as of such tremendous significance. Now let us begin by referring once more to that quality which is most intimately bound up with a human being, and which was described by the Greeks when they said that it was experienced by man when he was confronted by the riddles of existence, when they said that philosophy, love of wisdom, could only proceed from a feeling of wonder and amazement. Let us think of this and remind ourselves that the feeling of wonder is something purely human and belongs to those qualities which raise man above the level of the animal. And when we ask ourselves, what faculty is it in the human being which raises him above the level of the animal, then we must say, it is the possibility, inherent in the human being, to keep flexible certain proportions, forces, or rather directions of forces, which in the realm of animals have been forced into strict forms. Man must therefore be looked upon as a center toward which certain forces gravitate, and in which they are finally merged. There would be a sense of monotony in the idea that the origin of man, which should call up in him a feeling of wonder and awe, must be looked for as proceeding from one single point of the universe, which is indeed the case with the plants and the animals. That which calls up in man the feeling of wonder with regard to his own being can only be felt by him as coming from different directions of cosmic space. And we only understand ourselves as men, in our true human dignity, when we begin to realize that the gods are radiating their forces into us from the surrounding cosmos. Let us make some sort of diagram of the cosmic sphere, and there's a drawing, showing how forces are streaming from the circumference toward the center, toward the earth. We can only feel our own dignity as human beings on the earth when we understand how these forces are flowing into us from out of the different directions of the cosmos. Make the eurythmic movement for awe. The fundamental nature of this movement lies in the fact that you reach out, as it were, with your hands and arms into two different directions of space. Awe does not really consist in making a free swinging movement, but one has to imagine oneself as man coming from two different directions of cosmic space. Nay, more, as being created, differentiated, determined, as it were, by forces proceeding from these two directions. In the movement for awe, one reaches out toward these two directions, and it is this reaching out and grasping at something which is the essential feature of the awe as such. This feeling is inseparable from the true experience of awe. The way in which one holds the arms is of no consequence. The point is that one should reach out into these two different directions, at the same time stretching the muscles so that a certain tension is induced. One must have the feeling of going right out into these two directions. This feeling must be brought down into the muscles themselves, and the stretched movement of the arms must be made as soon as possible after the preceding sound. This is the awe as such. Thus, the essential nature of the awe movement could be expressed somewhat as follows. O man, you have derived your being from two different points of universal space. You must stretch out your arms in order to lay hold of the forces streaming from these two directions, and in so doing you take into yourself that which gave you birth. You must feel how these forces are streaming through your arms, meeting together in your breast. This will give you a real experience of the sound, ah. From this we see the nature of the eurythmic movement for ah. And taking all I have said into account, it will not be difficult to feel that in this movement we have embodied the sound, ah, in its relationship to man. We have already said that A may be explained somewhat in this way. Something has been done to me, but I hold myself erect and confront it. What lies in this experience? In this experience, we really have the polar opposite of the ah experience. Man feels ah as coming to him from out of the cosmos. A totally different experience lies behind the A. With A, we feel that something has happened, and the effects of this happening we experience in the eurythmic movement. One can only experience the A when something has happened and one feels its effect. This experience is shown in the movement, when one part of the organism is brought into direct contact with another part. Now, this cannot be done in very many ways. Man is differently built from the elephant, for instance, and is therefore not able to make his nose so long and flexible that with its tip he could touch his own back. Were he able to do this, it would be a most excellent example of the movement for A. He cannot do it, however. And so the movement for A, as it occurs in our eurythmy, can only be made by one limb actually touching the other, laying a certain emphasis on this contact. This at the same time expresses the feeling of confronting something and resisting it. The touching indicates the feeling that something has happened to one. The holding the position, which must be in the nature of two crossed lines, corresponds to the feeling of resistance. With A, one arm is laid upon the other, or one finger can be laid upon the other, or the possibility exists, if one is able to manage it, of so using the eyes that the direction of the gaze of one eye crosses the direction of the gaze of the other. At any movement, therefore, in which this experience of touching one part of the organism with another is really present, may be said to be the eurythmic expression for the sound A. When, however, the gesture is held fast, thus showing that something has been done to one, and one gathers one's forces together in order to withstand it, then the complete experience is brought to visible expression. Just consider what an immense difference there is between the ah and the A sounds, as these are expressed in the movements of eurythmy. The ah experience carries with it the necessity of a conscious stretching of the muscles. It is essential that you really feel this tension. The A experience carries with it the necessity of resting one arm upon the other, and here the consciousness should mainly be centered at the point where the arms cross. Thus, it is not the stretching of the muscles which is the chief thing about the experience of the A sound, but the resting, the pressing of one arm upon the other. Of course, it is also possible to form the A by crossing the right leg over the left, at the same time pressing one against the other. In this way we experience the A. We feel the movement for A. Now, in our modern civilization, one may easily get the impression that the world is always doing something to people, is always affecting them, for they usually sit with crossed legs, and by so doing are, of course, continually making the movement for A. This attitude betrays the fact that the great majority of people believe that the world has indeed done something to them, and that they must stand up against it. Thus does it appear to an artistic approach in the sphere of gesture. When we now pass on to the movement for O, to the gesture for O, we shall feel what a world of experience is contained in this sound. Ah is the absolute expression of wonder and amazement. O expresses the feeling that we have expresses the feeling which we have when we place ourselves in an intelligent relationship to something which at the same time calls forth our wonder. And indeed, if we are human beings in the true sense, everything which enters into our field of vision must call up in us a feeling of wonder. But awe brings us into a more intimate relationship with our perceptions. So that the essential nature of awe can be shown in eurythmy when the human being does not only feel himself, but going out from himself, feels some other being or object which he wishes to embrace. You can most clearly get a picture of this when, out of love for another person, you put your arms around him. You get the absolutely natural movement for the sound o, when, in embracing another person, the arms are rounded and bent, each taking on the form of a half circle. Thus, in the movement for awe, we feel that we receive something. We reach out toward those regions of the cosmos from which man derives his being. In the a, we have an indication of a direct experience. The human being experiences something coming from the outer world. In o, we have the movement whereby the world experiences something through man himself. For in this movement man lays hold of something belonging to the outer world. You must try to make the movement for o in such a way that from the very beginning and right through to the very end, the arms are really rounded. The arms must be very flexible. They must really be rounded. This is the true movement for o. We have to feel the rounded form from the very beginning. Now, we come to that sound which is still clearer to man than the sound a. We come to the sound which is the absolute expression of the assertion of self. That is to say, the e sound. E is self-assertion, pure and simple. I have often drawn attention to the fact that in the everyday speech of educated people we find the word ich, which is I in English. In this word we have the feeling of self-assertion, as expressed in the e, and to this is added a breath sound, sh, ich, whereby an indication is given that we as human beings live in the breathing. But in certain districts where the simple people speak in dialect, things are not carried so far as this. Such people remain satisfied with plain, straightforward self-assertion. For this reason, in the place where I was brought up, people said, for instance, not ich, but I. There it would have occurred to nobody to say, ich haue dich durch, I will give you a jolly good thrashing. This expression occurs to me because in the place where I grew up, one heard it on all sides, and because with certain people it really sums up their conception of the ego. In my birthplace, people do not say, ich haue dich durch, but I hau die durch, pure self-assertion. There is a real example of pure self-assertion. Now, as we know, the forces stream from 2 points of the circumference inward. With E, they stream from the center outward. With the E sound, we do not feel as if we were grasping at something, but we feel the stretching. We feel that the stream has its source in us, starting as it were from the heart, and flowing through the arm, or through both arms, or through the legs. We can also feel E with the eyes, when we consciously look more through one eye, leaving the other passive. This gives us a very definite feeling of E. There is nothing of the character about E, but both the arms should as a rule be used in such a way that one is the continuation of the other, although of course we can also make use of one arm only. The chief thing is to remember is that the chief thing to remember is that with E, the main feeling must be that of stretching, whereas with there's more the feeling of grasping at something. These nuances are of importance if we are to lay the right emphasis upon the individual sounds. It is only when such shades of feeling are brought into the sounds of speech, and indeed into the tones of music also, as I made clear in the course of lectures on tone eurythmy, which I gave here recently. It is only then that eurythmy becomes truly artistic. The point is not so much, my dear friends, that you merely imitate the form, but that you inwardly experience the form. That is to say, you must really get the feeling in both your arms that ah is the taking hold of something which comes toward you, while you must feel E as a stretched movement, as a stretching out away from yourself. Then again we have the oo sound, about which I have already spoken. Oo is not the assertion of self. On the contrary, behind oo there is the feeling of something, of becoming smaller, of being chilled and stiffened with cold. There is the feeling of drawing back into oneself, of holding fast to oneself. Whereas, with the sound a, the principal thing is that one limb touches another at a single point. With u, the principal feeling is one of holding back. The u is most clearly expressed by holding the arms as near together as possible, but this need only be indicated. There need only be an indication of this pressing together of the arms. When we stand with our legs together, touching one another, we are also expressing the sound u. And as we have already seen, such movements can be made backward as well as forward. I, the I sound, can best be felt, and this will throw light on what I said already yesterday, when one realizes that behind this sound there lies the same caressing, affectionate feeling that one has for a very little child. I. It is as if one were stroking something, as if one were becoming intimate with something through one's feeling. Parenthesis Frau L will show us a beautiful I. Close parenthesis. Readers aside, in the parenthesis it shows this beautiful I, which I'm pronouncing I, is actually an E-I, which would be A and then E together in the German. So I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, I. And the readers aside. Holding the body quite still. Do not move the body in any way, but hold it quite still. You will notice at once that in this gesture there is expressed the feeling of becoming intimate with something. But you will notice at the same time that our manner of writing, the way in which in the German language we form the I out of the A, E, does not naturally lie in the I sound itself. On the contrary, the I sound must be felt as a unity. We enter into the nature of I when we join together A and E, but in fact I lies midway between the two, and the connection between them is not really organic. I shall speak later about the more subtle nuances of feeling lying in this sound. Let us now proceed to the consonants, and let us try to feel the consonantal element as this comes to expression in the movements. You will remember that I said B is the sound which represents everything of an enveloping nature. It expresses the wrapping round of something, and its corresponding movement is one of protection. Naturally, the gesture as such does not express this fully. There must also be the actual experience of which the movement is the copy, is the imitation. Parenthesis, we will ask Frau F to show us the movement. Close parenthesis. Now, we have the true movement for B. Let us hold it fast. Thus we have the true movement for B, and in this movement we feel what really lies behind the position of each arm. Anyone experiencing what is contained in this movement might well say, I will picture to myself that I have something before me, something that I wish to take hold of. Let us say a little child. I will imagine that I have such a little child sitting before me, and that I wish to take it up. I shall be able to do this most easily when I take hold of it so, drawing it to me with a protecting gesture. Parenthesis, movement for B. Close parenthesis. What then must one really feel here, if one would have the true experience? One must really feel that one holds something here in the space enclosed by the arms. If at this juncture I may introduce a point of educational interest, I would say that the best way to make the sound B comprehensible to small children in the Eurythmy lesson is to take something or other and let the child clasp it in its arms. In this way you can teach the little child to understand that it should feel that its arms are the protecting shelter for the animal or object which it holds. And in this way it will learn fully to comprehend the nature of the B movement. All this is really essential to Eurythmy. The forms, the movements, must not be imitated in a purely abstract manner, but the corresponding experiences must be felt. The experience is inseparable from the movement. Now, I told you yesterday that ts is a specially interesting sound. Ts, as it were, raises matter into the realm of the spirit. I said that it contains within it a feeling of lightness. It indicates that matter can be conquered by spirit and raised to a higher level. Fundamentally speaking, we may say that ts can best be experienced when one observes a child who is learning to stand, to raise itself from the crawling to the upright position. One could wish always to connect this wonderful experience, for it is indeed a wonderful experience, with the sound ts. In the sound one approaches very nearly to what takes place in the child when it lifts itself from the crawling into the upright position. Ts, ts, ts. This lightening process, this raising of matter by means of spirit, how beautifully it is expressed here. Try to feel all this in the sound. Ts. Feel that it has a lightness, that matter is raised up by means of spirit. You will most easily have the right feeling for the movement ts when you imagine that in some inexplicable way something is lying on the surface of your arms, and in making the movement you toss it upward. When you have the feeling that something is lying on the surface of your arms, and that it flies up into the air when you make the movement for ts, then you have something which can lead you to a more or less true experience of the ts movement. D, as I told you, is a pointing downward, or indeed a pointing in any direction. D. If one now adds to this sound the sound ah, so that wonder is aroused by that toward which one points, then one gets the word da. Now imagine for a moment that we wish to express the nature of the Oriental teacher. The Oriental teacher, particularly the older Oriental teacher, is indeed quite different from the European teacher. Today, in the case of the European, one always has the feeling that his whole educational system is based on the idea of pumping his pupils, of drawing all manner of things out of them. He meddles with them. Today people talk about the necessity of developing the pupil, although this is idle talk for the most part. When one hears these modern educators expounding their pedagogic theories, one gets the feeling that one is, to use an Austrian expression, a Zwirnkeurel, a ball of thread, and that one is being unwound. Readers aside, Zwirnkeurel, I'll have to spell that for you. My apologies, that's a tough one to pronounce. Z-W-I-R-N-S-K, A umlaut, U-E-R-L. Zwirnkeurel. End of my attempt at readers aside. Indeed, when education is spoken of today, one feels as if one were being absolutely torn to pieces. One is driven, crammed. In short, there is no end to what is being done to those who are being educated. The European educator feels that he must make the human being into something utterly different from what he really is. If it were possible to carry out all that one hears talked about on all sides by those interested in the art of education, then the human being who finally emerged from their hand would indeed be a strange being. The attitude of the Oriental toward the teacher is different. He feels that the teacher, the educator, is one who points things out to his pupils, who draws their attention to things and says, "Das ist das." That is that. The Oriental teacher leaves his pupils unmolested because he assumes that they develop out of their own being and may therefore safely be let alone. Things are only pointed out to them. For this reason, the Oriental teacher is one who, whatever he is doing, always says, as it were, da, da, der da. And this is what he is called. The Oriental teacher is called the da. It is his mission to point everything out. Da. Now, looking at modern civilization, which from a certain point of view is progressing in a way that I can only describe as inverse to Darwinism, we see that humanity, having satisfactorily arrived at the theory of man's descent from the ape, desires to return to the ape once more, thus progressing quite clearly in a contrary direction to Darwinism. The tendency is to return once again to the primitive, to the primeval. In consequence, there has arisen a sort of Dadaism. Some years ago, when I was in Berlin, I received a letter in which the writer signed himself Der Ober-Dada, the head Dada. This is a retrogression, a principle of imitation, such as is found in this inverse Darwinism, this returning once more to the ape. You see how it is. One just imitates. And so in founding the sort of Dadaism in Europe, one is really imitating the more primitive methods of the Oriental. In the word da, however, there does actually lie some expression of this educating gesture, of this drawing attention to something, pointing to something. Parenthesis, Fräulein S., will you show us the movement for d? Try to enter right into the nature of the d sound. Close parenthesis. What is really the nature of the d sound? In it there lies the indicating movement. Thus you must have the feeling, there is something else. D. When you finally land on it. For this reason you must carry out the movement in such a way that there is a certain harmony between the two arms. One arm must reach a definite point just a moment before the other. The arm that starts later, however, must follow on quickly, as though being drawn by the arm which started earlier. The direction of the movement may be either toward the left or toward the right. It is very necessary to study these things in detail, and you must learn really to feel this indicating, this pointing toward something. But first, in order to express the d sound successfully, you must accustom yourselves to this pointing. You must introduce this pointing. The hands must be held in this way, parenthesis, pointing with the finger, close parenthesis. I told you yesterday that F is really Isis. In F, there is the consciousness of being permeated with wisdom. When one first feels one's own inner being, and then experiences this inner being in the process of outbreathing, in the outgoing breath stream, f, then one has the true F. Man experiences the wisdom of his own being, that is to say, of his own etheric body, in the outbreathing process. This feeling must be present in the movement which presents the F sound. Parenthesis, Frau P., will you make an F? Close parenthesis. This movement corresponds exactly to the movement which the utterance of the F sound produces in the air as it is breathed outward. You must make the movement for F in such a way that there is a break in it. Then only will you feel what I have indicated with regard to the nature of F. You must show that there is, as it were, a second attack in the sound. But do not make the movement so quickly. It must be gentler. That is the F. In the movement for F, we have a very exact imitation of this conscious outbreathing process, which is of such great significance. Now, I have already told you that in the L we have the sound which actually forms something, the sound in which we feel the form-giving process with the tongue, L, L, L. In order to make this clear, I took the word lime, glue, as an example. I pointed out the adhesive quality of this substance, its formative quality, the capacity it has for imitating form. In other words, the way in which it strives to represent the fundamental nature of the L sound. L was looked upon in the mysteries as a sound possessing special magical qualities. For when one gives form to something, it follows that one has power over it. And it was just this aspect of L, this quality of mastering something, of gaining power over something, which in the mysteries caused this sound to be looked upon as one containing demonic forces. All this must be embodied in the movement for L. And when added to this, you feel as if your arms are quite supple, flexible in themselves. When you feel that something takes place in the arms which is similar to the movement of your tongue when you say L, then you will experience L in the right way, and you will discover that there is something truly fascinating in this movement. Then we have the sound M. I said yesterday that M signifies the understanding of something, the capacity for entering into something with intelligence. I told you that in the place where I was brought up it was customary to say HN, when one had heard something said and wished to emphasize the fact that one had understood it. We will discuss this further. It expresses the feeling of joy and satisfaction aroused by having understood something. And one really has the feeling of being absolutely devoured by the intelligence and understanding of the person to whom one is speaking when he says Hence it is the M of the sacred Indian word, Aum, M. We have a marvelous expression of the understanding of the universe. Thus M may be said to signify the grasp of a thing. First there is the feeling of grasping something, then there is the penetration into it, and lastly there follows the understanding of it. The position should be held for a moment, so that this intelligent comprehension which comes about as a matter of course is shown by the movement. Parenthesis, the arms should be held slightly in front of the body. Close parenthesis. It would indeed be wonderful if this movement could also be taught to the elephant. The elephant could make a wonderful by stretching its trunk outward and then turning it under. One could not have a more perfect example of an M. An M carried out in this way would really be the best M one could possibly imagine. I mention all these things as they may help you really to experience the sounds. The uneasy sort of feeling which one has when meeting a person with a nose like an eagle's beak will not be unknown to you. You will realize that a nose of this type really is the unconscious expression of the M movement. The nose takes on the form of M. People with such a nose often cause a certain embarrassment to their fellows because they give the impression of an absolute understanding of those with whom they come in contact. And it is not always pleasant to feel that one is being so completely understood. We get this feeling with people having an eagle-like nose, for the simple reason that such a nose is really the M movement held fast and frozen into a set form. He, however, who experiences the M gesture in comprehending, even if this meets us in the form of an eagle-like nose, even if the eurythmy of the M already meets us in his nose, this will not shatter us. Rather, one feels embarrassed. But there is another kind of understanding, an understanding mingled with a feeling of repulsion, an understanding tinged with irony. Here one comprehends the matter in question, at the same time, however, revealing this attitude of mind. Why make such a fuss about it? Of course it is absolutely obvious. N. If you should happen to be in Berlin, you could not fail to notice this. The impression that one has in Berlin is that people are not altogether pleased with one's affairs, but that they understand them perfectly. They immediately put everything on one side. Ne. Indeed, the people of Berlin, if they know you well, say precious little besides ne. They really have not much else to say. This expression gives some indication of the attitude of mind of those who have a tendency to despise anything and everything which they feel they can understand as a matter of course. One feels at once, when seeing this movement, the thing is of no importance. I understand it perfectly. And the eurythmist also must have this feeling. In order to get into the right mood for the n movement, you should imagine that you are dealing with someone who is quite stupid, someone who in his conversation keeps laying great emphasis upon the most ordinary things. You want to make him realize that he really is too stupid, that you can understand the matter very quickly and wish to get away from the whole thing as soon as possible. That is the experience. I have already told you that R is the sound that expresses the complete turning over of something. It is the expression of something which is not itself round, but which takes on a rounded form. One always has the feeling that this is difficult to imitate, because the most natural way to make the movement for R would be to turn a complete somersault, and this of course we cannot do. Fräulein S., will you show us the movement for R? That is a very strenuous R. It is one way of doing it. Now, Fräulein S., will you show us another R? That is another way of doing it. So you see, there are various ways of expressing the movement very beautifully. It is a turning, revolving movement, which takes place in the breath process also, for there is indeed a rolling movement when the sound R is uttered. Such, then, are the things which I believe may show you to some extent, and in an introductory way, how through eurythmy the gestures of ordinary experience can be led over into formed movements, into movements which really have form and shape. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 4, entitled The Individual Sounds and Their Combination into Words. I think that in yesterday's lecture we reached the point at which we were considering the sound R, and I had previously unfolded before you the inner nature of most of the other sounds. It is important, above all, that we should learn to understand the S sound. S, as we learned yesterday, was always looked upon in the mysteries as a sound of the very highest importance. Indeed, it was looked upon as possessing magical qualities, for it can be felt as a sound which brings with it surety and certainty, a feeling of calm, a quietening element. This is induced by the fact that with the impulse lying behind the sound S, one can penetrate into the inmost nature of another being. For this reason I said that when a pupil of the old mysteries was asked by someone from the outer world what he had learned through the S sound, he answered, as was customary at that time, in a somewhat humorous vein, and said, "He who is master of the S sound can see into the souls of men and into the hearts of women." There can be no question that in both cases this insight entails the necessity of bringing about a feeling of calm, and this led quite naturally to the humorous use of a sentence such as the one I have described. Now, if in the F sound we have the feeling, wisdom lives in me, wisdom created me, I breathe out wisdom, wisdom is ever present within me, then, behind the S sound, we may say that there lies a slight element of fear, something against which we feel we must be on our guard. This is why in those scripts, in which, as I have already told you, the S, or the snail-like curved line, is to be found in the various letters, writing was felt to be something uncanny, something which threw light into hidden depths. And today, using this word, today, in the sense of an historical epoch, certain peoples still exist though naturally very few, who, unaccustomed as they are to the art of writing, regard the written characters as being distinctly uncanny. When the Europeans, these superior people in quotes of civilization, went to the North American Indians, the North American Indians found much that to them was unpleasant in the ways of these, in quotes, superior people, and the written characters were among those things which produced in them such an unpleasant sensation. They made it quite clear that in their opinion these pale faces, as they called them, these strange, foreign, pale faces, conjured little demons, in quotes, onto the paper. And as late as the 19th century, there were certain Indian tribes who still regarded the printed letters as being the embodiment of little demons. Let us consider these two sounds, these two letters, the F and the S. They must be formed in eurythmy in such a way that the onlooker can perceive a tremendous difference between them. When the movement for F is made, it must express the quiet sense of power over that which has been conjured up in the world by its means. The movement is created out of an element of peace. The hands must bend over a little toward the arm, but in an active manner. They must not hang passively, but must be held as if covering something and protecting it. Now, S. You see in the S sound how something is, as it were, moved out of its course with a sense of mastery. The movement was demonstrated. The cause for this feeling really lies in the relationship which arises between the two arms as a result of the movement. Now, let us pass on to sh. One could hardly fail to recognize the blowing past, the blowing away of something, as this is expressed in the sound sh. I made this quite clear to you when I gave as an example the feeling lying behind the word hush hush or whoosh whoosh. The breeze wafts by and passes away, whoosh whoosh. But everywhere in words of an interjectional character, you will observe how this sh sound conveys this feeling of blowing past. There are indeed many words which in this connection are extraordinarily characteristic. You must now consider the deep significance of something which I have already spoken about during these days. I mean the fact that in different languages things are called by different names. The reason for this is that the different languages are really describing different things. For instance, when in German I say the word Kopf, this indicates the form, the plastic form of the head. When, on the other hand, the word testa is used in Italian, it signifies what takes place by means of the head. It signifies a process of corroboration, of affirmation. Thus the two languages are describing completely different things. That which is called Kopf in German would also be called Kopf in Italian, if the Italian wished to express the same idea. In this way, languages differ very much from each other. When we take the German language, we find that it is of a plastic nature. The genius of the German language is really a sculptor. This must not be overlooked. The peculiar characteristic of the German language is that it is plastic. The genius of the language is a sculptor. The genius of the Latin languages has, on the other hand, something of the lawyer about it, something of the advocate, of one who affirms, confirms, testifies. This is in no way intended as a criticism, but merely as a description of certain characteristics. Each language contains within it the temperament and character of its genius. One may actually carry this so far as to say that when one hears Hungarian, Magyar, or Finnish spoken, one cannot fail to have the feeling that something is really lacking. It is impossible to listen to the Magyar language without feeling that that after every third word something is lacking. When the Hungarian or Magyar language is spoken, one feels that after every third word a stag should be shot. The reason for this is that the genius of the Hungarian language is a hunter. In the Magyar language, all words which have not arisen out of the activity of the hunt are in reality borrowed. The Magyar language has absorbed many such words, and when one arrives in Budapest, one finds at once among the names written up in the streets such strange words as, for example, Kavahas. Readers aside, sorry for my pronunciation, end of readers aside, from the German Kaffeehaus, cafe. Such words as these have not, of course, the characteristic I have described. The Magyar language has adopted many such borrowed words. But when one listens to the Magyar language, it is certainly imbued with the element of the hunt, of the chase. Naturally, there is nothing bad about this. The tiller of the soil, the hunter, and the shepherd are invariably the source from which the whole human race has arisen. There still lives a primeval force in such a language as that of the Magyars, and the genius of the Magyar language is undoubtedly a hunter, or, if you will, a huntress, Diana. So we can say, in the German language, we have the plastic formative element. That is a feature which is very much in evidence. For this reason, we find many interjections, which are uncommonly characteristic. Well, it does not even need to be a snake. Even if a restless, agitated mouse is hidden under some leaves, we have already something moving and rolling about, and it gives us an uneasy sensation. We are astonished. Ah. Now it scampers away. Shh. The feeling of astonishment is not all, however. Something is done to us, but we bear up under it. Now, whatever is moving in this way clings to its surroundings. It adapts itself to them, burrows its way through. Where there is a hollow space, it makes its way through, creeping now lower, now higher, L. And when it emerges, then we understand what it is all about. N. Rascheln, to rustle. Here we have the whole story of Rascheln in plastic form. The remarkable feature of the German language is that one can find in it so much that really corresponds to plastic art, that really makes up the plastic element of language. Hence it is, perhaps not without significance, that eurythmy, in the first instance, could most easily arise within the German language, for eurythmy may be said to be sculpture brought into the realm of movement. And it is from out of the German language that this living sculpture can be most easily developed at the present day. In ancient times, all languages possessed a living plastic element. It is true that other languages are more musical in their nature, as is the case, for instance, with the Magyar language. The German language cannot be said to be musical, but for this very reason, the plastic element is all the stronger. And it is just in this word, rascheln, as also in the hush hush, that we have the blowing away, the blowing past, the scattering of something. The Hebrew man of ancient times experienced in the sh the presence of Jehovah in the blowing of the wind. Sh. Naturally, this also may be felt as lying behind the plastic eurythmic movement for the sound sh. The movement must be rapid. Then it has the true rustling effect, rascheln, and really gives the feeling that is expressed in the word. It is no exaggeration to say that one actually hears the rustling in the form of the movement. Yesterday I spoke to you also about the way in which the sound Z is to be understood. I said then that there is a certain lightness in the experience of Z, and this experience, together with its plastic eurythmic expression, is derived from this feeling of lightness, from something which is essentially light. Thus, when we turn our attention to Z, we shall regard it in much the same way as one might do a child, who, having lost a new toy, which has been bought for it, cries and is inconsolable. One would not wish to scold the child, but to comfort it. Let us suppose that it is not the mother or the father who is dealing with the child, but an aunt or grandmother, whose manner toward the child, who has been up to some mischief, is aunt-like or grandmotherly. The gesture, especially with the right hand, suggests, "Never mind, little one. It would be quite good if we were to bear such little The gesture, especially with the right hand, suggests, "Never mind, little one." It would be quite good if we were to bear such little stories in mind. You must feel the Z, more especially in the arm, not in the wrist, but in the downward movement of the arm. Up to now, my dear friends, we have mainly considered the nature of the individual sounds as such. At this point, it will be necessary for us to discover the right way of expressing the connection between the sounds. And in order to lead over, gradually, into this somewhat different sphere, I shall from time to time take the opportunity of making certain observations. As occasion offers, I shall deviate from the purely artistic side of eurythmy and refer to educational and also to curative eurythmy. Thus, when I pass over to educational eurythmy, you will see how this aspect of eurythmy must be derived from the inner nature of the sounds, as we have studied them in these lectures. It is quite obvious that in the beginning, when teaching the movements, one should, as far as possible, choose words expressing a definite mood or feeling, so that one enters into the spirit of eurythmy by means of the feeling contained in the sounds. And by this means we are able to conjure up a right attitude toward eurythmy, a realization that eurythmy is a language which may indeed be understood if only approached without prejudice. Now everything is contained for us in this word rascheln, if you make the movement as clearly as possible and with great precision. Only you must never lose sight of the fact that it is not the external process only which is of importance, but that the movements must be permeated by feeling. When this word is shown now in eurythmy, I shall be able to tell you what is really contained within it, just at one particular point, and then you will indeed perceive what is hidden in this word. The word was demonstrated. Now, for instance, the person who has been disturbed by the rustling pokes his nose in the direction from which it comes. So you see, when we take into account the subjective element of feeling, we find that absolutely everything is contained in eurythmy. We will now take another very characteristic word. You will remember my description of the sound ts. K is similar but stronger. In the sound K, we have matter governed, mastered by spirit. Suppose for a moment that you are confronted by a regular termagant, by somebody who appears all physical strength and of whom you are somewhat afraid. It is not easy to deal with such a person, but although you have to brace yourself against his behavior, you nevertheless wish to get rid of him, to, as it were, blow him away. You say to him then, but in eurythmy, kush. In this word you have every possibility of feeling these things. There is the repulsing of the person in question, the feeling of gathering oneself together in order to confront him. But there is also the mastery over him. In practicing the word, do it in such a way that you have a very clear sh at the end. For the pacifying element in the word kush lies in the fact that one intends to get rid of something. Now, in teaching eurythmy, it is important to choose those words in which one can, on the one side, still feel the plastic formation of the sounds, and on the other side, the inner life that is thereby developed. Now, these sounds make up, in themselves, the separate elementary parts of eurythmy as a whole. From these parts, words are then put together. When, in a word, let us say, for instance, the word rascheln, you simply make the sounds in an intellectual manner, one after another, the result will not be a word in the true sense. It is an undeniable fact that a word is much more of a complete whole than one usually thinks. If this were not so, we, as speaking human beings, could never have become so dried up and lifeless as we unfortunately are. When we read aloud, we do not read the individual sounds quite distinctly. We glide over the whole word and only touch lightly upon the single sounds. The one sound passes over into the other, and in ordinary speech also, the one sound passes over into the next. In eurythmy, therefore, we must not only pay particular attention to the forming of the single sounds, but, above all, to the movement which expresses the transition from sound to sound. A word can only become beautiful in eurythmy if one succeeds in obtaining a natural transition from one sound to the next. And so it becomes necessary to turn our attention to the way in which one sound proceeds out of the other. One should try to discover how this takes place, and for this reason it is good to take characteristic words which occur very often, practicing them, not so much from the point of view of the individual sounds, but as a whole. Take, for instance, the word und, and, the simple word und, and try to show it in one continuous, unbroken movement. Try, before you have quite finished the u sound, to begin the n. This lends itself very well to eurythmy. Before the movement for u is really completed, let it pass over into n, un, and from this immediately make the transition into the d, und. From a study of eurythmy, it is really possible to discover the inner intentions of the genius of language. I told you that d is the indicating movement. This is shown clearly in eurythmy. Now, how does the word und end? It ends with d, with the indicating movement. What purpose does the word und really serve? We say, for instance, sun and moon. There is the sun. We turn from the sun to the moon, indicating the moon by means of the and. Thus, through eurythmy, one is able to rediscover the primeval gestures underlying speech. All this must be felt and experienced. Bearing this in mind, let us take a word that even in the German language has long lost its plastic form, which, however, it once possessed to a very high degree. When I say once, that does not mean centuries ago. I refer to a not so very distant past. At that time, this word had a plastic form. It is true that the word, as we now know it, is comparatively modern, but as it emerged from the dialect, it still had its plastic character. And as dialect, it still retains this character today. As I said before, we must not allow our feeling for such things to be disturbed by a philology which in its own place is fully justified. Let us take this German word, Mensch, human being, and let us express it in eurythmy, somewhat shortening the final sh sound, Mensch. Here we have a distinct feeling of the blowing past at the end of the word. How do the eurythmy movements for this word affect us? They give us the impression of the transience of human life. They give us a picture of the fleeting nature of man. Carrying this somewhat farther, we are shown the insignificance of the human being. This is what the eurythmic gestures say to us when showing the word Mensch as a whole. Now, in dialect, the word Mensch signifies a woman of completely trivial character. The word is not used in any bad sense, but simply indicates a woman who is quite uninteresting, das Mensch. Here the element of insignificance is strongly emphasized, and the tragic conception which one has regarding der Mensch is carried further and colored with contempt when one says das Mensch. Thus, in the plastic gestures and movements of eurythmy, we have the possibility of learning to feel deeply the meaning and true nature of words. There is one thing, however, about which we must be perfectly clear. Eurythmy, by means of the sounds which make up the different words, necessarily leads us into the inner nature of that to which the sounds themselves refer. When you see words for apparently the same thing shown in eurythmy, you will nevertheless perceive, by the character of the movements, the difference in the character of the words. Will Fräulein B and Fräulein W now stand side by side, and we will ask Fräulein B first to show the word Kopf, and afterward Fräulein W will show Testa. Now, with the word Kopf, you have the feeling that the eurythmist wishes to form something round, wishes to be a sculptor. The eurythmist who is showing the word Testa is determined to be in the right. In this way you see visibly expressed the essential characteristics of any particular word. These things must be borne in mind. Then you will discover how, through eurythmy, the character of the different languages is revealed in a most subtle and marvelous way. You can feel how the character of the different languages rises up, as it were, before your very eyes. In order that this may be more fully illustrated, let us now see a German, an English, a French, and possibly also an Hungarian and a Russian poem interpreted in eurythmy, in such a way, moreover, that by emphasizing as far as possible all the sounds, the character of the poem in question is clearly shown. Parenthesis, the poems were then demonstrated by representatives of the different nations. Close parenthesis. You will at once perceive how, for instance, the English language reveals its connection with the waves of the sea. And the mastery of the waves, which lies so strongly in the English language, comes out extraordinarily clearly in eurythmy. In the Magyar language, the feeling, the mood which is brought to expression, is that the Magyar can only picture himself as being planted firmly on the earth and having to roam through thicket and forest. This too you can see in the interpretation of the Magyar poem. Russian, again, is a language which is merely suggestive, which only gives a faint indication of the inner nature of the word. It is a language which has not yet its true being, but is following the tracks leading it toward this being, and is pointing on all sides toward the future. And now I should like you to compare two things which will give you an insight into the marked way in which this difference of character reveals itself. One must learn to feel this, otherwise one cannot find one's way into the nature of eurythmy. A purely theoretical, intellectual explanation will not suffice. We must be led to a true feeling and understanding of what eurythmy really is. Let us then compare the eurythmic interpretation of a Russian poem with that of a French poem. Try to realize the great contrast between the two. Parenthesis, the Russian poem was here demonstrated, close parenthesis. Now, with the Russian poem, you see how one follows on the tracks of the word. And try now with the other poem, the French poem, to observe how there is, as it were, even in front of a word, a tripping away from it. Parenthesis, the French poem was then demonstrated, close parenthesis. Here there is the feeling of always being in front of the word. You see, these two languages may really be compared to day and night, to the opposite poles. Their characteristics are so different. When you consider all these things, which are really quite apparent, you will feel bound to say, in eurythmy there is the possibility of bringing clearly to expression the living spirit which is embodied in language, and above all the character of the language. For this reason, eurythmy is particularly well fitted to express all that lies behind language, and one must, of course, be able to express what lies behind language. In this connection, we will take our start from something quite definite. We differentiate, when we speak in this way, between abstract words, words which indicate the abstract, and words which indicate the concrete. The point is that with words indicating something abstract, the play of feeling is quite different from concrete words. if one has an unprejudiced, lively perception, if one is neither a frog nor a fish, and without being either frog or fish listens to speech, then one has, in the case of an abstraction, the feeling of being hollowed out, of becoming empty. One becomes inwardly glacial when one hears abstractions. Naturally, one must cultivate a sensitiveness for this. One should, for example, even develop sensitiveness for things which, when uttered, must be said to sound paradoxical. But whoever will live into language, and thereby into eurythmy, in an artistic way, he must be able to form just such sensitive inner perceptions. People read Kant. Now, you are all educated people, and you know, do you not, even if you have not read Kant yourselves, what a figure one must make of oneself if one reads Kant. Mit Heiterkeit. Well, why does this strike you as so humorous? Readers aside, excuse me, I think that in the parenthesis the actual first word is English, mirth, and then the German of that is Heiterkeit. End of readers aside. You think one can't do that. I will prove to you at once that one can do it quite adequately. It is only so disagreeable to read Kant in the town or in a reading room or lecture room. He does not fit in here. But try just once, when it is really cold, to read Kant on Mont Blanc, and you will see at once how adequate this is. Isn't it so? When you begin Kant, it is abstract. When you end Kant, it is abstract. If you actually read him in the icy atmosphere, there he fits in admirably. He fits in there. If you can think of such a thing, there the feeling is out and out suited to the abstract. The concrete must not be read on Mont Blanc, but this must be read or spoken by the warm stove. This does not hollow one out, but one is replenished. And there's a diagram. And now just try. In a connection in which something must be conceived as abstract, really to indicate the abstraction, let us first show an abstract word. Naturally, all this is relative, for what is abstract for one person can be very concrete for another. But now, let us take something very abstract, and you indicate for us the gestures, the movement, that is to say, for the abstraction in general. We will suppose, for example, that in some connection there appeared the word, in quotes, triangle, and you wanted to show its abstraction. You must do this in such a way, there's this diagram, that if this is background and this foreground, this movement would appear, parenthesis, the movement was stepped in space, close parenthesis. You take on yourself the unpleasant task of hollowing something out. You build, as it were, if I express myself in a drastic manner, the front part of a barrel, so that you have not got the wine in front of you, but behind you, so that you cover it. The front part of a barrel makes the abstraction. Now, make the concrete, let us say, for example, frog or fish, anything we like, for everything is concrete that can be seen. Now, the essential nature of the concrete is this movement. And again, there's a diagram. When you do this movement, then you can give the impression that you have the wine in front of you. You take it into your care. You feel in yourself that which represents replenishment. Suppose we wished to show in eurythmy a strong feeling of affirmation. The young man leaves his parents' house. They declare, as he bids them farewell, that he will come back again. You will come back to us again, says the father. Try now to express in eurythmy this phrase, you will come back to me again. And in doing so, show clearly the feeling of affirmation. How do we express this? By a step. When we wish to affirm something, we take a step forward, toward the right. And in this step there must be the feeling, as it were, of the E sound, of assertion. Thus, affirmation is expressed by a movement of the foot from the back forward. Negation, let us suppose that somebody tells a child he is not to do something, you must never do that again. If you wish to emphasize this feeling of negation, you must do so by taking a step backward, toward the left. These things are, of course, quite elementary. Thus we can pass over from what is revealed as to the nature of the single word to the inner logic which is contained in language. And in this way the character of the language becomes still more evident. If one considers the single sound as such, when expressing a poem in eurythmy in any language, then the character of the language is emphasized. When, on the other hand, we take into consideration things which we shall be studying presently, when we pass over to logic as it is expressed in language, then more emphasis is laid on the character of the people. Let us pass over now to this logic of language, and to begin with, take the feeling of wonder. When a passage occurs in which the feeling of wonder is expressed, you will make the movement for wonder, movement for ah, and you must merge the movement in with the other sounds, so that both mood and sounds are shown. Much study is required before one succeeds in expressing the succession of sounds, together with the indication of the logic of language, of the emotional content. Ach, wie schön, oh, how beautiful, Try here to put the two things together, the movement for wonder and the sounds contained in the words, Ach, wie schön. The movement expressing wonder must be united with the actual single sounds. Wonder must lie in the formation of the sound. Tomorrow we will analyze other similar movements. There's a footnote. According to feeling and mood, other vowels might of course also be chosen to add color to the whole. These would likewise have to be blended in with the actual succession of sound. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 5, entitled The Mood and Feeling of a Poem. Today we will continue our study of those things with which we have already made a beginning in the previous lecture. We took as our starting point the inner feeling and mood of the individual sounds, and from this we passed over to the more general characteristics of speech. In so doing, we considered not only the sounds as such, but also the feeling lying behind them, or their logical content. In this lecture I shall not be dealing so much with the single sounds, but I shall speak about the mood and feeling which may be called up within us by a poem taken as a whole. In the first place, later we shall gather the different threads together. In the first place, we have something which can serve to bring out the finer nuances and shades of feeling which arise out of the word, out of the way in which the different sounds are put together. We can, for instance, say something aloud, and by emphasizing one word more than another, show by our manner of speaking the feeling lying behind the actual words. It is obvious that much depends upon emphasis, and in writing this emphasis is shown by such things as question marks, exclamation marks, and so on. The simple little example which follows will give you an insight into the importance of correct emphasis. If I remember rightly, in Szegedin in Hungary there was once a company of actors who were giving a performance of Schiller's title Räuber in a barn, of all places, next door to a cattle shed. One of the actors did not know the text perfectly, and was also unable to understand the prompter. The prompter's text may have been inaccurate. In any case, the whole affair was somewhat primitive, and the amateurish effect was not lessened when a regular dispute took place in the presence of the audience. This dispute arose owing to the fact that one of the oxen suddenly broke through the wall and gazed around, so that its horns and muzzle were visible on the stage. At this moment, the actor, who was somewhat alarmed, said, looking in the direction of the cow, quote, "Seid ihr auch wohl mein Vater?" Close quote, "Are you indeed my father?" The prompter corrected him, saying, should he not say, "Seid ihr auch wohl mein Vater?" Are you well, my father? And that did not please the stage manager, who made the following correction. Here he should say, "Seid ihr auch wohl mein Vater?" Can you be my father? So, you see, everything depends upon emphasis. And as we must be able to express in Eurythmy all the fundamental elements of language, it must also be possible to express what in speech would be brought about by means of emphasis, and in writing by means of the question mark, the exclamation mark, or something of that kind. To fulfill this need, we have a movement which gives rise to a feeling similar to that called up in written language by the exclamation or the question mark. This movement must be carried out in the following way. The eurythmist places both the right and left arm in the position indicated in the diagram, and there's a diagram on page 90. The left hand being turned slightly inward and the fingers held loosely. This, then, is a movement which should be made use of as occasion offers. I shall speak about color in Eurythmy later on. Now, of course, the eurythmist must only make use of this movement at suitable moments, and the way in which it is used must be very carefully studied. For instance, the eurythmist must come to an understanding with the reciter, so that a single pause is made in the reading. And it must be done in such a way that the onlooker can see clearly that the eurythmist is here passing over from the movement, first into a relative and then into a complete state of rest, so that the movement brings about a distinct break in the poem. For example, if I say, "How lovely the sunshine is today," we must make the most of it. The point would be to express the exclamation adequately. Therefore, at the point where the exclamation mark is, you would bring the movement, which otherwise is in constant flow, to a standstill. You would take up this position quite quietly and then proceed. Such an example offers a good opportunity for the clear expression of this movement. An excellent opportunity for applying this movement is to be found in such a poem as Goethe's Zauberlehrling, where many exclamations occur. In this poem, the movement would serve to bring out what may be called humor in the truly artistic sense of that word. For instance, at the end of the line, "In die Ecke Besen, Besen seid's gewesen," the movement for the exclamation is strongly called for, and again at the end of the next line, "denn als Geister." When the magician himself is speaking, the movement would not be suitable, for he is a stately personage. But it would be particularly good if the eurythmist, who is interpreting the part of the pupil, would introduce this movement quite frequently. Again, it could be made use of after "brav getroffen," and also after "und ich atme frei." There is another gesture expressing mood, which we may use when we wish to show liveliness or mirth, Heiterkeit. You must carry out this gesture in such a way that you try, when making it, to stand on tiptoe. Thus, when the mirth is at its height, you must rise on the toes, and then, supposing this to be your head, proceed to take up this position with your arms, spreading out your fingers. In this way we get the movement for mirth or liveliness. When, in addition to spreading out your fingers, you move them about, the feeling of gaiety will be particularly well expressed. Such a movement gives the effect of merry laughter and possesses very great charm. Let us take the following sentence. He went up into the reading desk, but before he could begin his lecture, a fly settled on his nose. General consternation. The movement should be made after the word nose. You see, even you who are behind the scenes and know all about it, addressing one of the eurythmists present, have succumbed to a very natural expression of mirth. And this feeling of mirth, as it seems to me, is expressed remarkably well by this movement. There are many opportunities in dialogue in poems of a dramatic nature, where you wish to make a dramatic effect, when you can use another movement which is extraordinarily expressive. Picture the upper arm drawn downward, with the forefinger pointing upward, while the left arm is held pressed against the side. Picture this movement to yourselves. And now imagine that somebody said, quote, "I could have done that much more cleverly than you," close quote. This could be expressed in Eurythmy by the movement for, quote, "confoundedly clever," close quote. In German, verflucht gescheit. Let me say it again, verflucht gescheit. This movement must be shown by making a sharp angle with the left arm and pointing upward with the right. In these Eurythmy figures, you see before you the movements for the question or exclamation, mirth and, quote, "confoundedly clever," close quote. Here, indicating the next figure, you have a movement which requires the closest study. The movement consists in bringing the hand and lower arm into this position, there's a diagram, with the first finger pointing upward. For the characteristic feature of this movement is that it always indicates insight, discernment. Whenever this movement makes its appearance, it expresses insight. The finger, however, must not actually point, but it must be held in an upright position. In this way, something of the gesture for cleverness is contained in this solemn gesture expressing knowledge, German Erkenntnis. When, therefore, you hold the right arm in an upright position, in the way I have described, and when you separate the rhythmic system and the head, which are chiefly concerned here, from the lower part of the human being, by holding the left arm across the body, with the hand turned upward as if to support the right elbow, then you have the complete movement for knowledge. There are many opportunities for making use of this movement, for every word which indicates that one has perceived something, that one has absorbed something into one's being, can certainly be regarded as coming from the sphere of knowledge. Readers aside, again, there are a number of diagrams here that I am unable to adequately describe. I recommend that you acquire the book. End of readers aside. The mood of a poem can be greatly enhanced when at the end of a line this gesture is used to show that the content of the poem has been absorbed and understood. Many poems, as for example Uhland's Des Sangers Fluch, quote, "Es stand in alten Zeiten ein Schloss so hoch und her," close quote, can gain very much if the eurythmist makes this movement for knowledge before actually beginning the text. How much has been added to the interest of a poem by introducing such a movement at the beginning will become apparent as the poem proceeds. Do it in such a way that your whole body expresses the gesture for knowledge. From any natural, simple position, pass over into the gesture for knowledge. By so doing, you develop the poem out of a mood which in itself at once gives the keynote to the poem, showing that its character is reflective and thoughtful. There is another gesture of mood which rightly claims our attention, one which lays special stress on the mood otherwise shown by the gesture for E, that is to say, the mood of self-assertion. E is always the assertion of self. But when the self-assertion does not lie in the sound, when it goes beyond the sound into the general mood and feeling of the poem, then it can be expressed in another way, by another gesture. In this gesture, one must stand on the left leg with the right knee bent. Both arms must be held in front of the body, but in such a way that they are bent somewhat backward, especially the hands. Here we take the movement expressing exaggerated self-assertion. Starke Selbstbehauptung. Fräulein V., will you show the following sentence in Eurythmy, passing at the end into this gesture, the gesture expressing the wildest delusion, quote, "Am I not the Emperor of China?" Now for the movement. This is how life can be brought into what we have to express. And the essential, the all-important thing, is that Eurythmy should be filled with life. I wanted today to bring before you such expressive gestures as these, so that we shall be able in the following lectures to lead on without a break into a consideration of much that is of the greatest interest. There is yet another gesture, which consists in the first place of making oneself appear as broad as possible. Then one proceeds to make the movement for insatiable desire, Unersättlichkeit, a movement which indicates that one cannot get enough of something. In other words, the gesture for intense desire. Let us take, for instance, the following sentence: "And when I have come to the end of it, pass over immediately, as you did before, into this gesture of craving for more." Let us now take this quite serious sentence and follow it with the gesture. Quote, "Thou gavest me everything, everything that I asked of thee." Close quote. But you must not turn your hands outward, for that would express more the feeling of rejection. You want more. The movement showing the desire for more must be turned inward. And you must make yourself as broad as possible, standing with both feet firmly on the earth. One need not only apply this movement when one's own feeling of longing is unappeased, but also when something occurs giving rise to the feeling of craving, of dissatisfaction, of the longing for more. Take the following sentence as I repeat it, and here also make the movement of the conclusion in such a way that no pause ensues, but that you simply pass over into this movement at the end of the text. Quote, "Soll das ganze Haus ersaufen?" Close quote. Is the whole house to be swamped? Corresponding gesture. There is to be no end to it, hence the feeling of a demand which can never be satisfied. Now we come to those things which lead us more into the inward part of man's being. Here we have a movement which expresses inwardness of feeling, which is intended to express that mood of soul which manifests itself as inwardness of feeling. This may be shown by standing on the ball of the foot, the heel slightly raised above the ground, but only very slightly, for if it is raised too high, it does not give the feeling of inwardness. Thus, with heels raised slightly above the ground, standing on the ball of the foot, we should take up this position with both arms. The arms should be held gently in front of the body, the thumb touching the forefinger. This gesture expresses the feeling of inwardness, of tenderness, Innigkeit. If you imagined to yourself that you were holding a baby and that you wanted to enter into a certain relationship with the guardian angel of this baby, you would hold it in this way, and you would then have the movement for inwardness. Let us take a particularly solemn sentence and make this gesture at its close. Try to express in Eurythmy, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden." And now the gesture. This is purely lyrical. If now you wish to raise the whole thing out of the lyric mood and give a grander impression, you can pass over from the movement for inwardness to that of the exclamation. Thus, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden." Now, make the movement for inwardness followed by that of the exclamation. If these movements are carried out in the tempo which one feels to be suitable, a very powerful impression will be created. Something which in its feeling is closely related to the mood of inwardness, but which at the same time is quite different, is the feeling of lovableness, Liebenswürdigkeit, charm. This feeling is also expressed by raising the heels slightly from the ground, but the arms, while retaining to some extent the former position, are moved, the left arm being raised upward and the right arm drawn downward. This then is the gesture for expressing the quality of lovableness. You must, however, feel that this really is the gesture which expresses lovableness. Very much depends upon holding the arms quite lightly, and in giving the feeling of really going out beyond oneself. I need only remind you how charming children can be when one coaxes them and says, "Come and show me how big you are." Children are never more delightful than at such a moment. If we wished to show the following sentence in Eurythmy, quote, "I have to thank your smile for a happy moment," close quote, then it would be very appropriate to finish with the movement for lovableness. At one time, when in Vienna, I knew a certain composer who has since become very famous. He liked very much to be invited out, and the hostess always exerted herself to provide him with the most delectable fare. She brought this to quite an art. This composer had a particularly fine appreciation for such things, and as a rule he said, when taking his departure, quote, "What a glorious symphony we have partaken of today," close quote. That was always the compliment he paid to his hostess. It was a stereotyped compliment enough, but he was a great man. Let us take the sentence and at its end make use of the gesture expressing charm, lovableness. You see that it goes absolutely by itself, and this example shows you how it can be felt. But the composer who was responsible for this saying would hardly have been able to make the movement with the same ease as an eurythmist, for it was no other than Brahms. Another gesture which brings us into relationship with the outer world, with other human beings, is the one which we can make use of when we wish to impart something, when we wish to make a communication, Mitteilung. This gesture is carried out in the following way. You must stand quite naturally on one foot, the heel of the other foot, which is further forward, resting lightly on the ground. The right arm must be lifted up, with the thumb, first finger, and middle finger pointing forward. The left arm must be held lower, and must also be stretched somewhat outward toward the front, the palm of the hand turned upward. This movement indicates that something is given, not an actual gift, but something is imparted by means of speech. There is therefore at the same time an indication of a gift. And here, in the left arm, the gesture of communication. I communicate something. This is the significance of the movement. Let us take, for instance, the words, "Verily, verily, I say unto you." Here we see very clearly the wish to impart something, to communicate something, and it is a wonderful opportunity for the use of this gesture of communication. Now we come to a movement, the character of which is shown when, at the appropriate moment, one stands firmly on the ground, the hands clenched, the arms stretched downward and pressed against the body. The head should be held erect. In addition to this, the eurythmist should try to have the feeling that the eyes are not actually looking at anything, but that they are not actually seeing anything, but that the gaze is rigid and fixed. Then the movement will be very expressive. It is one which can often be made use of during the text of a poem. Here's a German poem. Blass lag der Kranke, sein Auge erlosch, Schluchzen umgab ihn. Pale was the sick man, dim was his eye, weeping friends surrounded him. The mood underlying such a sentence will be brought out particularly well if the eurythmist succeeds in making use of this movement in the places which I will here indicate with dots. Blass lag, dots, der Kranke, sein Auge, dots, erlosch, Schluchzen, dots, umgab ihn. You will easily see how individual eurythmy can become when such movements are introduced, and how fine can be the nuances of its expression. This then is the movement for sadness, Traurigkeit. There is another movement which consists once more of standing firmly on both feet, with the arms held right back and the hands also right back. This is the movement for despair, Verzweiflung. And you will very soon discover how strongly this feeling is expressed by the movement, particularly by the muscles of the inner arm. You will have the feeling this is indeed the expression of despair. Now we will try to do in eurythmy the first lines of the monologue in Faust, and after the word studiert, we will make the movement for despair. German, habe nun auch Philosophie, Juristerie und Medizin und leider auch Theologie durchaus studiert. I've studied now philosophy and jurisprudence, medicine, and even, alas, theology, from end to end with labor keen. Here, make the movement for despair. You see, when a movement really expresses the corresponding mood of soul, it undeniably enhances the dramatic effect of what has preceded it. I should like to close today's lecture by saying a few words which may help to throw light on these movements and the way in which they should be studied. Study all such movements, then by making use of them, you will be able to bring to plastic eurythmic expression many different shades of feeling. You will be able to enter more fully into the way in which a poem unfolds and to study its dramatic, lyric, or epic content. If you really feel your way into these movements, you will be able to bring a strong dramatic element into your eurythmy. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 6, entitled Different Aspects of the Soul Life, the Inner Nature of Color. Yesterday we concerned ourselves with various moods and shades of feeling, and with the way in which these can be expressed by means of eurythmic gesture. Today, to begin with, we will continue along somewhat similar lines. Taking our start from the point at which we left off yesterday, we will first consider the mood of devotion or piety, German Andacht. It is very necessary, when trying to experience some such mood of soul, to realize that eurythmy does not attempt to interpret by means of ordinary mime. On the contrary, as we saw when studying the vowels and consonants, eurythmy seeks to draw the plastic form corresponding to such a feeling and mood from out of the whole human being, the whole human organization. We know that in the case of the vowels and consonants, the movements are formed in such a way that they simply imitate and make visible what really exists as a kind of air form when the human being speaks. When we speak, we make certain forms in the air. If by any means we were able to retain these forms and to hold them fast, we should have the original forms of the gestures which we use to express the sounds. If, however, we wish to express some definite mood of soul, then we naturally approach much more closely to the arbitrary gesture, to the gesture which arises in ordinary everyday life, when we ourselves are experiencing the mood in question. It is undeniable that today many people avoid the use of gesture, because apparently they have an idea that gesture is not the thing. On the other hand, however, the more the human being loses himself in feeling, the more he develops a mood of soul transcending the ordinary life of every day. So much the more does the use of gesture become necessary. And such a mood of soul is that of devotion. In this devotional mood, man has always felt the need for making a certain gesture, and the eurythmic gesture for devotion is one which, in its very nature, corresponds to the instinctive attitude adopted when this mood arises in the soul. For this reason, the eurythmic gesture for devotion approximates more nearly to the naturalistic position than can be the case with most of the other movements. To express this mood of devotion, the arms are held downward, close to the body, and then bent upward from the elbow, the hands and fingers taking up a position corresponding to one of the vowels, oo, for instance, or ah. Thus, according to the shade of feeling which one wishes to introduce into the mood of devotion, any one of these gestures may be adopted. It is important that the gesture expressing this mood should be carried out in such a way that it is separated right off from the movements otherwise occurring in the course of the poem, so that in order to get the best effect, it is as well, in such a case, to make use of the gesture at the beginning and again at the end of the poem. If, however, a devotional mood runs continuously through the whole of the prayer, the movement can be made at the beginning and at the end of every verse. Will you now make use of this gesture when I say the following words? O Holy Spirit, hearken to the cry of my soul. O göttlicher Geist, erhöre meines Herzens Ruf. The gesture should here be made both before and after the sentence. It would be especially good if the onlooker were actually to see how the upper arms are drawn downward, pressed against the sides. This should precede the actual gesture for devotion. See diagram, close parenthesis. An intensification of the mood of devotion is the mood of solemnity or ceremonial, Feierlichkeit. This mood of solemnity is in a way not unlike the mood of knowledge, of wisdom. Only in the latter case the movement is reversed. Thus, to express knowledge, we make use of the same movement toward the right as we use toward the left when expressing solemnity. This can only be experienced when there is an absolutely clear realization of the relation existing between these two moods of feeling. Knowledge entails the taking into ourselves of something outside, something which we wish to unite with our own being. Thus the point is that we do not take knowledge in its deep significance into the gesture. If man had no knowledge, he could not be said to be man at all. It is through the capacity for absorbing knowledge that he first becomes truly human. So that knowledge, wisdom, should be looked upon as something which adds to the dignity of man, but which, on the other hand, contains within it a certain activity of soul. Activity is always expressed in Eurythmy by turning toward the right. If we take the mood of knowledge and change it, making it more passive, more devotional, we get the feeling of solemnity. But wherever the passive element enters in, wherever there is little feeling of activity, then we turn toward the left and make our movements toward the left. And it is in this way that we express the mood of solemnity. We make a movement similar to that of knowledge, but in this case toward the left. Let us take an example in which we can make use of this gesture. Quote, over the destiny of man shine the inviolable stars, close quote, in German, über menschlichen Schicksalen glänzen heilge Sterne, close quote. Here you should make the gesture both at the beginning and at the end. Begin by indicating the gesture for knowledge, and then carry it over into that of solemnity. In Eurythmy we have chiefly to do with the expression and revelation of certain qualities of soul, and we shall see that the whole content of the soul life may be divided into three categories, into thinking, feeling, and willing. Now it is important when interpreting a poem, really, to express its fundamental character. And when this character changes in the course of a poem, when, for example, thinking passes over into feeling or feeling into will, it is then very important that this should be shown in the whole bearing and in the character of the movements. Let us take, to begin with, the two polar opposites, thinking and willing. They are indeed the most contrasted activities of the human soul. When the human being thinks, I am speaking here in the widest sense of the word, this is a process which depends upon the head as it rests quietly on the shoulders. By means of external sense perception, we cannot see the process of thought. It takes place in the quietly resting head. The activity of will is the extreme opposite of this. When the activity of will does not make its appearance in the external world in some form or another, then it remains intention only. Real activity of will makes its appearance in the external world. Such activity can be seen. But insofar as the inward experience of the human being is concerned, this will activity remains dark, just as what takes place within the human being during the night remains dark to him. The human being knows nothing of his experiences as these take place during the night. He is just as little conscious of the relation between his soul and his muscles and bones, when some movement arises which is the expression of will activity. When you have a straight line, you have something before you which is absolutely definite. You need only have a small portion of a straight line, and its direction as a whole is absolutely determined. The straight line is something about which there can be no doubt whatever. The curved line, on the other hand, is something which impels us to follow it, but we do not know exactly where it is going to lead us. There are, it is true, regularly formed curved lines, but even in this case, one experiences such regularity differently from the way in which one experiences the straight line. For this reason, in Eurythmy, the straight line is used to denote thought and the curved line to denote will. You must therefore try to introduce straight lines into your form when you wish to express the element of thought, and curved lines when you wish to express will activity. Now, here, of course, much depends upon the eurythmist's conception of a poem. One might say, in this particular poem I intend to express the element of will. Another says, perhaps, I shall express thought, the imparting of something by means of thought. Two quite different conceptions. So in cases where the matter is not absolutely obvious, the choice of interpretation lies in the hands of the individual eurythmist. This makes it necessary, when you begin to work out a poem, to put to yourselves the following question: what, in my opinion, is the fundamental character of this poem? Does it lean more toward thought? Does it impart something? Let us take, for example, the following. This is a German poem. Forgive my pronunciation. Dale, readers aside. Zu Aachen in seiner Kaiserpracht, im altertümlichen Saale, saß König Rudolfs heilige Macht, beim festlichen Krönungsmahle. Die Speisen trug der Pfalzgraf des Rheins, es schenkte der Böhme des perlenden Weins, und alle die Wähler, die 7, wie der Sterne Chor die Sonne sich stellt, umstanden geschäftig der Herrscher der Welt, die Würde des Amtes zu üben. Close quote. In this poem there is a succession of thoughts, as is usually the case with the pure epic. But if at any point the thought element were to pass over into the element of will, we should have to show this also in the eurythmic form. The particular verse I have just quoted, however, would best be expressed by moving as far as possible in straight lines. Now, it is of course also possible to combine straight lines in such a way that various figures are formed, so that you can introduce other characteristics beside thought by moving in a triangle, a square, or a pentagram, as the case may be. Readers aside, and there are 3 shapes: a triangle, a square, let's say, and a polygon of some kind for thinking. End of readers aside. Steiner again. On the other hand, if the thought is of a more complicated nature, you might perhaps make use of such a form as this. Readers aside, it looks like 2 triangles pointing at each other, one upside down, one right side up. End of readers aside. Every conceivable curved line serves to express the element of will. Feeling is shown by making use of some sort of combination of straight and curved lines. Here you have opportunity for a wide play of fancy. Now it will be necessary to work out eurythmy forms along these lines. All of you will be able to make such forms for yourselves, and by trying to do so you will create an inner relationship between the eurythmy and the poem. Then the question naturally arises: what is the connection between such forms as these and those forms which have been given as standard forms, as forms which have been worked out in such a way as to bring out the special character of the poem? You will discover, however, that these guiding lines really underlie all such forms. You will invariably find this to be the case. On the other hand, you will also find, when working out such forms, that care has been taken to show where called for the more intimate character of a poem. Let me read that again. On the other hand, you will also find, when working out such forms, that care has been taken to show, where called for, the more intimate character of a poem. What does this mean? The fact of the matter is that by far the greater number of so-called poems are in reality not poetry at all. For a true poet must be able to enter into the essential nature of language, so that what he has to say is not merely prose content, more or less crudely clothed in verse, but is expressed through the way in which he handles the language itself. To express wonder in a poem by making use of some such phrase as, "Oh, how wonderful," cannot be said to be artistic. A truly artistic sense will lead one to introduce as many ah sounds as possible into a poem at the moment when one wishes to express this feeling of wonder. In the same way, it would be good to make use of the oo sound when dealing with the past, when looking back into the past. On the other hand, when there is the wish to express the gathering together of inner forces as a result of some external contact, it would be well to introduce the a sound. Thus, when a true poet wishes to express the element of thought, he will make special use of the a sound. I am speaking now in quite an idealistic sense, for it will rarely be possible to carry out all the demands of art. If this were done, very, very few poems would be written, for which one might indeed be thankful, for the poet would not quickly acquire the necessary intuition. If a poet makes use of many a or e sounds, you may be sure that he is a poet who chiefly tends to express the element of thought. He tends to the epic in poetry. Whereas you will find that a poet who is making use of the vowel sounds a, o, and u tends more to express feeling in his poems. A poet who makes little use of vowels and much use of consonants is one who is developing the will side of his nature. Therefore you must follow closely the character of the poet when building up an eurythmic form. When therefore you observe that a poem arises more out of the intellect, and this is of course perfectly justifiable, you will make use of straight lines in the form. When you observe that feeling is more in evidence, you will combine both straight and curved lines. When, however, the element of will comes most strongly to expression in a poem, even thought colored by feeling, then you must make use of curved lines only. If now, bearing this in mind, you proceed to examine the various forms which have been given from time to time, you will discover, and only then can you discover, how the more intimate structure of a poem is built up and must be followed in the form. It will perhaps be interesting to see, paying at first no attention to its content, what sort of result is obtained when a poem is interpreted according to the indications which have been given for thinking, feeling, and willing. One can think of poems which lend themselves to all three methods, each of which has its own particular beauty. Let us take, for example, the well-known poem. Okay, I'm going to give the German a try. Ich ging im Walde, so für mich hin, nichts zu suchen. Das war mein Sinn. Im Schatten sah ich ein Blümchen stehen, wie Sterne leuchtend, wie Äuglein schön. English, wandering upon a day through the woods alone, following no end or purpose, letting fancy lead, lo, in the shade, I saw a little flower, shining like a star in heaven, lovely as a child's blue eye. Close quote. Let us in the first place interpret the poem in such a way that we bring out the story, that we emphasize the thought element. Try therefore to improvise a form consisting of straight lines, avoiding as far as possible all rounded movements. Ich ging im Walde so für mich hin, nichts zu suchen. Das war mein Sinn. Im Schatten sah ich ein Blümchen stehen, wie Sterne leuchtend, wie Äuglein schön. Ich wollt es brechen, da sagt es fein, soll ich zum Welken gebrochen sein. Again, English, wandering upon a day through the woods alone, following no end or purpose, letting fancy lead. Lo, in the shade I saw a little flower, shining like a star in heaven, lovely as a child's blue eye. I made as if to pluck it, but gently did it say, shall I then be broken to wither and to fade? End quote. When the poem is expressed in this way, we are left with the impression that something has been related, that we have been told something. And now try to make a form consisting of curved lines. Ich ging im Walde. In this case, you see that the storytelling element falls completely away, and there is also nothing to represent the feeling line. There is, however, a strong element of feeling when, for example, the flower says, soll ich zum Welken gebrochen sein? Or again when the poet says, wie Sterne leuchtend, wie Äuglein schön. Thus this poem can be expressed either according to its thinking content, its willing content, or its feeling content. Now try to make a form consisting of straight and curved lines. Ich ging im Walde. By so doing, you give the impression that the poem is being inwardly experienced. Straight and curved lines together indicate that the eurythmist, who is interpreting the poem, continually withdraws into himself. In the case of straight lines, the interpretation becomes more abstract, less apparent. And by this means the whole thing retains its inward character. Much more is manifested outwardly when one passes over into curved lines. Now, today I want to speak about the significance of the colors which are to be seen on the Eurythmy figures, because the study of color in this connection will do much to deepen our whole attitude toward Eurythmy. Footnote: it was found that the eurythmic gestures could best be portrayed by means of figures cut out from a flat surface of wood, each one being painted with 3 harmonizing colors. They were carried out according to directions given by Dr. Steiner at the Goetheanum Dornach, where they may be obtained. End of footnote. Here, for instance, you have in this figure an indication of the colors corresponding to the sound ah. Of course, it is obviously impossible in our eurythmy to show the colors of all the different sounds, as this has been done in the case of the eurythmy figures. For if one were to do so, one would have, for instance, when an ah or an o occurred in the same line, to change, while this line was being recited, from one costume into another. That we are not yet able to do. We already know by experience the difficulties which arise when the costumes have to be changed between 2 consecutive poems. But if in the course of a poem of 4 verses, let us say, perhaps 22 or 28 changes had to be effected, there would be no coping with the situation. Nevertheless, the colors are represented here in these figures are fundamentally true. And it is a fact that one is only able to enter right into the nature of the different sounds when one is able to experience them also as color. Let us consider once again the sound ah, the sound expressing wonder, astonishment. Fundamentally speaking, color may be said to be the external expression of our feeling life. Our feeling life is objectified in the outer world as color. The reason why there is so much disagreement as to the nature of color is that people do not observe that color is really the external counterpart of the life of the soul. Now, to return to the feeling of amazement, of wonder, you will experience this feeling in the gesture of ah. And you must ask yourselves, what colors are called up in me by this gesture? Here your feelings will lead you to the color combination seen on this figure, blue-violet. That is to say, a combination of the so-called dark colors. Let us, on the other hand, take O. The mood lying behind O is that of embracing something. Here you need brighter colors, such as shown in the eurythmy figure for the O sound. For the reason already given, it is not always possible to use these colors as they are represented here in the eurythmy figures. It will, however, be of the very greatest assistance to you if, when practicing, you call up in yourselves the feeling of color in sound, the colors, for instance, of ah, o, or e. or again of U, which is, as we know, the expression of fear. In this way you enter by degrees into a more intimate relationship with the nature of the different movements. Thus, when practicing it is a good exercise to dress oneself in imagination in accordance with the colors of the Eurythmy figures. This is very much to be recommended. Picture now the colors for the sound A, the pale yellow combined with a certain amount of green. One feels how red and blue lose themselves in green, while with blue and violet one has the feeling of yielding oneself up, as in the case of A and U. One has, in the mood of self-assertion or of taking something into one's own being, the feeling of lighter colors. In the A sound we have the expression of being affected by something and of standing up against it. This is expressed in the green color. Green is obtained by mixing together yellow and blue, thus by a combination of a light and a dark color. Here we have the A expressed directly through the color itself. You grow into the feeling of this gesture when you associate it with this color. It is quite impossible to enter into these things with the understanding. They can only be felt and experienced inwardly. For our purposes, however, we will assume that we have absorbed all this and have come so far as to recognize that the mood of any particular sound is really represented by the corresponding Eurythmy figure. Let us take the mood of the A sound. One will gradually discover, for oneself, that whole poems are really permeated throughout with the A mood. However many other vowels were to occur in such a poem, it might nevertheless have the A mood running right through it. Take, for example, a poem or any text which is to be expressed in Eurythmy, in which, let us say, there continually occurs the feeling of being unpleasantly affected by something, but at the same time a certain resistance against what is affecting one in this way. When a poem has such a mood running through it, we shall do well to choose these colors, A figure, for the dress and veil. The important thing is to learn to associate definite colors with each particular sound. Then we shall gradually reach the point at which we are able to select dresses and veils suitable to a poem as a whole. I mention all this for a very good reason, and that is to prevent the delusion arising that when a eurythmist has learned the movements for A, E, O, etc., there is nothing more to be done. Certainly the eurythmist may be able to do it all, but this by itself is no proof that he can convey it to others. You must not forget that the impression created by the eurythmic gestures is very powerful. Very powerful forces are at work, although we may not be conscious of them. There is all the difference in the world between those who, in their desire to master eurythmy very rapidly, would be liable to believe, for instance, that the sound E has been made when the arm is simply held out in the right direction, and those who make the E in such a way that the stretched movement is clearly visible. There is a great difference whether I make the movement in this way or in this way, whether I merely extend the arms or whether I bring the stretched feeling to visible expression. In order to acquire free artistic movements while actually carrying out any gesture, it is necessary to be conscious of the feeling and mood contained in the sound in question. This, however, can only come about when one really studies the individual sounds. And an important feature of this study is the clothing of oneself in imagination in the corresponding colors. All this should be taken into account in the teaching of eurythmy, both as an art and as a means of education. Eurythmists must accustom themselves to live in the world of color. This experience of color was natural to humanity in the days of the old clairvoyants, but has since been lost. It appeared again in a somewhat distorted form at the end of the Kali Yuga, in certain more or less pathological cases. And at that time one met such people who maintained that Vienna was the color of dark lilac, Czernowitz yellow, Prague yellowish orange, Berlin a combination of yellow and gray, Paris a shimmering of rose color and blue, etc., etc. At that time people were to be found who talked in this sort of fashion, and anyone possessing a feeling for such things could up to a point understand what it was that they were trying to express. In the same way, every human being has his own particular color. This color is, of course, closely connected with the astral body, which, as we know, changes with every varying emotion. Nevertheless, each individual human being may be said to possess his own fundamental color. Thus, to the question, "You were at such and such a place. What sort of people did you meet there?" one might answer, "The color of the man I saw was blue," and another, "The color of the man I saw was red." Such a point of view is quite justifiable. It is possible to feel things in this way, for in reality it is the same impression as that which arises in the case of ordinary physical color. It is therefore a good exercise to call up in one's mind the connection existing between any special movement and its underlying character and color. (See Eurythmy figures). Here it will be of assistance to practice the sound in some such way as this. You might, for instance, take the vowel sounds a, u, e, o, e, and allow the following colors to stream through the movements: blue-violet, blue-green, greenish-yellow, reddish-yellow, red-yellow-orange. You must experience the color and make the movements simultaneously, thus working at the same time in the realm of color and of sound. By this means the movements will become noticeably flowing and supple, and you will soon see that a certain style is being developed. This brings us to the end of today's lecture, and tomorrow we shall continue the study of the characteristics underlying the various aspects of the soul life. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 7 of 15 lectures, entitled The Plastic Formation of Speech. The possibilities inherent in eurythmy will only be realized when the eurythmist is able to create the movements in all their detail out of the nature of speech itself. In eurythmy, it is almost as important to have an intimate understanding of the sounds of speech as it is to have a knowledge of the actual eurythmic movements. For this reason, I will show you today the way in which the plastic formation of speech can definitely influence eurythmy. Now, the plastic formative element is in the ordinary way not fully manifested, for it passes over into sound. It is the task of eurythmy to bring the plastic element to visible expression. When we direct our attention to the plastic element in the sounds of speech, and here we naturally take the consonants, for they lend themselves more particularly to plastic interpretation, imitating, as they do, the things and processes of the external world, we find that the sounds divide up into 4 types. First, we have the sounds which are quite definitely built up after the pattern of F or S. Then we have the sounds of the type of B, P, D, or T. When you compare the sounds of these 2 groups, you will find that they are completely different from one another. The S and F sounds are formed by allowing the breath stream to be blown freely outward. With the other sounds, D, T, B, and P, the breath stream is first inwardly controlled and is released much more consciously. It is not blown out in this case, but thrust out. Thus we must distinguish between the blowing or breath sounds and the thrusting sounds or sounds of force. The nature of these 2 types is therefore completely different. The breath sounds yield up, as it were, the inner being of man more or less passively to the outer world. They make use of the outgoing stream of the breath in order to release the in-breathed air from the body, so that these outbreathing sounds entirely depend upon the fact that the air passes outward. Now this breath stream always takes to itself the form, the shape of the body. It does not, however, assert itself in the outer world, but scatters itself abroad, so that the breath sounds always have the characteristic of yielding themselves up to the world outside. It is essential to grasp the character of the breath sounds and to realize that they yield themselves up to the outer world. Man allows this outer world to do as it will with him, not naturally as regards his physical body, but as regards the form which he has transmitted to the outgoing breath stream. In the case of the consonants of force, this is quite otherwise. Here we master the form given to the breath. We permeate it, as it were, with our ego. We do not permit the sound to scatter itself immediately, but compel it to retain its form for a time in the outer world. Thus, in the consonants of force, man appears as master in his relation to the outer world, so that here one cannot speak of a yielding oneself up to the outer world, but of an assertion of one's own inner being. These two types of sound comprise the great proportion of the consonants. In reality, the breath sounds express sympathy with the outer world, and sounds of force sympathy with oneself. The breath sounds are free from egoism. The sounds of force are egotistical. We shall always find that when we make use of the consonants of force, we do so in order to express what needs to be expressed in sharp outlines. You know already that there is a strong plastic element in the German language. And now, bearing this in mind, let us take a word beginning with a consonant of force, Baum, B. You will invariably notice that a consonant of force produces the effect of sharp outlines. The breath sounds, on the other hand, will never produce such outlines. They describe the reverse of everything clear-cut and definite. For example, S in the word sei is a breath sound. One must, of course, keep strictly to essentials when dealing with such matters. You will naturally be able to find any number of words which seem as though they should be expressed by means of sharp outlines, and which, nevertheless, contain breath sounds. You will, however, usually discover that there is in such words, despite their sharp outlines, a leaning toward something indefinite, in spite of the necessity for sharp outlines, which may also be present. Now, the breath sounds are H, CH, J, SCH, S, F, W, V. The sounds of force are D, T, B, P, G, K, M, and N. These latter are all consonants of force, sounds which express the more egotistical attitude of soul, the assertion of one's own individual being, which one wishes to safeguard in the world outside. Then we have a sound which lends itself particularly well to the imitation of something which is turning, which is revolving. This is the R sound, which is produced by a vibration in the outgoing breath stream. R is the vibrating sound. Then we have another sound in which, when articulated rightly, the tongue must imitate a storm-tossed sea, L. We must make undulating movements with the tongue. L is the wave sound. When do we need these two sounds? We need them when we wish to express not merely the merging with the outer world, nor the strengthening of the self, but something which has movement actually inherent within it. Movement and form are, of course, expressed both in the breath sounds and the sounds of force, but these sounds are not to the same degree an embodiment of self-contained movement as such. When we understand the true nature of the R sound, we find that it contains something that lies midway between the yielding up of oneself and self-assertion. The R expresses a certain reserve. It calls up a feeling of reserve in the spiritual and soul nature of man. For this reason, we express with the R sound everything which we are able to grasp and take hold of as we take hold of our own being, which, when forming a resolution, when making a resolve, raten. Resolve, rat, is a word which illustrates particularly well the special characteristic of the sound R. When we make a resolution, we turn something over and form a judgment. This feeling of turning something over in order to make a resolution is always to be found when we enter into the nature of R, so that we express with words containing the sound R those things in the outer world which have a certain similarity to this mood of turning something over and thereby forming a judgment. Thus the R sound has an egotistical quality. It does not yield up what it has created to the outer world, but retains it for itself and in itself. And the L is the sound which expresses reflection, but reflection mingled with a certain yielding tendency. One would rather listen to what is said than come to a decision for oneself. One allows someone else to decide. A feeling of waiting lies in the inner experience of L. Now the point is to bring the plastic nature of these sounds to actual eurythmic expression. The special characteristic of the breath sounds can best be shown in eurythmy by moving the body in such a way that the sounds are carried with it, or, in other words, by trying to follow the direction of the sounds with the body. Try, for instance, to make an S, moving the body in such a way that it follows in the direction of the arms as they form the sound. Make the movement for S to begin with quite quietly. Now make it very clearly, so that one sees that you are following the movement with the body. If the movement tends in a forward direction, let the upper part of the body follow after it. If it tends backward, the upper part of the body must be thrown backward also. You must have control over the whole body and allow it to swing with the sound, to swing in the direction of the sound. Try this also with F, for example. Let the body follow after the sound. Now, we will turn to a consonant of force. Here, too, the point is to bring the nature of the sound into the movement of the body. In this case, the body must not be allowed to move, but must bring about the desired effect by means of its posture. The body must show that it intends to come to rest, to fix, as it were, the movement which is indicated by the sound. Take B to begin with. Make it just as you like, and now stiffen yourself. Stand quite still and stiffen yourself, so that one can see clearly that the sound is held. This stiffening of the body must be carried out in such a way that you actually feel it in your muscles. This inner rigidity gives to the consonants of force their special character. It is deeply interesting to consider such things. For in the breath sounds, what really comes to expression is this: I will have nothing to do with Lucifer. Everything which is Luciferic must disappear. And the consonants of force express this feeling: I will hold fast to Ahriman, for if he escapes me, he will poison everything. He must be held fast. Thus the influence of Lucifer and of Ahriman has been implanted into these sounds. R can only be expressed fully when one tries to move the body gently, but with a certain swing and grace in an upward and downward direction. In order to carry out the L sound correctly, there must be a free movement of the body forward and backward, not following the movement in this case, but showing two independent activities. When making the movement for a breath sound, the body must follow the direction of the arms. It must, as it were, accompany the movement. When making the wave sound, the body must have an independent movement, free and rhythmic, forward, backward, forward, backward. This rocking, which is carried out by changing the weight alternately from the heels to the toes, must be made externally visible. You will find how well you are able to do this if you imagine that you have a rod under your feet and seesaw, as it were, to and fro, keeping the rod, which you may picture as rolling slightly, midway between the toes and the heels. The best way to practice it is to swing so far forward that you nearly fall, only just retaining your balance, and then to swing so far backward that you are once more in danger of falling. If you should happen really to fall, it is of no consequence. It will only serve to impress upon you the feeling of the movement. If you practice the movement in this way, it will gradually become habit, and you will be able to make the rocking so pronounced that you only stop at the very moment of falling, so that the onlooker would be inclined to say, "How clever not to fall!" With practice, such skill may be attained in the carrying out of the L sound, that the onlooker is left with the impression, "How clever to be able to do that without falling." By such means you will be able really to enter into and grasp the whole inner character of the sounds of speech. Now we can gain a further understanding of speech and language by trying to enter into the nature of the diphthongs. The diphthongs naturally consist of a combination of two separate and essential parts. Fräulein S., will you demonstrate the movement for oi? What lies in this sound? It consists of a and u. Both these sounds are contained within the oi, but are, as it were, left uncompleted. Try to indicate an a and an u. Stop the a movement just as it is being formed. What would it become if it were formed completely? We will assume for the moment that the movement has been completed. But now, check the movement halfway. You have not yet carried it out fully, and instead of doing so must lead it over into the oo sound. What do we do when completely forming an oo? The arms approach one another so closely that they actually touch. The oi movement must be carried out in such a way that the arms do not merely cross one another, as in the case of the a sound, but lie side by side, the definite contact being indicated by a feeling of trying to raise the arms up toward the head. This gives you the feeling for oi. Thus we begin to enter into the nature of the diphthongs. We bring together the two component parts, but in such a way that they are only suggested, not carried out completely. This at the same time leads you to an understanding of a very essential characteristic of speech, of sound as such. It is in the diphthongs that you can best study the transition from one sound to the next. And at this moment we must consider what kind of text is most suited to eurythmic expression. I know of an Austrian philosopher, Bartholomäus Carneri by name, who during the last years of his life wrote even his most difficult philosophical works in such a way that they could easily be expressed in eurythmy. This philosopher would have been driven to distraction if he had come across such a sentence as the following. For example, lebe echte Empfindungen. He would have thought it appalling. And why? He was simply disgusted when a word ending with a vowel was followed by another word ending with a vowel. He asserted that such a thing should never be allowed to occur, and that wherever possible one should avoid a vowel sound at the end of one word being followed by a vowel sound at the beginning of the next. Indeed, he went so far as to write whole articles in which he endeavored never to bring vowel sounds into juxtaposition, but always to let the transition from one word to the next be brought about by means of the consonant. When two vowels, or a vowel and a consonant, come together, and you wish to express this in eurythmy, you will find that you have to do so by means of gentle, soft movements. On the other hand, you will make the movements decided they will become decided by themselves, when one word ends and the next word begins with a consonant. It is important in eurythmy really to observe what takes place when different sounds of a different character, come together. This can best be studied in the diphthongs, for the diphthong is only truly brought to expression when the movement for the first sound is shown in its beginning and then led over into the latter part of the movement for the second sound. Bearing this principle in mind, let us now form the I sound. Let us, in the first place, make the two sounds concerned, that is to say, the A and E sounds as such. Now, try not to complete the A sound, but to check it as it comes into being, leading it over immediately into the final stage of the movement for E. In this way, we have really formed the I. Take as an example, quote, "Mein Leib ist meiner Seele Schrein." Close quote, "My body is the shrine of my soul." Do this in such a way that you take into consideration the order of the consonants. First, two sounds of force, then the wave, in quotes, sound, again a sound of force, then a breath sound, followed by three sounds of force, breath sound, wave sound, breath sound, vibrating sound, and lastly, a sound of force. Now you must fit the I sound satisfactorily in between. You see how these things bring movement and life into eurythmy, but they must be really carefully studied. Now we must try to realize the effect of the sound I when it is specially strongly emphasized. Parenthesis, Fräulein B, will you show us this example? Close parenthesis, Weiden neigen weit und breit. Willows are swaying from side to side. You must imagine that this picture of the swaying willows has to be portrayed in paradigmatic language. Parenthesis, I have omitted the word sich, close parenthesis. Thus we have V, English V, breath sound, and then D, N, N, G, and again N, all sounds of force. Again, the breath sound V, followed by four sounds of force. T, N, D, and B. Then the vibrating sound R, and lastly T, once more a sound of force. Try now to bring all this into the sentence you are showing, and those of us who are looking on must observe carefully how the characteristic I sound makes its appearance again and again. Weiden, neigen, weit und breit. We can take still another diphthong, the ow. Here again we can let the first movement merge into the second. Try to hold the movement for ah as it first arises, thus checking it when it is about half formed, and leading it over into the u. Make an ah forward, and then turn it aside before reaching the final position, finishing with the movement for oo. When you pass over directly from the ah to the oo, you get the movement for ow. But this movement, although correct, will always lack character if we merely pass over from one sound into the other. The effect will not be sufficiently strong. On the other hand, when you carry out the movement in such a way that you begin to form the ah sound with one arm, at the same time bringing the other arm into contact with the body, thus forming a U, then you do this. Then you have a characteristic ow. This is not the only way of thinking of making oo, bringing the arms together, but I have also made a U when I simply stand up and touch the body with the left arm, bringing it slowly downward. Try to show these words in eurythmy. Laut, baut, rau. The point here is not the sense of the words, it is simply a eurythmic exercise. All this must, of course, be studied. Naturally, you can make ow in all kinds of ways. For instance, you can make it by simply bringing one arm into contact with the body, parenthesis, right arm in the position for ah, left arm laid across the breast. close parenthesis. You must try really to penetrate into the spirit of these things. Now, in order to enter further into the forms of the sounds and their connection with language, let us take the sound Ö, as in bird. The movement is similar to the O, but accompanied by a spring. The O movement is, as it were, torn apart. This tearing of the O movement must be carried out with a certain lightness and grace, and now add the spring. The spring must be made just as the O movement is broken. Now we will make the sound A. First make an A and then an A. Make the A with the legs in such a way that you step from the front backward, at the same time making A with the arms. Then you get the movement for A. There still remains the U. It is a U, but its special characteristic is that it is carried out with the backs of the hands laid against each other, thus indicating the E sound also. You must show the U with the feet, and at the same time you must suggest an E in the movement of the arms. Instead of making an E in this way, stretched movement, it must be shown more like this, parenthesis, backs of hands together, one slipping past the other, close parenthesis. Then you have the U. Take this sentence in order to see how beautiful it is when the U sounds are really brought out. Prüfe dich, Schüler, übe mit Mühe. Test thyself, pupil. Practice with diligence. These words might well be taken as a Eurythmist motto. Prüfe dich, Schüler, übe mit Mühe. In this way we enter into the true nature of those sounds, which we feel to be made up of more than one element. What then do these diphthongs represent in language? Where do we have a diphthong? Where a modified vowel? What do the modified vowels represent in language? Wherever we have the diphthongs or modified vowels, we have some such feeling as this. Now everything is becoming vague, indistinct, and nebulous. This very often occurs when the singular becomes plural. For instance, one brother, Bruder, makes a quite definite impression. But if we take the plural, that is to say several brothers, Brüder, the feeling immediately becomes more indefinite. Thus the modified vowel represents impressions which are less sharply defined, and the same may be said with regard to the diphthongs. If we enter into the nature of the diphthongs, we shall always find that something is present which cannot be looked upon as being entirely in the singular, but we are, as it were, given an impression of the plural, of things which are interwoven, bound together, or separated one from the other. We must always look for this in the diphthongs. This is why in Eurythmy it is so wonderful when the directly visible movements which we have for A or for E, for example, take on, in the movements for the diphthongs, something of a fluidic nature, something shading off into the indefinite. Eurythmy is really able to bring to expression the deepest elements of sound and language. Thus we see how the character of the individual sounds comes to visible expression in the movements for Eurythmy. Let us try the following exercise. We will ask Frau Sch and Fräulein S to stand here, you, Fräulein S, making the sounds E, A, U in succession, and you, Frau Sch, making the two remaining vowels, A and O. Now, in order to show the exercise quite clearly, will you, Fräulein S, make an E, and you, Fräulein Sch, S-C-H, follow this with an A, and so on, alternately, A, O, U. Do this in such a way that the character of the sounds is brought clearly to expression. Let us go back to the beginning and see what it is that we are doing. Fräulein S, E, Fräulein S-C-H, A. The eurythmist making E enters right into the form of the movement, while the eurythmist making A creates, as it were, the movement from outside. While Fräulein S. makes the E sound, there is a flashing of fire outward. This could, of course, also be done with the hand. When Fräulein SCH makes an ah, she attracts to herself from without the clouds and the winds. You see how warmth, fire, lies in the sound E, and how form lies in the sound ah. In the former you have a radiating outward, and in the latter a plastic form-giving element. Thus, Fräulein S. has shown us the true Dionysus, the Dionysian vowels, and Fräulein SCH, the true Apollo, the Apollonian vowels. This is clearly to be seen when the movements are properly carried out. So that one may say that when a poem consists mainly of the vowels O and A, it is a plastic poem, a poem with little movement, an Apollonian poem. On the other hand, when a poem consists mainly of the vowels E, U, and A, the fire element is predominant. It is a Dionysian poem. Thus you see how very much may be expressed between the lines. One has only to say to Fräulein S, make an E or an A, and to Fräulein SCH, make an A or an O. And one has really said, you are a child of Dionysus, or you are a child of Apollo. In other words, we may see in these vowels something of the cult of Dionysus, something of the cult of Apollo. When one really experiences such things as these, it becomes possible through eurythmy to draw out in the most wonderful way the inherent characteristics of speech and to enter into the whole being of man. Breath sounds ha, sh, y, ch, s, f, v. Letting oneself go with the outer world. Sounds of force d, t, b, p, g, k, m, n. An assertion of one's inner being. Vibrating sound r, wave sound l. End of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a collected works volume by Rudolf Steiner, number 279, a cycle of lectures entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is lecture 8 of 15 lectures, entitled The Word as Definition and the Word in its Context. We must, in speech eurythmy, as we have already done in tone eurythmy, differentiate between that which tends to carry the word, the tone, down into the physical world, and that which tends to raise it up into the spiritual world. We have until now paid very little attention to this difference. Yesterday, however, at the end of my lecture, I pointed out that when the vowel sound is changed into the diphthong, the sense world does not show itself in such sharply defined outlines, but appears more scattered, more diffused. And this, at the same time, brings us nearer to the spiritual. I pointed out that we easily see one brother, Bruder, when it is the case of one. We have a sharply defined sense impression, whereas several brothers, Brüder, make a collective impression. This gathering together of individuals brings us nearer to the world of imagination, of idea. And it is this ascent into the world of idea which is expressed in the diphthong. These diphthong sounds do indeed show themselves to be essentially of a more spiritual nature than the actual vowel sounds of which they are composed. For just as in tone eurythmy, that which is essentially spiritual in the music does not lie in the actual tones, but between the tones, so also in speech eurythmy, that which raise upward to the spiritual does not lie in the sharply emphasized sound, in the sound which is uttered strongly and upon which we rest, but it lies at that point where one sound passes over into the other, thus between the sounds. For this reason, the movements of eurythmy can never become really interesting as long as the eurythmist merely concentrates upon the forming of the separate sounds. But eurythmy can be made deeply interesting when one gradually learns to lead one sound over into the next. Thus we see that this truly spiritual element in eurythmic movement is brought about by the way in which one sound arises out of the other. To this, something further must be added. Fundamentally speaking, every word can be looked at from two aspects. On the one hand, we have the aspect of external imitation. On the other hand, the placing of that which is thus expressed into the whole world order. If today people were more disposed to study language from a spiritual point of view, realizing the way in which each language arises from out of its own genius, great stress would be laid upon the interesting fact that in the configuration of a word, it is not merely the individual significance of a process or thing that is described, but its relationship to a collective whole. All these things must be taken into account. Thus, we must realize that in declaiming a poem or merely endeavoring to give a word its true proportion in a sentence, the reciter must instinctively, by means of his artistic feeling, develop this attitude toward the sounds of speech. Such or such is the relationship of a word to its whole context. I shall speak about these things in detail later. Now, however, I am trying to show how, on the one hand, words have the descriptive element, and how, on the other hand, there is the possibility of going beyond the word itself and entering into the poem or sentence as a whole. We can see this best by taking definite examples. Let us first take a very characteristic type of word, the personal pronoun. Such words, in their very nature, place that to which they refer into some quite definite relationship, or, which is indeed much the same thing, they remove it right out of this relationship. We will take as an example the word ich, I, and ask someone to express it in eurythmy, standing still. Parenthesis, Fräulein W., will you do this? Parenthesis. Now in these movements for I and sh, you have expressed the word ich. But to an unprejudiced observer, there will be something lacking in these movements. In themselves, they are quite correct, and certainly do express the word ich in visible language. And yet there is something lacking. One has the feeling that here the ich is simply represented diagrammatically. It is as if the only impression we had of a man were his portrait. Such a representation of the ich is not sufficiently living, for the spirit of man which lies behind the manifestation of the ich is not fully expressed. What then is the spiritual essence of the word ich? In this word, there lies the pointing back to oneself, the concept of the self, but the concept of the self turned inward toward the self. And if one wishes to express this backward turning into the self, it can be done excellently, not by standing still, but by moving. Let us suppose, therefore, that you take 2 steps forward and then 2 steps backward, forward, backward, forward, backward. Thus you will retrace your steps, going back over the same line and returning to your starting point. With the 2 forward steps, do the E sound, and with the 2 backward steps, the sh. In this way, movement enters into the expression of the word ich, movement which finds its way back again into itself, just as the ich conception contains the feeling of turning back into the self. If you carry out the movements in this way, taking 2 steps forward with the E and 2 steps backward with the CH, you will enter right into the form, see the diagram. And this form is of such a nature that it grows directly out of the meaning inherent in this combination of sounds. Let us pass over from the ich, I, to the du, thou. Here we have quite another feeling. The whole relationship is different, indicating a connection with some other being. Parenthesis, Fräulein S., will you make the movements for do, standing still as before, du, close parenthesis. But in this simple expression of the do, there is again a certain feeling of dissatisfaction, for here again we only have the picture of the do, not the actual do itself. The movement is not living. The real spirit of the word is lacking. We must seek some means which will help us to find our way to this spirit. In the case of the word ich, it is quite clear that one turns back into oneself. With the word do, when one really enters into the nature of the do, thus coming into contact with somebody, not oneself, the other, then one goes out of oneself. Here one cannot go back on the same line and touch the starting point again, for this would lead one back into oneself. That is obviously impossible. On the other hand, one cannot go altogether out of oneself, for then one would not be expressing the word do, but the word or sie, he or she. You will easily feel this. Thus with do, it is necessary to give some slight indication of one's own being also. This can only be done when the line of the form turns back, touching itself at some definite point. And there's a diagram. This diagram shows the point at which you cross your previous line. When, therefore, instead of simply going backward and forward, you only touch the line of the form once on your way back, you have the complete movement for do. The d should be made during the first part of the form and the u on the way back, but the line must only cross itself at the one point. Now you have really brought the do into movement, and have done so in such a way that it has not become an or a sie. You have retained a certain contact with yourself, even if this contact is but slight. It is, however, possible to strengthen the feeling of oneself. If we wish to do this, if we wish the going out from ourselves to become weaker and weaker, then while making the u, the form can be carried out in this way. And there's a diagram where it shows you crossing the line, so to speak, twice. This do would, however, in no way express a loving feeling. If you try the form for yourself, you will notice that the effect is somewhat pinched, much less outgoing in character. Such things as these can, of course, only be realized through the feelings. They are, however, not difficult to feel. I have already indicated the way in which the can be shown. The impression of is given by never allowing the second part of the form to touch the line taken by the first part of the form. Readers aside, I'm pronouncing the word he, end of readers aside. Thus we find that the form is the circle, where we have a line which is never touched again until the starting point is reached. The must be expressed by a circular form, by a line which never turns back onto itself. Here we have another possibility. You do not come back to your starting point, and were you to do so, the form would already be completed. Thus we have a line which never crosses itself at any point, and which expresses for us the word parenthesis, Fräulein S., will you come and make the movements for standing still? Close parenthesis. It is impossible to give the real feeling for while standing still. One cannot even produce a pictorial impression. All that we have is the egotistical contemplation of the other person or thing. There is no going out of oneself. Now add this form to the movements. Simply make a circle so that you come back to the point from which you started. Accompany one side of the form with the and the other side with the and you will see how well the feeling of the is expressed. Some time ago I gave an exercise built up upon a special combination of sounds. It began with the word der, the, which is indeed similar in character to and it was built up on the feeling, and carried out in such a way that the form never at any point came back and touched the previous line. Parenthesis, Fräulein SCH, will you show us this exercise? Der Wolkendurchleuchter. try and do it in such a way that you bring it into all that I have said. Close parenthesis. Der Volk that again. Der Volkendurchleuchter, Durchleuchter, Durchsonne, Durchglühe, Durchwärme, auch mich. He who illuminates the clouds, may he illuminate, may he irradiate, may he inspire, and fill with warmth and light even me. Close parenthesis. She has now done this, close quote, she has now done this in such a way that the character of he, upon which the entire poem is built, was shown in the exercise as a whole. She has done it in such a way that the was carried in movement through the whole poem. There is, however, another way of doing the exercise. Every time the word he occurs, make a circle, but also carry out the form of a circle in the course of the whole poem. Thus, whenever the word appears, make a circle. Go a little further, make another circle, and so on. By this means, the whole thing takes on a quite different character, quite another type of movement. There's a diagram. In the old way of doing this exercise, we felt that we must devote ourselves more to the mood of the poem as a whole. In the new way, we give ourselves up to the changing moods, to the illuminating, the irradiating, the inspiring, with warmth and light. Passing over from the ich to the wir, we, that is to say, from the singular to the plural, for we implies at least two people, we are no longer dealing with a solo dance, but have come into the realm of the round dance. If there are two people taking part in the form, it can be done in the following way, and there's a diagram. The working together, the losing of the self, is expressed by means of the circle. The ich is expressed by each individual taking a number of steps forward and at the same time saying aloud the word wir, or we, and then going back over the same line, forward, backward, forward, backward. In this way, the two aspects of the word are shown quite clearly. Thus, if only two people are taking part, they stand opposite to one another, approach each other, draw back again, approach each other, draw back again, and in so doing express the inner feeling of the word, wir. If four people take part, the circle becomes more complete. And by moving backward and forward over the same line, the wir is very well expressed. The feeling of belonging together can be strengthened by taking hands, but this will hardly be possible with two people only. Here we have a very beautiful expression of wir. Let four eurythmists stand in a circle saying the word wir, or we, aloud, in the way I have already explained. Begin by joining hands. Now take 2 steps forward with the W, passing over into the I, or E, when you have reached the center. Complete the backward journey with R, and again join hands. Care must be taken not to make the E too soon. In this way we really express the word wir. Quite beautiful shades of feeling can be brought into such an exercise. One must, however, always experience the difference between ich, wir, and so on. There is still another exercise which can be very beautiful. If 4 eurythmists stand as indicated in the diagram, not taking hands this time, but making the movements backward, what will this express? Ihr, you. We have du, thou, carried over into the plural. There can be no doubt about it. It is quite apparent. In this exercise we show the turning away from ourselves, the feeling of ihr. The word ihr must also be spoken aloud. And from the very beginning the arms must tend in a backward direction. In this way much that is of significance can be brought into the exercise. These things should also be taken into account when studying the structure of a poem, for they are exceedingly characteristic. All that can be felt and experienced in the single words, particularly in such characteristic words as the personal pronouns, must be sought for and experienced in the structure of language as a whole. Very much more could be said on this subject, but for the moment we will pass on to another exercise. Let us ask 3 eurythmists to form themselves in a triangle and then carry out this form. Here you have sie, they, the plural of er. If you wish to give characteristic expression to the word sie, you will do so most easily when you all 3 move the forms in the same direction, all toward the same side. Parenthesis, you must all start from the same point and reach the same point at the end of the form. Close parenthesis. Thus, sie, sie, sie. Here we have the direct expression for the word sie. Now, the question naturally arises, how can I apply these things? For in the ordinary way it will certainly not be possible to carry out such a form in the case of each separate word. Although of this you may be quite certain, something very beautiful would grow out of the dexterity and skill which would be achieved by the diligent practice of all I have indicated for such single words as du, wir, ihr, sie. It would lead to something very beautiful. In the case of certain poems, we have quite definitely the ich or I character. In other poems, especially in love poems, we have the du or thou character. And in the case of quite a number of poems, here I am reminded particularly of nearly all the poems of Martin Greif, we have a most pronounced or he character. One can enter right into the whole mood of a poem when one is able to perceive in a poem itself the I, thou, or he character, and then express the poem by means of a form which has been drawn from out of the very nature of the I, thou, he, we, you, or they. A specially beautiful effect may be attained when the objective mood, the mood of he, the mood of going out of oneself, is carried over into what is more subjective in its feeling. Let us take an example. Let us take as an example that poem from which we have learned so much already, for from whichever point of view we look at it, it seems as if specially written for the study of eurythmy. I refer to Goethe's famous poem, so well known to us all. Über allen Gipfeln ist Ruhe, in allen Wipfeln spürest du kaum einen Hauch, die Vögelein schweigen im Walde, warte nur, balde ruhest du auch. English, o'er all the hilltops is quiet now, in all the treetops hearest thou hardly a breath. The birds are asleep in the trees. Wait, soon like these thou too shalt rest. Close parenthesis. Close quote. Let us analyze this poem quite objectively. Über allen Gipfeln ist Ruhe. He will give this the he character. In allen Wipfeln spürest du kaum einen Hauch. Here we pass on to the thou. Die Vögelein schweigen im Walde, or he, warte nur, balde ruhest du auch. Now, we must ask, should this be the I or the thou character? For Goethe is here speaking to himself. You could try it both ways. Let us first try it in this way. Über allen Gipfeln ist Ruhe, he. In allen Wipfeln spürest du kaum einen Hauch, du, thou. Die Vögelein schweigen im Walde, he. Warte nur, balde ruhest du auch, du, thou. If we do so, we shall see how the form arises out of the whole mood of the poem. Personal pronouns such as ich, du, and so on are, when uttered, in reality nothing else than a crystallization, a condensation of a mood or feeling otherwise spread over a whole passage. In this particular poem, the first lines are permeated by the he mood, the next lines by the thou, then comes the he once more, then again the thou, or, as we shall presently see, the I, which is in the mood of the last lines. Warte nur, balde ruhest du auch. Now, let us do the whole poem in the second way, he, thou, he, I. Über allen Gipfeln ist Ruhe, in allen Wipfeln, he. spürest du kaum einen Hauch, du, thou. Die Vögelein schweigen im Walde, he, warte nur, balde ruhest auch, I. Now, by giving the form the I character, you have seen how entirely different it becomes. If we try both forms, one after the other, we shall certainly decide that the second is the better. This will undoubtedly prove to be the right way. From such a poem you can gain the most wonderful perception of how the form develops right out of the poem itself. You must learn to feel the relationship existing between a certain combination of sounds and the meaning of the word thus formed, a personal pronoun, for example. Consider for a moment how beautifully some such short poem as the following can be worked out, if we study its meaning and make use of all that we now know. Quote, Schlummer und Schlaf, zwei Brüder, zum Dienste der Götter berufen, bat sich Prometheus herab, seinem Geschlechte zum Trost, aber den Göttern so leicht, doch schwer zu ertragen den Menschen. Ward nun ihr Schlummer uns Schlaf, ward nun ihr Schlaf uns zum Tod. Close quote. Here the word uns, us, occurs twice. We will, of course, treat it in the same way as wir, we, and make use of the wir form. If we now look more closely into the poem, we shall be able to analyze it as follows. Schlummer und Schlaf, zwei Brüder, zum Dienste der Götter berufen. Obviously an form. Bat sich Prometheus herab, seinem Geschlechte zum Trost. Now, in the word bitten, to ask, there is necessarily a turning toward some other person. There is an indication of the do. We feel the underlying character of do. Aber den Göttern so leicht, doch schwer zu ertragen den Menschen. With these words we pass over to something which leads us into the depths of our own being. Such knowledge can only be attained by entering into the very nature of the thing in question. Here, therefore, an opportunity presents itself of making use of the position I have already shown you, the position for knowledge. Ward nun ihr Schlummer uns Schlaf. The light sleep of the gods becomes deep sleep for man, and the deep sleep of the gods becomes death for man. Ward nun ihr Schlaf uns zum Tod. Here we come into the region of destiny, common to all men by reason of their humanity. We have the wir. We shall be able to make a form which really brings life into the poem if we make use, in the first place, of those forms which we have gained from a study of the personal pronouns, and in the second place, where the whole thing is brought into the realm of the spiritual, of the movement, the position for knowledge. We shall get good results if we regard these forms as really fundamental forms, and make use of them quite freely, but with due regard to the sense and correctness of the way in which they are applied. Fräulein S., will you do the first line to an form, fitting in the whole line to the one form? With the second line, make a do form. With the third, or rather in the pause between the second and third lines, and again at the end of the third line, take up the position for knowledge, finally using the wir form for the last line. You will, however, not be able to make the wir form alone. Two other eurythmists must therefore make their appearance on the stage, one coming from the left wing, the other from the right. By this means the last line will be colored with the feeling of wir, of we. This example shows you how such forms may be worked out. They are developed from out of the poems themselves. From all that has been said and from these simple examples, I hope you are beginning to understand the spirit in which the study of eurythmy has to be undertaken. With eurythmy, one has really to study the poem. It is not enough merely to learn the sounds, but one must enter right into its whole content, into all the nuances of feeling and fine shades of mood contained within it. And no one should attempt to express a poem in eurythmy who has not first put to himself the question, what is the fundamental character of this poem? Upon what artistic foundation is it based? Let us take another example from Goethe. Seid, o Geister des Hains, o seid ihr Nymphen des Flusses, eurer entfernten Gedenk, euer nahen zur Lust. Weihend verehrten sie im Stillen die ländlichen Feste. Wir dem gebannten Pfad folgend beschleichen das Glück. Amor wohne mit uns, es macht der himmlische Knabe, gegenwärtige lieb und die entfernten euch nah. Now, as a preliminary study, we must begin carefully to examine the poem. These things, which I am necessarily treating in a somewhat sketchy way at the moment, must be gone into thoroughly and in detail when one is working out a poem with a view to doing it in Eurythmy. So we have Seid, o Geister des Hains, o seid ihr Nymphen des Flusses. What is this but the do form, a form of address? If you are working out the poem with several Eurythmists, as we mean to do now, you will of course begin with the ihr form. Eurer entfernten Gedenk, euren nahen zur Lust. Once more, ihr. Weihend feierten sie im Stillen die ländlichen Fest. Sie. Wir, dem gebannten Pfad folgend, beschleichen das Glück. Wir. Amor wohne mit uns, es macht der himmlische Knabe. Er. Gegenwärtige lieb und die entfernten euch nah. Ihr. In the second line we repeat the ihr form in order to express euch, your. The example consists of 6 lines. I will now ask 3 Eurythmists to group themselves together and express the whole poem in the way I have indicated. Before beginning, you must be quite clear about what it is you have to do. You must make the form according to the rules given. In this case, therefore, ihr, sie, wir, ihr, each form to spread out over a whole line. There are, of course, other ways of doing it. 2 of the Eurythmists can remain standing, and the third do the form alone. Then we should have Amor wohne mit uns, es macht der himmlische Knabe, done as a solo line, after which all 3 would join together in the ihr form gegenwärtige lieb und die entfernten euch nah. In this way, we learn to realize the possibility of studying a poem by means of the Eurythmic forms. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 9, entitled Plastic Speech. Today we will consider certain things bound up with the plastic element of speech, with a method of speaking which gradually leads over into the realm of art. When doing Eurythmy, it is well to be clear on this point, we can either do the movements standing still or accompanied by walking. We have already seen the significance of Eurythmic walking. Walking is, fundamentally speaking, the expression of an impulse of will. When studying Eurythmy, it is essential to understand the inner nature of all that is bound up with speech, and consequently with visible speech also. When taking a step, we can clearly differentiate 3 separate phases. 1, the lifting of the foot. 2, the carrying of the foot. 3, the placing of the foot. We must be conscious that in these 3 phases, a whole event can come to expression. First, we have the raising of the foot. Then the foot remains for a moment in the air. It is carried. Thus the second phase is the carrying of the foot. And finally, in the third phase, the foot is placed on the ground. Naturally, when walking in ordinary life, it is not necessary to bother about these details. In Eurythmy, however, everything must become conscious. Thus we have, number 1, the lifting of the foot, number 2, the carrying of the foot, number 3, the placing of the foot. It is clear that much variety can be introduced by means of the different ways in which these 3 phases of walking are carried out. If, in the first place, we take the lifting of the foot, we see that this clearly indicates the will impulse inherent in the action of walking. Thus, with the lifting of the foot, we have to do with the impulse of will. When, on the other hand, we direct our attention to the carrying of the foot, we have to do with the thought element, which lies behind every will activity. In the first place, then, we have to do with the will impulse as such. Secondly, with the carrying of the foot, we have to do with the thought, which comes to expression in this will impulse. And in the placing of the foot, the act of will is completed. Here we have the deed. Now, much variety can be brought into walking by making the middle phase of longer or shorter duration, also by actually making the step itself longer or shorter. Thus, the laying stress upon the middle phase of the step mainly serves the purpose of emphasizing and bringing to expression the thought which lies behind the impulse of will. It gives form to this thought. On the other hand, by the way in which the foot is placed upon the ground, you can always show whether you think the will impulse has achieved its goal or whether it has faltered in its purpose. If you put your foot down uncertainly, as though walking on thin ice, your step will express uncertainty of purpose. If you put your foot down firmly, with the assurance that the ground will not give way under your feet, you will show that your goal is sure and certain. Here too, in working out a poem, you must analyze carefully and ask yourself whether the one mood or the other predominates. Of course, such things as these only become really clear when they are practically applied. Now, however, we will pass on to other aspects of walking. And this brings us into the domain of rhythmic walking, into that poetic element which must enter into Eurythmy, into the movements and forms of Eurythmy. It is indeed above all things important to realize consciously that either through special emphasis or through the longer and shorter syllables, rhythm must be brought into speech. And this rhythm must also make its appearance when expressing a poem in Eurythmy. For it would have been impossible to call this art of movement of which we are now speaking Eurythmy, if we had not taken into account the element of rhythm. This leads us over to a fact which must be considered if we are really to enter into the nature of speech Eurythmy, a fact that is deeply impressed into all that is connected with the more artistic aspect of speech. We have within our modern civilization 2 types of language, prose and poetry. The further we go back in human evolution, the more we find that poetical language is really the only language, and that the human being, when speaking, has the longing to bring into his speech the element of poetry, the artistic element. Speech may really be said to lie midway between thinking and feeling. Thinking lies on the one side, feeling on the other. As human beings, we have the inward experience of both thought and feeling. And when we express ourselves outwardly, when we try to bring something to external expression in speech, we really place speech midway between the 2 elements of thought and feeling. In the earlier periods of evolution, man had an inner life of feeling somewhat different from ours today. The man of earlier times always had the longing, when feeling something deeply, when experiencing feeling in his soul, also to experience words rising up within him. Words which were not so clear-cut and definite as our words are today, but which were nevertheless of the nature of articulated tones. He was able, as it were, inwardly to hear that which he experienced as feeling. The thinking of primitive man was also different from our thinking today. He really thought in words. These words, however, in which he thought, were more definite than those in which he felt. Thus words resounded within him. His was not such an abstract thinking as ours today, and words also resounded within him when he experienced feeling. That absolutely inward feeling which we possess, and which has no need of words, was not present in his soul. Now, when we consider how closely the primitive life of the soul was bound up with word configuration, with tone configuration, we shall realize that an inner recitation, if I may so describe it, lay, in those early times, behind the thinking and feeling of man, a recitation based upon the combined development of speech, thinking, and feeling. And this inner recitation differentiated itself, becoming on the one side speech, which retained its artistic element, and on the other side music, that which is purely musical, the wordless sounding of tones, which depends for its effect upon pitch and so on. I dealt with this latter aspect in the course of lectures on tone eurythmy. But yet another differentiation took place, the development of pure thought. And today I shall speak of the essential difference between these two types of language, between poetic language, which must be given artistic shape and form, and prose language, which depends entirely upon the intellectual content, and where there is no longer any necessity to give artistic form to the language as such. During the course of the last few centuries, as materialistic thought developed, for the abstract thought of materialism is closely bound up with the prose element, the true feeling for the artistic shaping and forming of language was lost. And today we find any number of people having absolutely no feeling for the artistic, plastic element of language. They only regard language as a medium for the expression of thought, and are quite indifferent to the quality of the the quality of the language through which this thought is expressed. I should not enter into all these things so fully if they were not of the deepest significance for the understanding of eurythmy. For in speaking about eurythmy, and taking the sounds as our starting point, we must enter at once into the realm of art. We must bring the inner soul nature of the sounds to outward expression. We must, as it were, go back to a time in which man felt in the word itself all that he experienced in his soul as sound, to a time in which there really was a true language of sound. Today there is no longer a true language of sound. We have instead an intellectualistic language, which only serves to express concepts and thoughts. And this is the reason why today in recitation and declamation, people no longer perceive the artistic, plastic element in language, the musical element, the form-giving element, but make the mistake of looking only for the meaning, of emphasizing the meaning, which is, of course, also present in prose. It is essential for every eurythmist to gain a true perception of the difference between poetic or artistic language and the language of prose. For the mere understanding, it is, of course, a matter of no importance as to whether the wording of an idea is beautiful or ugly, as to whether or no words create a noble impression. But for an artistic forming and shaping of speech, it is just these shades of feeling and character which are so important. And this is why we must strive to gain an understanding of the artistic, plastic formation of language. The first step toward this understanding is the development of an inner feeling for the iambic and trochaic rhythms. For the moment we will not bother as to whether we will express the iambic measure by a strongly emphasized beat, preceded by one less strongly emphasized, or whether we will show it by a long beat, preceded by a short beat. I shall speak of these details, which really belong more to the essential difference between recitation and declamation, in a later lecture. We must feel, to begin with, the real significance of starting with an unemphasized syllable and following this by an emphasized syllable, and the way in which such a rhythm carries us forward. Auf Bergen flammen Feuer. Here we have an unemphasized syllable followed by an emphasized syllable. This is repeated 3 times, the 4th time being incomplete. We pass over from the quieter to that which has more movement, from the weaker to the stronger. This brings into walking a special characteristic, the characteristic of going toward something, the wish to reach something. And when we step to this rhythm, we feel immediately that we enter into the inner element of the will. The iambic element brings into speech the character of will. Let us now take the opposite. Here the emphasized syllable occurs first, followed by the unemphasized syllable. Trag mir Wasser herab. This is just the reverse of the previous example. We begin with the strong, important beat and pass over to the weaker, less accented beat. If you move in such a rhythm and enter into its feeling, you will at once perceive that here one takes one start from something quite definite. And this feeling of something quite definite can only be present when you have a clear concept, a clear thought, a clear-cut thought. In this case, you do not strive toward something, but you express in the rhythm your definite thoughts. Thus, with the trochaic rhythm, we have to do with thinking. This thinking naturally manifests itself in action, but thought is really the dominant factor. Will, striving, predominates in the iambic measure. Thought, the realization of thought, in the trochaic measure. You must not, of course, carry these indications to extremes. You might, for instance, picture this energetic iambic rhythm as being expressed by a rapid progress downhill, and connect this progress with an activity of will. On the other hand, you will be more inclined to connect the trochaic rhythm with seeing or perception. As I said, you must not carry such things to extremes, but if you really enter into the nature of the different rhythms, you will find what I have said to be correct. Now the point is to bring the iambic and trochaic rhythms into walking. This has, of course, already been practiced. Parenthesis, Fräulein S., will you first show us the iambic rhythm? Close parenthesis. And now, in order to illustrate the contrast, will you step to Trag mir Wasser herab, strongly emphasizing the first beat. We must remember that with the unaccented beat we simply step, whereas with the accented beat the placing of the foot on the ground must be strongly marked. How must the foot be placed on the ground? The toes must touch the ground first, the other part of the foot following. It is quite time for eurythmists to be able to do this really as it should be done. The normal walking must be carried out in such a way that the toes touch the ground first, the rest of the foot following after. Eurythmists must not simply trip along on their toes, but really place the whole foot on the ground. Here are 2 examples. Auf Bergen flammen Feuer. Trag mir Wasser herab. I can easily show you, by taking a more complicated rhythm, that these things really are of importance. Instead of expressing the yearning, the will, the desire in such a way that we show that we are sure of instantly achieving our object, we can prolong the feeling of desire by having 2 short beats, followed by a long beat. In this way we get the anapestic rhythm. Now anyone who walks to a poem in anapestic rhythm and compares this with the experience of iambic walking, will notice a tremendous difference between the two. Let us take the following as an example of the anapest. Von mir bist du zu Menschen gebildet. Here there is the feeling of reaching the accented syllable with more difficulty. This feeling of difficulty brings a more intimate character into language, and this intimacy of character brings with it a more spiritual element. Thus we may say that the anapest rhythm introduces into language a certain inwardness of feeling, a certain spirituality. Parenthesis, Fräulein asks, will you show us the anapest rhythm? Von mir bist du zu Menschen gebildet. This is a perfectly clear anapest. Now in Eurythmy, the point is not so much that one hears the rhythm, but that one should be able to see it. For Eurythmy is visible speech. And for this it is necessary to accustom oneself clearly to show the emphasis on the strong beat, then the unaccented beat will take care of itself. And it may be said that one only enters into the sphere of Eurythmy when these rhythms are accompanied by an upward and downward movement of the body. When we make the opposite rhythm, the trochaic, a little more complicated, we get the dactyl. Long, short, short, long, short, short. Let us take the following as an example. Sing mir unsterbliche Seele der sündigen Menschen Erlösung. Try now to walk in the dactyl rhythm, and you will find that this has more the feeling of a statement, an assertion. If, however, you wish to show the true character of the dactyl, you must not allow the body to have a forward tendency. In this rhythm, the body should remain somewhat behind. In the rhythms, we have the time element. The time element is, in this way, brought to eurythmic expression. And the possibilities of eurythmy are so great just because the eurythmist is able to make simultaneous use of both time and space. It is possible, to some extent even with one eurythmist, but with a group much more so, to bring into eurythmy all manner of variations of forms by means of symmetry, by the grouping of the people in some special form, and by the symmetrical movement of the arms and legs. The solo eurythmist also can create forms in space, but the effect of group forms is much more powerful. The possibilities of group forms are infinitely greater. By means of such forms, by means of this working in space, one is able to enter into the poetic element of speech even more easily, more unhampered, than is possible in recitation and declamation. Truly, recitation and declamation must also work toward the inner artistic element inherent in speech, but here the difficulties are greater than in the case of eurythmy. The essential thing about prose language is that it enables one clearly to understand and grasp what one wishes to express by means of a word or sentence. At least one must believe one has grasped it. In prose language we have become so extreme in our desire for clarity that we make use of the so-called definition. There's really something appalling about definitions, for they make people believe that they have clearly expressed some idea, whereas in reality the description is merely pedantic. If people are themselves not clear about the meaning of a word, definitions will be of no help to them. In any case, a comprehensive definition, even of a relatively simple thing, would necessarily lead one into endless complication. Otherwise the results would be similar to the story that I have so often repeated, in which somebody described the human being as a two-legged creature without feathers. On the following day this person was confronted with a goose and told that according to his definition the goose was a human being, for it had 2 legs and no feathers. You see, it was a plucked goose. Now a human being is not always a goose, so here the definition did not meet the case. When using prose language, one should at least attempt to express one's ideas directly, in clear outline. This way of speaking cannot and need not be retained in the artistic formation of language. An artistic treatment of language demands imagination and fantasy. And here one should strive to use one's gift of fantasy, to give rein to one's imagination. This, however, can only be attained when one does not rest content with crude description, but when one develops an attitude of mind which allows imagination and fantasy to give form and life to whatever may be in question. If anyone were to say, for instance, "Here is a water lily," he would be speaking prose. But if he were to say, "O flowering swan," this would be pictorial, poetical. One can quite well picture a water lily, with its white bloom rising out of the water, as a flowering swan. The picture can also be reversed, and here I will quote from Geibel. The lines in which he describes the swan as a floating water lily are perhaps the most beautiful he has written. O Wasserrose, die blühende Schwan. O Schwan, die schwimmende Rose. O water lily, thou flowering swan. O swan, thou floating lily. Even this can hardly be said to be an adequate picture, but at any rate it brings us much nearer to the truth. Now, how does this picture of the flowering swan arise? The expression flowering swan is only an image. It is not in accordance with reality. A picture must have this quality. It must make us feel that it goes beyond reality and give us an impression which transcends its own imagery. The fact that a swan is not a blossom makes the expression flowering swan into a picture. It is when we feel that there is something suggestive about the picture that we are brought closer to the true nature of that which is being described. The inner plastic element of language depends upon this possibility of imagery. And you, my dear friends, will be able to discover this pictorial element when you realize that a sound is, in itself, always a picture. A sound is no less a picture of what it describes than this expression of the flowering swan is a picture of the water lily. For the connection between the sound and what it represents does not rest on an abstraction, but on life itself. Thus it may be said that the use of language is based upon the fact that every sound is a picture, an image of what it wishes to describe. If then we accustom ourselves to see pictures in sounds, we shall learn by degrees to have a feeling for the use of these pictures. We shall learn to know that poetic language, artistic, plastic language, must be pictorial in character. Now, when I say, "O flowering swan," when meaning a water lily, and "O floating flower," when meaning a swan, these two conceptions have really only one characteristic in common, their dazzling whiteness. Their other qualities are different. It is not difficult to form such pictures as these. They generally go by the name of metaphor. A metaphor is, in reality, a picture which makes use of some common characteristic or characteristics in order to experience what two things to be portrayed have in common. In such a case, one portrays one thing by describing it as something else, which is not the thing to which one is really referring, but has certain characteristics in common with it. Metaphor arises in this way. There's a drawing. I am purposely not giving the usual definition of the metaphor, for this definition has nothing artistic about it. My description is not based upon logic, but I have tried to build it up from what is really essential. Let us go a little further. It is possible, by making use of a word which represents something less comprehensive, to express something really wider in its meaning. For instance, one can mean beasts of prey. But if one wishes to be more pictorial, instead of actually using this expression, one might equally well say the lions, when in using the word lion, one really intends to convey the meaning of beasts of prey. Language becomes pictorial. We must be clear that in such a case the lesser is used to describe the greater. We wish to give the impression of what is more comprehensive, but in order to do so we use a word which expresses something more limited. This pictorial means of expression is very general. It is called the synecdoche. In the synecdoche we have a picture in which one makes use of the lesser to express the greater. The reverse is also possible. It is possible to make use of the greater to express the lesser. A particularly strong impression is created by this means. For instance, we have Byron's picturesque expression to describe the attitude of a lady who is something of a shrew. He says, "She looks curtain lectures." German, "Sie blickt Garden and Predigten." Here you have a comprehensive element, which can otherwise only be verbally indicated by such expressions as curtain lectures, and so on, applied to the narrower sphere of the lady's look. It is a wonderfully effective figure of speech when the facial expression of the worst kind of Xanthippe is characterized by applying to her look the entire series of curtain lectures, with all the abuse and scolding and outcry they involve. In this case, the more comprehensive is used for the more limited. We must find a means of expressing these things in eurythmy. First, let us try in the simplest way. Wherever a metaphor occurs, it may be shown by taking a step sideways, either toward the right or toward the left. Wherever you have to do with anything in the nature of a metaphor, you may introduce this sideways movement into the form. If you wish to express the synecdoche in a case where the greater is used to express the lesser, you must go backward. If, on the other hand, you use the lesser to express the greater, you must go forward. This lies in the form. Therefore, you will always express, quote, "She looks curtain lectures," close quote, by moving in a backward direction. You will, however, move forward when meaning beasts of prey. You simply use the word lion. If, therefore, in eurythmy you move backward in space, you immediately give the impression of reaching towards something more comprehensive, whereas moving forward signifies entering into something less comprehensive. In order to illustrate this, try to express by means of the direction in which you move the following sentence: "I strive toward the heavenly powers," moving backwards. And now I shall immediately take another example so that you may see the difference between the two. "I shut myself within my little room," moving forward. You must express these examples simply by means of the direction in which you move. With the first, which indicates a striving toward the greater, you must go backward. With the second, "I shut myself within my little room," you must go forward. In this way, we have the possibility of expressing by means of a forward and backward movement all the inner shades of feeling contained in these things. What I have here indicated is of the utmost importance for stage art in general, for only by understanding the meaning of this walking in a forward, backward, or sideways direction does one learn to move on the stage in the right way. Without such understanding, one might quite well try to express something of the nature of a prayer by means of a forward-moving line, which would be utterly out of place. For in the case of a prayer or a petition, the backward-moving one at once gives the right feeling. When expressing the wish to teach something, thus entering into the realm of thought, one will not go backward, but forward in the form. In the case of a conversation, the movement is neither backward nor forward, but sideways, for conversation is really of the nature of metaphor. Today I have indicated several things which, as they are further developed, will serve to make speech eurythmy more complete and worthy of being called an art in the true sense. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 10 of 15 lectures, and there are some appendices after that. And this one's entitled Movements Arising Out of the Being of Man. Up to this point, we have, at least to some extent, derived the eurythmic gestures from the actual sounds of speech. Now, we must realize that everything which may be expressed through the medium of these gestures, and which is therefore, in a certain sense, the revelation of man himself, just as the spoken word is also a revelation of man himself, we must realize that all this is based upon the possibilities of form and movement inherent in the human organism. For this reason, we may choose yet another starting point. We may, that is to say, take the nature of man himself and develop from this the various possibilities of form and movement. We may see what manner of movement can proceed out of the human organism, and then, carrying this further, we may eventually discover how the individual movement can take on the character of the visible sound. Today, in the first place, we will take our start from the actual being of man, and we will endeavor to discover the forms and movements which may arise in this way. Then, proceeding somewhat further, we shall ask ourselves, which sound is to be regarded as related to this or that particular movement? For this purpose I shall need quite a number of eurythmists, and I will therefore ask them to come onto the stage. Will you place yourselves in a circle in such a way as to have equal distance between each point? Number 1. Raise both arms upward, the palms of the hands turned outward, and all the fingers widely spread. Number 2. Hold the right arm closely to the body, the left hand being lightly supported against the side. Number 3. Both arms stretched forward, the one laid over the other. Number 4. The arms held to the sides, the left arm at some distance from the body. Number 5. One foot placed forward, the left hand grasping the right elbow. Number 6. Close the left hand into a fist and place it against the forehead. With the other hand, which is held more in a forward direction, make this gesture. Number 7. Both hands forward, the left hand below, the right hand above. Number 8. Stand with the weight on the left foot, holding the right foot slightly raised, the right hand upward in a vertical position, and the left arm bent somewhat sideways. Number 9. Bend the head forward and downward, touching the chin with the right hand, and allowing the left hand to hang at the side. Number 10. Clasp the right arm over the head, covering the larynx with the left hand. Number 11. Place the feet so that they are turned inward and cross the arms. Number 12. Left arm placed against the breast, the right arm against the back. Here you see a series of gestures. These gestures in their totality represent the entire human being. The human being split up, as it were, into 12 separate elements, but still the entire human being. Readers aside, there are a number of pages of diagrams of this. End of readers aside. You might also imagine these gestures being carried out by a single person, one after the other. If you picture them being made one after the other by the same person, you would see still more clearly how in this way, when one individual makes all the movements, the whole being of man is revealed and expressed with a quite remarkable force and clarity. Let us now pass through these several aspects of the human being. We will begin here with gesture 4. Try to imagine that we here have represented that element in the human being which we call the intellect, the mind. We must realize that this gesture is the expression of the understanding, the intellect. Let me say again, number 4 is the arms held to the sides, the left arm at some distance from the body. End of readers aside. Now let us look at this gesture, number 1. From this gesture there streams out with a sunny radiance that element which may be described as enthusiasm, which has its source in the breast. Thus we may say gesture 4, the head, gesture 1, the breast, enthusiasm. Now let us pass to this point, gesture 10. So let me read those again. Gesture 4, which he says has to do with the mind, is the arms held to the sides, the left arm at some distance from the body. And then gesture 1, raise both arms upward, the palms of the hands turned outward, and all the fingers widely spread. That's for enthusiasm. Now let us pass to this point, gesture 10. And let me read gesture 10. Readers aside. Clasp the right arm over the head, covering the larynx with the left hand. And now let us pass to this point, gesture 10. Here the head is enfolded by the right arm, while the left hand covers the larynx. In this gesture we have represented that part of the human being which is the expression of the will. The word is silenced. We have man as the representative of the will, of all that can lead to action, to deed. Thus we may say the limb system, will, deed. Fundamentally speaking, we now really have before us the threefold organism of human nature: understanding, feeling, will. Then we still have that gesture which synthesizes all these elements in itself. You can see how here in this gesture there is the striving after balance. Gesture 7, and gesture 7's description, again, readers aside, is both hands forward, the left hand below, the right hand above. A state of balance is sought between these various aspects. One may imagine that the arms move in this way, parenthesis, with an upward and downward movement, close parenthesis, and that by this means one is endeavoring to experience this state of balance. Here we feel the whole human being seeking to obtain equilibrium. It is the representation of the human being who finds the perfect balance between his three forces, thinking, feeling, and will. I will only write, quote, the human being in a state of balance, close quote. You must take these descriptions, which I am writing here, as matters of the greatest significance. Now, we will go one stage further. When you pass over from the thinking human being to the human being as he seeks for equilibrium, you have, lying between these two aspects, that element which follows after thought, which is the consequence of thinking. Where does thinking lead us? To resolve. Thus gesture 5, readers aside, description, one foot placed forward, the left hand grasping the right elbow. Thus gesture 5 is the resolve, the thought which wishes to transfer itself into reality. Resolve. Now we reach this point, gesture 6, readers aside. Close the left hand into a fist and place it against the forehead. With the other hand, which is held more in a forward direction, make this gesture. Now we reach this point, gesture 6. We see from the very nature of this gesture that something exceedingly significant lies here. This gesture 4 represents thought. Thought may be very clever, but it does not necessarily enter into reality. It does not necessarily reach the point of resolve. Here we have thought, but thought may always miscarry when it comes to a question of external matters. At this point, gesture 6, thought struggles with the conditions of the outer world, the bringing of thought into connection with the external world. German Auseinandersetzung des Gedankens mit der Welt. This connection of thought with the outer world must actually become part of the complete human being. For the man who has reached a state of balance can, as he goes his way through the world, only bring his deeds to fulfillment when he has first entered into a relationship with the outer world. And now, starting from the understanding, we will take the other direction. What really happens before one formulates a thought? Something must lead over to the state of understanding. Before a thought is actually formulated, we have the state of hypothesis. We have a weighing, as it were, of the pros and cons of the matter. Thus, here in this gesture, gesture 3, readers aside, both arms stretched forward, the one laid over the other. Thus here in this gesture, gesture 3, you see the weighing process in its relation to thought. But how does this weighing, balancing process come about? In this connection, we must make an accurate study of gesture 2. Readers aside, gesture 2. Hold the right arm closely to the body, the left hand being lightly supported against the side. What lies behind this gesture? You will remember that we take as our starting point feeling, enthusiasm, gesture 1. This is a burning enthusiasm, the enthusiasm which we lack so greatly in our society, but which at least is represented here. Now, passing from gesture 1 to gesture 3, before we reach that quiet feeling of weighing or balancing, a reasonable soberness must first make its appearance. Gesture 2, soberness. You will be able to feel this quite easily if you enter into the gesture correctly and without prejudice. We have then that enthusiasm has its seat in the breast, gesture 1. Now we come to this point, gesture 12. Readers aside, gesture 12. Left arm placed against the breast, the right arm against the back. Here we have not yet reached enthusiasm. Rather, let us say, enthusiasm does not, on this side, pass over into a weighing, thoughtful process. It passes over into action, into the expression of will. On the path from enthusiasm to will, we find the first stage to be initiative, the going out of oneself, the impulse toward action. Enthusiasm burns with a fire which cannot endure. But when an action is to be accomplished, there must be initiative. There must be the impulse toward action. Here then, gesture 12, we see the impulse toward action. Now, we must pass still further. Let us observe the next stage. Here the whole human being is filled with the conviction that he will succeed in accomplishing the action. Gesture 11, which is, described again, readers aside, place the feet so that they are turned inward and cross the arms. We can almost see Napoleon before us. Special attention, too, must here be paid to the dexterity of the legs and feet. The eurythmist must not stand as in the other positions, but with a firm hold on the ground. You will notice that admirals on board ship always stand in this way. Parenthesis, and let me here advise you, when you are on a ship, always to walk in this way. Then you will not so easily feel the motion of the vessel, nor so easily become seasick. This then is not merely initiative, but it is the capacity for action. Here we have already reached the capacity for action. And now, with gesture 10, we have the action itself. And readers aside, gesture 10 is clasp the right arm over the head, covering the larynx with the left hand. Then we go one stage further. When the action has been accomplished, what has been brought about by its means in the world outside man? We see the human being living in the world. He observes what has been brought about through his action. It is no longer a question of the action only. The human being has already passed beyond this. He can observe it. Action has already become event, an event which has been brought about by his action, by his deed. Thus, in gesture 9, we have the event. And description, readers aside, of gesture 9 is bend the head forward and downward, touching the chin with the right hand, and allowing the left hand to hang at the side. End of readers aside. And now we pass on to gesture 8. Readers aside, stand with the weight on the left foot, holding the right foot slightly raised, the right hand upward in a vertical position, and the left arm bent somewhat sideways. End of readers aside. In this gesture you can see that the event has made its impression upon the human being. He has caused something to happen, and this happening has left its impression upon him. It has become destiny. Thus we may say, event has become destiny. In this circle, then, we have the human being divided up into his component elements. We can picture this human being as containing within himself 12 elements, and we can also discover the 12 corresponding gestures. And now, I need 7 more eurythmists. Let us start here in the center. Stretch out the arms, the right arm forward, the left arm backward. And now you must move both arms simultaneously in a circular direction. Parenthesis, you need, however, only actually make this gesture when all the others have been told what to do. Close parenthesis. With this first gesture, which I have described, we have no longer merely the gesture which is held, but one which is in movement. And when we take this gesture, this movement, we find that it is the expression of the human being in his entirety. Now, the second, left arm backward, right arm forward. You must move the left arm in a circle, the right arm remaining quiescent. Here we have shown you the second movement. It is the expression for all the loving, sacrificing qualities in the human being. Thus, the human being in his aspect of loving sacrifice. Now comes the third movement. Right arm forward, left arm backward, the right arm moving in a circle. This is the extreme opposite of the preceding movement. It is the antithesis of the loving, sacrificing qualities. This is the aspect of egoism. The fourth, stretch out the arms in front of you, with the lower arms crossed one above the other. This gesture is in the sphere of the spiritual. For this reason it may remain quiescent. Here we have everything in the human being which is creative. It is the capacity for creation. Now, we come to the fifth. You must hold the arms forward with the fingers drawn inward, and the movement is made by means of a rocking of the body upward and downward. This represents the aggressive quality in the human being, thus the aggressive element. The sixth, you must hold the left arm still, bent inward, while the right makes a circular movement around it. In this way we show clearly that we are not now expressing the aggressive element, but the activity arising out of wisdom. And now we have the last movement. Here the hands are placed against the forehead, the one somewhat over the other. Now allow them to move slowly up and down, and again up and down. Make this gesture, this movement. Here we have the expression of everything which is most profound, the contemplative, meditative element. The human being is here turned in upon himself. I will describe it as a deep contemplation, Tiefsinn. Thus we have formed a large circle and also a small circle. In the outer and larger circle, we have the 12 outer gestures which are static, which express form. Here in the inner circle we have 7 figures which express movement, with one exception, that is to say. This gesture expresses a different aspect, namely movement which is brought to quiescence. Now you will soon see what an harmonious effect is produced when all these postures and gestures are combined. Those in the inner circle carry out the movements belonging to them, while those in the outer circle take up their postures. We must, however, go still further. Those in the inner circle make their movements. The outer figures move slowly in a circle from left to right, always holding their postures. During the whole time, the others also must make their movements. Here, you see, it is as though the human being were observing the world from all sides, and bringing all his faculties and capacities into movement. Will you once again take up your postures and form the outer circle? I must just mention that in Eurythmy, the direction from left to right is really reversed. That is to say, it is taken from the point of view of the audience. This also applies to the direction from right to left. The outer circle moves at a moderate pace from left to right. Those in the inner circle, still making their gestures, move round somewhat more rapidly. Thus the inner circle dances round at a rapid pace. The outer circle dances round more slowly. Now add all the movements and gestures. See what a harmonious effect is produced. This is one possibility. Here we have a first attempt at drawing forth from the organism its inherent possibilities of movement and gesture. And we can do this when, at the same time, we bear in mind the human being in his entirety. And we can indeed see how in the future further possibilities of form and movement will gradually be able to develop from out of this element. In very truth, the human being has not grown up simply from those forces known and recognized by present-day science. He has grown up out of the whole cosmos, and his nature may only be understood when the whole cosmos is taken into consideration. When we have taken all that we have just seen and really observe it closely, then we may say that we have before us the human being divided up into all his different faculties, into the various qualities and forces of his being. But in the outer world, the human being is always divided up into the various members of his being. This is to be seen in the animals. The human being bears within him all the faculties of the principal animals. These are gathered together in him, synthesized, and raised to a higher level. Thus we have in the first place the four main animal types. Here we have enthusiasm, the breast element, Leo, the lion. The lion has as its dominant characteristic what we have here in this, its corresponding gesture 1. Further, here, gesture 10, is that element which is manifested in the outer world in everything standing under the sign of external action, under the sign of the will, Taurus, the bull. Then, here, gesture 7, you have that which seeks to blend in the human being as a whole all the elements of experience, of action. You saw this in the way the movement was shown. Here we have that which welds together all the separated qualities, just as the etheric body welds together all the different members of the physical body. At one time, the etheric man was also called the water man. Here one really ought to write the etheric man. According to ancient designation, however, this is also the water man. So here I may justifiably write Aquarius, the water man. You now know that this signifies the etheric man. Then we have the fascinating quality of cleverness, of brains, that which creates an impression, gesture 4. And it is just here that tradition has brought about a gross error. In reality, this has to do with all that is connected with the innermost organization of the head. So that I ought really to write the eagle. This confusion between the eagle and the scorpion seems, however, only to have arisen in comparatively recent times. Here then we must picture the eagle, and there's a diagram. But everywhere today we shall find this sign designated as Scorpio. Parenthesis, I do not necessarily mean to imply that people have gradually learned to regard the understanding as something which stings them. Close parenthesis. Now we have here the four main characteristics of the human being. The others lie in the intervening spaces. Enthusiasm does not immediately pass over into action. Something lies between. At this point we have initiative, gesture 12. This impulse which leads us over from enthusiasm to activity, which takes us out of ourselves, is incorporated in the feeling system, in that part of the human being which is enclosed by the ribs. In the ancient language of physiology, this part of the organism was designated as the crab. Here, also, then, I may call this point Cancer the crab. In the zoology of earlier times, the word crab did not merely signify that animal which we today call the crab. It signified all those animals possessing a specially strongly developed rib organization. This is what was originally meant by the word crab. Everything which had a special development of the ribs was a crab. Now, when the human being wishes to pass over into the sphere of action, he must be able to move properly. He must bring both sides of his organism into a properly balanced movement. Thus the element of left and right in the human being must be brought into action in a harmonious manner. Here we must observe that type of animal which is so organized that it has continually to bring the left and right sides of its organism into a synthetic and harmonious movement. Some animals, when walking or running, have to do this to a very marked degree. Gemini, the twins, gesture 11. As I said, from here we pass on to the action, and from the action to the event. When we examine this transition from the action to the event, we find in the animal kingdom that it is best symbolized by those animals having curved horns. This brings us to the event Aries, the ram, gesture 9. Naturally, I should have to speak at considerable length if I wished fully to justify this statement. Then we go further and reach the point where the human being is merged in the external world, where he gives himself up to the external world. We come to the point where his action becomes destiny. Here the human being lives in the moral element, as the fish lives in water. As the fish is merged in the water in which it swims, almost becoming one with it, so does the human being live with his destiny in a moral outer world. Thus Pisces, the fish, gesture 8. Now I have already said that one must find a gradual transition from enthusiasm to quiet thought. We find this transition when the burning enthusiasm becomes sobered. The cooling element, that element which has not yet caught fire, when embodied in the animal kingdom, was called in ancient times Virgo, gesture 2. And after this soberness comes the quiet weighing process, the balancing, Libra, the balances. Those animals which seem to consider everything were in the dim past designated as the balances. Now we pass from gesture 4 to gesture 7, from Scorpio, or more properly, the eagle, to Aquarius, to the etheric man. First, we have the resolve, where thought determines to make itself felt in the outer world. It is easy to see why certain animals which dart from place to place from a certain nervousness of disposition, as for instance certain woodland animals, it is easy to see why in ancient times such animals were named archers. This is something different from what was later supposed. It is simply a characteristic of certain animals. Sagittarius, the archer, gesture 5, see diagram. Parenthesis, today even, I believe that in certain dialects the expression Schütze, archers, is used for those wretched little insects which dart about in the kitchen regions. Close parenthesis. And now we come to the bringing of thought into relationship with the world. At this stage where one butts at everything, where one has not yet achieved the blending of all the human qualities, nor reached as yet the sphere of destiny, at this stage we have the goat. Thus here I must write gesture 6, Capricorn, the goat. Man in his entirety is summed up in the circle of the zodiac. But all this must be regarded as expressing human qualities and faculties. And these human qualities, again, make their appearance in the postures we have been studying. Now in the inner circle, we have had the expression of the human being as a whole, Sun. Next we passed over to the human being in his aspect of loving sacrifice, Venus. Then to the more egotistical aspect, Mercury. To the creative, productive aspect, Moon. To the aggressive aspect, Mars. And then to the aspect of wisdom in the human being, that which radiates wisdom, Jupiter. And finally, we have that which passes over into a certain melancholy, into an inner contemplation, into a profound inwardness, Saturn. As we enter the sphere which reveals the human being to us in the way I have just described, we pass over from the postures which are held to the gestures which are in movement. And if we now wish to synthesize all this, to gather it together into a single whole, we can do so in the way I have shown you, by bringing the circle into movement. By so doing, we externalize all that which together makes up the complete human being. That is to say, the synthesis of all the animal qualities, the animal characteristics. A certain experiment is given in the, quote, color teaching, close quote, of Goethe. Here one paints a disc in sections according to the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, etc. Then one brings the whole thing into movement, whirling it ever faster and faster until the whole impression is grey. The physicists assert white. It is, however, not white, but grey. The separate colors can no longer be distinguished. Everything appears as grey. Now, if the eurythmists had moved with such rapidity that the separate gestures were no more to be seen, but all were whirled together into a whole, then you would have seen something of extraordinary interest: the picture of the human being expressed through his own movements. Here in the inner planetary circle you have all those qualities in the human being which tend outward, those possibilities of inner activity whereby the animal nature is gradually led over into the human. Thus in the outer circle we have all the animals as man. And here in the inner circle we have a synthesis of the animal qualities transmuted into the human by means of the 7-fold planetary influence. And now I must ask you, the details I shall give you next time, to bear in mind the sounds. A, E, O, U, I, Ow. 7 vowels. When we take the consonants really according to their innermost nature, grouping those letters together which are somewhat similar in sound, we get the 12 consonants. Thus we have 12 consonants and 7 vowels. We arrive at the 19 possibilities of sound when we see the consonantal element in the zodiac and the vowel element in the moving circle of the planets. This is the language of the heavens. Whenever a planet stands between 2 signs of the zodiac, in reality a vowel is standing between 2 consonants. The constellations arising through the motions of the planets are indeed a heavenly utterance, which sounds forth with infinite variety. And that which is here uttered is the being of man. Small wonder, then, that in the possibilities of gesture and movement, the cosmos itself is brought to expression. Such thoughts as these enable us to realize that in Eurythmy we are really reviving the temple dancing of the ancient mysteries, the reflection of the dance of the stars, the reflection of the utterances of the gods in heaven to human beings below upon the earth. It is only necessary, by means of spiritual perception, to find once again in our age the possibility of discovering the inner meaning of the gestures in question. Today, then, we have discovered 19 gestures, 12 static and 7 permeated with movement, of which latter one is quiescent only because rest is the antithesis of movement. In the moon we have movement annulled by its very velocity. Thus we have learned to know these gestures, and I have also been able to indicate how they lead over into the realm of sound. Here we have taken the human being as our starting point and have traveled the opposite path. Previously we started from the sounds. Now we take our start from the possibilities of movement and follow this path till it leads to man, to a visible language, to the sounds themselves. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 11, entitled How One May Enter into the Nature of Gesture and Form. We shall see now we shall now see how many of the difficulties with which we are faced in Eurythmy are bound to arise if we do not work out of a deep and inward understanding of the gestures and movements as we learned to understand them yesterday. These difficulties present themselves when, for example, it is necessary to pass over from one consonant to another, or from one vowel to another. And you will have seen from what has already been said that as far as the spiritual element of language is concerned, what lies between the sounds is of paramount importance, just as in music that which is truly musical lies between the tones. The tones are the physical, as it were, the material element. The spiritual element of the music lies in the inner movement leading from one tone to the next. In just the same way, the spiritual essence of language is to be found in the transition from sound to sound. If, therefore, I am conscious of the existence of spirit in matter, and on the other hand am conscious that the sound as such is a physical, material means of expression, it will not be difficult for me to perceive that the spiritual element must necessarily lie in the transition from sound to sound. Yesterday we learned to know the spiritual significance, the spiritual reality underlying certain movements and postures. Today we must try gradually to link up all that we learned yesterday with what we already know as the eurythmic formation of the sounds. With this in view, we will begin as follows. First of all, I must ask those eurythmists who represented the zodiac to take up the same position on the stage as they had yesterday. And now we must add those who represented the planets. You know already from the previous lecture which of the animals in the zodiacal circle each one of you represents, so that now I can ask you to note carefully what follows. We shall connect each of the signs of the zodiac with a different consonant. Aries, F, Taurus, R. These are really half vowel sounds and should be thought of as vowels into which there enters a consonantal element. Both are related to the vowel sound A. Gemini, H. Cancer, F. Sagittarius, G. Capricorn, L. Aquarius, M. Pisces, N. Leo, T or Tau. Virgo, B. Libra, T. Scorpio, Z. It is essential, my dear friends, to take careful note of these correspondences. Now we will take the inner planetary circle. Sun, Au. Venus, A. Mercury, E. Moon, I. Mars, A. Jupiter, O. Saturn, U. Readers aside, the very first one, Aries, is a V, which is pronounced in German as F, but it is possible, since I have no V in the list, that V is intended to sound like V, but forgive me, I'm not sure. End of readers aside. At this point, I must ask each of you to take up your own position. That is to say, each one of you must make the movement or gesture that you made yesterday. Now you must pass over from this movement to the corresponding sound, and from this sound return once more to your original position or movement. In this way you get a gesture corresponding to the sound, both preceding and following the sound itself. And it is from these gestures that you should seek to discover the transition leading from one sound to the next. You will, of course, have to work out all this in detail later on, so that you do not lay undue emphasis on what lies between the sounds. Today we have, in the first place, to see what can be drawn out of the constellation we have formed already, and which we now have standing before us. You, each of you, know your own sound and must make it whenever it occurs. In this way the whole poem will arise out of a combination of 12 plus 7. And we shall see how a poem can be interpreted in Eurythmy by making use of such a constellation. As a preliminary, you must each make your own gesture or movement, and continue to make it while I begin to read the poem quite slowly. As the sounds follow one another, you will each make your own particular sound as it occurs, passing into the sound from your previous movement and returning to this again. But you must all be as alert as terriers, because it is from out of the whole complex of sounds that the poem takes its shape. Here's a quote. Edel sei der Mensch, hilfreich und gut, denn das allein unterscheidet ihn von allen Wesen, die wir kennen. Heil den unbekannten, höheren Wesen, die wir ahnen, ihnen gleiche der Mensch, sein Beispiel lehr uns jene glauben. Close quote. Now I shall continue to read the poem, and you will make the same movements you made yesterday, movements which correspond to the zodiacal and planetary circles. At the same time, while still holding the gestures, you will move round in a circle, each of you making your own sound as it occurs in the text. You will see that the effect is now much more beautiful. Quote, denn unfühlend ist die Natur. Es leuchtet die Sonne über Bös und Gute, und dem Verbrecher glänzen wie dem Besten der Mond und die Sterne. Wind und Ströme, Donner und Hagel rauschen ihren Weg und ergreifen vorübereilend einen den andern. Auch so das Glück tappt unter die Menge, fast bald des Knaben, lockige Unschuld, bald auch den kahlen, schuldigen Scheitel. Close quote. If you are careful to keep at exactly the right distance from one another, you will see how by this means, by allowing the whole thing to develop out of a reality, out of the living movement of the circle and out of the spiritual gestures, each separate sound stands out against a background suitable to it, a background which imbues it with a new spirituality. What I have said in this connection is of the very greatest importance for those of you who have already learned the elements of Eurythmy and are far enough advanced to be able, for instance, to express in Eurythmy such a poem as Goethe's Zauberlehrling. This marks a quite definite stage in one's eurythmic development, and is, up to a point, a stage which may be regarded as complete in itself. But once having reached this stage, it becomes necessary to work very intensively along the lines I have just indicated. For by practicing the gestures that you were shown yesterday, and by studying the way in which these gestures may be made to lead over into the individual sounds, an unusual and at the same time most necessary flexibility will be brought into the fashioning of the sounds themselves. See how beautiful it is when the eurythmist representing Capricorn frames her sound in such a way that before and after the sound this gesture makes its appearance. The sound, the letter, must be drawn forth from the gesture and must be allowed to sink back into the gesture once more. In this way you obtain gestures which provide a frame for the sounds. In other words, a sound is correctly expressed in eurythmy only when, well, shall we say at any rate to some extent, it is consciously made to grow out of this gesture and to return to it again. It is of course obvious that these gestures can only be touched upon in passing. You will also gain very much, not as yet with regard to public performance, about which I shall speak later, but for the actual learning of eurythmy, when you introduce these things into solos, duets, trios, etc. Let us take the case of a single individual, the eurythmist who represents Capricorn, for instance. And let us suppose that this eurythmist were asked to express a poem by means of consonants only, leaving out the vowel sounds. She would then have to choose the shortest possible way of getting to the place of the particular consonant in question, forming it only when actually reaching the spot. Then, passing on her way from this consonant to the following, 1, she would have to make the gesture corresponding to the latter, and so on throughout the poem. These things are of the very greatest importance. By such means, eurythmy can gradually be led over into the very nature of man's being, for the gestures are of such a kind that they are actually based upon the being of man. Thus we gain the possibility of building up the whole form, the eurythmic form of a poem, in such a way that it expresses not merely the inner judgment of the individual performer, but in addition to this, the living relationship between one eurythmist and another, when several are taking part, and a living relationship with space. Now, today you will naturally not be in a position to do more than carry out the particular movement, the particular sound each one of you has been given. At this point, however, we will for once permit ourselves to stand, not facing the audience in the usual way, but turned toward the center of the circle, so that you can all watch the eurythmist who is making the consonants, each in its appropriate place. This eurythmist, after making a particular consonant, for the moment we will leave the vowels on one side, moves toward the place of the next consonant, and makes the movement expressing this toward the eurythmist representing it in the circle. You see how well it is going already, and how beautiful it looks. The 12 eurythmists forming the outer circle have therefore to pay due attention to their own sounds. The first sound that occurs must be made by the eurythmist to whom the particular sound belongs. Then the one who is running the form must be on the lookout for the next consonant, and must move toward the eurythmist representing it. The latter must likewise be ready and must make the consonant also. Thus both will make the same consonant face to face. You will see that in this way we get a very beautiful movement. At a later stage, the same exercise must be practiced without the circle actually being formed. Then one eurythmist does the whole thing alone, as though surrounded by a phantom circle, and seeing, in imagination, each movement being carried out by a phantom eurythmist. I will now read a short poem, and you will express it in the way I have indicated. Everybody must remain standing with the exception of Fräulein S., whom we will ask to undertake the moving part. Ach, now begin to move, ihr Götter, große Götter. The R is here similar to A. In dem weiten Himmel droben, gebet ihr uns auf der Erde, festen Sinn und guten Mut. O, wir ließen euch, ihr Guten, euren weiten Himmel droben. In this way it will immediately become clear to you that the forms which one makes need in no wise be arbitrary, but should always be built up on a sound and reasonable basis. Nothing obvious or trivial should be allowed to enter into a form. If, for instance, the word Bauch, stomach, should occur in a poem, we should be going to work in quite the wrong way were we to try and express this word by means of a realistically shaped form. What we have to do is to base our forms on language as such. We have to make use of the forms lying hidden in the sounds and in the spiritual gestures which we studied together yesterday. And now we will see how beautiful it looks when we express the same poem by means of the vowel sounds. Fräulein H., will you take the principal part this time? The others will join in with the vowels. You know the relative position of the letters toward which you have to move. Ach, ihr Götter, große Götter. Be careful to make no intermediary movement, but stand still when no new vowel sound occurs. When the same vowel comes twice running, one should remain standing quite quietly on the particular spot one has reached in the form. In this way a very beautiful effect is obtained. Ach, ihr Götter, große Götter, in dem weitem Himmel droben, gebet ihr uns auf der Erde. Just think what a splendid exercise you can make out of these few lines. They provide you with an example in which, having arrived at a certain spot with a vowel sound, you must stand quite still when it is repeated. You can, however, only experience such an exercise in the right way if you have developed a true feeling for all that lives in speech. I will take these first 3 lines as an illustration of my meaning. I cannot say that I will recite these lines. I cannot say that I will declaim them, but I will intone them in 2 different ways, so that you can see what really lies in speech, and what it is absolutely necessary for the eurythmist to feel if the content of a poem is to come to expression. Readers aside, I think Steiner is actually saying these vowels out loud. I will attempt this. End of readers aside. A, I, Ö, E, O, E, Ö, E, I, E, O, E, I, U, Au, E. You must realize how entirely different the feeling is when we have der Erde, E, compared with the feeling that arises when one vowel sound follows another. If you practice such exercises, you will become very sensitive to these things. Something similar is to be found in the consonants also, and it is upon this that the beauty of the poem largely depends. It is, moreover, fundamentally true that one has in no way mastered speech if one does not prepare a poem in some such way as this. To begin with, the vowels should be made to ring out while the consonants are barely indicated. And then the vowels should be allowed to fall into the background while the consonants resound in their turn. Just imagine the mood, the character you get by taking the consonants h, her, g, t, r, gr, s, g, t, r, n, d, m, v, t, n, h, m, l, d, n, etc. Readers aside, etc. End of readers aside. In this way you have entered into the feeling of the vowels and consonants one after the other. And it is this which the eurythmist must make a point of practicing. Then the body will become supple. It will actually be what it must become if it is to be used as an instrument. You must have a certain reverence for eurythmy if you wish to be eurythmists. This reverence must become conviction. If you are actually to imitate all the movements made by your larynx, when you say even a moderately complicated sentence, then indeed you have much to learn. You have learned it already in your pre-earthly life. In earthly existence, we have some slight repetition of this in the response made by the larynx to the sounds heard in the environment, for the larynx imitates such sounds. In the spiritual world, however, knowledge of this kind is never acquired intellectualistically, but is of such a nature that it is intimately connected with feeling. By means, therefore, of exercises, such as those we have been practicing here, the feeling life is intensified and stimulated. The point is not so much that we should immediately think of performing this dance of the planets, Planetentanz, for then, having decided upon this dance, for which one requires 12 plus 7 people, thus 19 people in all, we are liable to be told by those for whom the performances are to be given, quote, "You must please bring only 7 eurythmists, including dressers, for we cannot possibly afford more," close quote. So there you are. What is one to do? If the matter is rightly understood, the point will be not so much the actual performing of such a dance of the planets, but rather the making of one's own all that has been given in these 2 lectures, dealing with the transition from the spiritual gestures to the gestures expressing the sounds. If you do this, you will have done much toward making your body supple, and you will develop a fine and delicate feeling for what is essential in eurythmy. In this course of lectures, we wish not only to go once more over the old ground, but also to consider everything which is likely to further the progress of eurythmy. Now, this progress is often hindered by the belief, frequently held, that it is not necessary to study eurythmy in order to be able to do it. Certain people have even gone so far as to wish to become teachers of Eurythmy after having watched Eurythmy performances for a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. Imagine how ridiculous such pretensions would be considered with regard to music or painting. We must gain sufficient insight into these things to know that Eurythmy is something which makes man, in accordance with the possibilities of his organism, into an instrument, a means of expression. This, however, can only be achieved if those things are also practiced which are not necessarily intended to be shown, but which nevertheless help to develop that suppleness of movement essential to performance. Consider for a moment all that is done by those specializing in other arts. You have probably all heard of the famous Liszt piano. Very likely other composers have made use of it also. A piano having keys but no strings. Liszt practiced on this piano. He always had it with him and practiced on it constantly. He naturally did not do this in order to make music, but in order to acquire technical dexterity. His neighbors heard nothing of it. Thus it is good for other people also when one practices in this way. The neighbors are not disturbed the whole night long. One can practice throughout the night without disturbing a soul. It is only there for the purpose of bringing about organic flexibility. What we have been studying in these 2 lectures is absolutely fundamental to Eurythmy, in that it brings into the organism an eurythmic technique of movement and posture. After this digression, we will go back to the last lines of the poem, Festen Sinn und guten Mut. Think of all we have here, of all that we absorb into ourselves with these words. Und gu, you must remain quietly in u. Ten, you return to the previous place. Mut. The gradual finding of one's way into the movement which one feels to be natural when passing from one vowel to another, or which one feels to be natural when the same vowel occurs more than once in succession. This it is which creates the right mood and impression. O, wir ließen euch, ihr Guten, euren weiten Himmel droben. By this means it is possible to experience the vowels and consonants in their juxtaposition. In this connection, I must expressly point out that it is not a question here of absolute position. I might just as well have asked the eurythmist representing t, Leo, to stand somewhere else, in which case the others would then have grouped themselves accordingly. In any case, you come to different places when the whole circle moves. It is not a question of absolute position, but of the relative position each has to the other. On reflection, you will see how great are the possibilities of form to be obtained in this way. These possibilities arise when one takes one's start from a particular spot. For instance, one might begin a poem with t, and obtaining thus a definite starting point, something to hold on to, we can proceed to make the form accordingly, for we know in what direction we now have to move. Thus the main thing is to understand that by studying the content of the lectures given yesterday and today, it is possible to find one's way into the essential nature of gesture and form. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech. Collected Works, Volume 279, 15 lectures and some addenda. This is Lecture 12. Entitled The Outpouring of the Human Soul into Form and Movement. The curative effect of this upon the moral and psychic nature, and its reaction upon the whole being of man. We will now pass on to certain things which have arisen out of the fundamental nature of eurythmy, things which are, up to a point at least, known to you already. And we will then establish a connecting link between what I have been speaking about and what you already know. The first thing I wish to speak about is this. We have seen how what might be described as certain moral impulses, which we have brought before our souls in the numbers 12 and 7, find their expression in human gesture, in gesture which is either static or permeated with movement. And we have seen how thought, in the sense of eurythmy, is altogether possible on the strength of experiences and judgments of the human soul, which shed themselves into the sounds of speech. That which thus streams out from the human soul in gesture and movement can, however, also work back upon the human being as a whole. And this is the basis of the curative action of eurythmy, which may be effective not only in the sphere of the moral, psychic life, but also in the physiological, physical life. The curative action of eurythmy upon the moral and psychic life will be especially apparent when certain eurythmic principles and facts are applied during the years of childhood. Now, starting from this standpoint, from the way in which, on the one hand, form and movement arise from a certain mood or attitude of soul, and then react back once more, I should like to speak further of certain things which have already been dealt with, so that in these next days we may gain a somewhat wider outlook and make another step forward in the development of speech eurythmy. You will all know the exercise which is specially adapted to bring one person into contact with another, the so-called I and you exercise. You stand in a square. On account of the audience, however, the two at the back must be a little closer together. And now you can do this exercise in the following way. I and you and I and you and I, are we. Here you have a real, in quotes, we, the final joining together of the we, and there's a circle. The two who face each other in a diagonal direction are intended as the I and you. As you approach each other, you must clearly express the fact that you wish to belong one to the other, and that the others also wish to belong to the circle. The diagonal line expresses the transition from the I to the you and I. Then retrace the line. This can be done many times in succession. Then the whole is consciously brought together. Are we. If the exercise is to be repeated, one can return to the starting places with you and I. Such an exercise can be worked out in the most varied ways, taking as one's basis such aspects of the soul life as we have learned to know during the last 2 days. Let us now suppose, Fräulein V, that you are the eagle, you, Fräulein St, Aquarius, you, Fräulein S, Taurus, and you, Fräulein H, Leo. Now make the gestures. You take these gestures as the starting point and return to them when the whole exercise is completed. You must realize what you have thus expressed. You have, by means of this exercise, expressed the fact that the human being contains these 4 animals within himself, in their aspect of moral qualities, and that when he becomes conscious of his true self, he understands that the whole human race is contained within his own being. Thus, as man, he really comprises the we. Begin with these gestures. Follow with the exercise. Then pass with a certain grace back to the first gestures. Here we have an example of how these things which we have just learned may be applied. In this way, the whole exercise is brought to a right conclusion. Preliminary gestures, I and you and I and you and I, are we. Concluding gestures. You then have the right introduction and the right conclusion, and the whole thing stands, as it were, enclosed in a frame. Now, this exercise is most excellent in the teaching of eurythmy from an educational point of view. Indeed, when one has observed in a child a tendency toward jealousy and ambition, qualities which one wishes to eliminate, one must persuade such a child to do this exercise with special warmth and ardor. In the art of education, it is of course obvious that one must never apply anything having the least trace of what might be called magic, for anything of the nature of magic would work with a powerful suggestive element. It would react on the unconscious life of the child. Such means can only be used in the case of children of weak mentality, of deficient children. It is only permissible in such cases. When, however, abnormal characteristics are present in the soul life of the child, it is absolutely necessary to work directly into the psychic life, though here too, of course, one must avoid anything in the nature of actual suggestion or magic. Now, it really happens when 4 children do this exercise. They hear the constant repetition, I and you. This brings to their consciousness the element of belonging together, of comradeship, the element of relationship to other human beings. And this is further impressed upon them in the, quote, are we, close quote. The gestures accompanying the exercise simply express the fact that the child is learning to pay attention to what is being done, to what is inwardly working upon him. Thus there is not the least trace of suggestion. It can really be said that this dance is a remedy against jealousy and false ambition. It can only be used in the case of healthy children when it is carried out with full consciousness, quite without anything in the nature of suggestion or magic. But now you will ask, how does the case stand with pathological children? With pathological children, one has to reckon with a consciousness which is already dimmed and clouded. Then, to a certain extent, suggestion does come into play. For this reason, the moment one enters the sphere of the pathological in children, one must clearly realize that although this exercise may be applied with excellent results to children whose consciousness is dulled, it should never be used with children whose minds are overactive. It is such things as these which prove that everything in the domain of curative eurythmy must also be applied in close cooperation with a doctor and working under constant medical supervision. For as soon as we enter the domain of the pathological, only a doctor is qualified to form an opinion. Let us pass to another exercise or dance, which has arisen out of a definite attitude of soul. In order to give this exercise a name, we have called it the peace dance. And this peace dance serves the purpose of teaching one individual, in conjunction with others, how certain nuances of the soul life may find their expression in eurythmic forms. Let us suppose that you make some sort of a triangle. Make it so that the form looks something like this. Readers aside, it's a bit of an obtuse triangle, but equilateral looking. It's obtuse, but with isosceles, and there's a person at each vertex, 1, 2, 3. End of readers aside. Now, one person can walk the lines of the triangle in this direction. Or we can have 3 people, of whom the first takes this line, the second this line, and the third this line. Diagram. When you look at this type of triangle and compare it with one of the following, readers aside, here we have an acute isosceles triangle, very tall. End of readers aside. You have a considerable difference. In the first case, one line is conspicuous on account of its length in comparison to the other 2 lines. And in the other case, it is conspicuous because it is comparatively so short. Even when the exercise is carried out in precisely the same way, we receive a quite different impression. In the first case, we have the impression of peace. In the second case, when we do the exercise according to diagram 2, readers aside, the tall isosceles triangle with the short side, end of readers aside, the form gives the impression of energy. So that we may say, in the first place we have a peace dance, and in the second place an energy dance. The essential thing in such a eurythmic exercise is that we should carry it out rhythmically. And when we now ask ourselves, how should such an exercise be carried out? We must bear in mind that in a descending rhythm we have what might be described as something ordered and under control, while in an ascending rhythm we have an element of striving, of will. Readers aside, On the next page there are quite a number of different diagrams, some German written down that I can't read. An E, O, A, various things like that. FYI, end of reader's aside. Now, when we enter either into the mood of peace or into the mood of energy, we have something of the nature of striving, of working towards some goal, something quite different from what we should have to employ when it is a question, for instance, of expressing a military command. This expression may sound worse than I intend. A military command may, however, be employed simply to train the children, by means of certain movements, to be obedient. But nothing in the nature of a command or order can be expressed in this in this exercise, which demands a particular attitude of soul. It must have a feeling of assent, of intensification. It needs the Anapest rhythm. Now, I will ask Fräulein S. to show us the first triangle as I have described it. The lines of the triangle must be stepped in Anapest rhythm while I say the following words. Strebe nach Frieden. Lebe in Frieden. Liebe den Frieden. Strive for peace. Strive for peace. Live in peace. Love peace. Do it in such a way that the long line faces the audience and that you show the intensification in the long line. Thus you must take your start from this point. You only move backward in order that you may be seen by the audience. Now, when practicing this, you will find the fact that the sentences are not built up according to the Anapest rhythm somewhat disagreeable to the ear. But this does not matter. You must feel the movement, even if this rhythm does not actually lie in the words. It is just in this way that the language of Eurythmy may express something which cannot be fully expressed by language itself. For there is no German word for peace which ends with an emphasized syllable. Let us try it once more. Strebe nach Frieden. Lebe in Frieden. Liebe den Frieden. Readers aside, I'm sort of guessing if he says it's supposed to end on a strong syllable. I'm trying to do that. Again, it's not pure Anapest, end of readers aside. Show the Anapest very distinctly. The words are in the dactyl rhythm, but in spite of this, they must be stepped to the Anapest. The rhythm does not go with the words. Nevertheless, the dance must be done in the Anapest, without allowing oneself to be disturbed by the words. It would be better to use a text written in Anapest rhythm, otherwise there must be a certain disharmony, which is naturally disturbing to the ear. Will you now do the next exercise? Here one must move in Anapest rhythm the triangle which has the short main line. Start once more from this point. Try also to emphasize the form of the triangle by stepping the long side lines quickly, the short main line with a quite slow Anapest. This exercise may be called the energy dance. These two exercises may, however, be carried out by a group. Let us now choose 3 people who will first do the peace dance, taking their places in a triangle and each one moving one line only. This can naturally be done to a suitable text, which must be in the rhythm of the Anapest. But this exercise can be done in yet another way. Triangles of similar shape but small may be formed in the 4 corners. Indeed, this exercise may be carried out with any number of variations, but each variation will differ in its beauty. The best way, perhaps, is for those standing at the point marked 1 to begin the form. They begin, and each one carries out a complete triangle, but simultaneously. Eurythmy depends to a certain extent upon presence of mind. Each separate triangle must do a form similar to the triangle which previously took up the whole of the stage. Now all those standing at the back of the triangle, thus those whom I have placed in the corners, must do the I and you as the second part of the exercise. I and you and I and you and I, are we. Those who stand in the middle simply turn around. The triangle is thus built up in a different way. Those who now form the square must once more carry out the peace dance from their present places, the movement 3 times. When this is done smoothly and well, it forms an exercise complete in itself. From an educational point of view, as also from the point of view of curative education, this exercise, as we have just done it, is of special value. One can make the group smaller using 2 or 3 triangles, but one can still carry the exercise out in a similar way. It is especially good to practice this exercise when one has, for instance, a class containing children of choleric temperament, children who will not be kept in order. Such children must be made to practice these exercises. And if this is done every day, as often as there is a eurythmy class, for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, one will find that they become more manageable. Thus children who are always hitting each other and rampaging about should be made to practice this exercise, and you will see that it has a remarkable power of soothing and quieting them. Readers aside, and there's a diagram filling about half the page, and again on the next page another diagram. End of readers aside. Now we can do the energy dance in a similar way. Here again we must form our 4 triangles, but pointed triangles this time. Let us move the form of the triangles 3 times. 4 eurythmists will now be standing in the corners, see diagram, and they must do the following exercise. Begin with the U, you and I. With the I, you are in the center. Now you have not the same gesture as you had for the U, but you have a gesture which looks as you stand together, as if you were going to attack one another. Go back once more from the I into the U, and do this 3 times. Now you have reached a position from which we must go further. In the first place, we do, as it were, the I and U exercise reversed, thus a U and I exercise, U and I and you and I and you and I and you. Now you are standing at the back, and to continue the exercise, you must run past each other, crossing on the way, the 4 at the outer points, changing places. Thus we go toward the center, you and I and you and I and you and I and you. Struggle fiercely with each other, German, streiten heftig miteinander. And now again the original exercise in the triangle, 3 times repeated. Do the whole exercise once more. The triangle 3 times, then the separating movement, then the triangle again. In order to show you how such exercises may be multiplied and varied, we will do it as follows. Move the triangle for the first time, for the second time, for the third time. Now you must regard all those standing in the triangle as involved in the struggle. Thus do the form, you and I and you and I and you, struggle fiercely with each other, thus everybody who is taking part. Then make the triangles once more, repeating the form of the triangle 3 times. It is, of course, comparatively easy to find poems of 3 verses built up in such a way that they may be practiced to this form. I should like to point out once more that it is quite possible to apply what you have just seen to education, and also to curative education. This exercise has a specially beneficial effect upon children who are phlegmatic and sleepy. They will be stimulated by it. It will give them more inner vitality. That is what I had to say in this connection. Today we will take still another exercise which is based more directly on the actual form. Out of the form itself you will feel what is intended. Frau B, will you try to run a spiral form winding from within outward? The way you did this was perfectly right. You began with a quite noticeable movement, that is to say, with the hands laid against the heart, and then you ended with the arms held in a backward direction. When you observe the movement of this form, you will find that it is well suited to express the going out of oneself, the gaining of interest in the outer world, and finally the yielding of oneself up to the world, which is expressed in the backward movement of the arms. Readers aside, there's an entire page of diagrams, and then on the next page that I am now reading, there's a spiral drawn. End of readers aside. Do it once more, bearing in mind what I have said. You will feel that there is first a seeking in oneself, afterward a becoming aware of the world outside, and then a yielding of oneself up to this world. Now run the reversed spiral. Take the line from without inward, in the first half of the form holding the hands more in a backward direction, and in the second half laid against the heart. You see, this is just the reverse of the former line. It is a gathering together of one's forces. It is a coming back from the outer world into one's own being. In curative education, this first spiral exercise is especially applicable to children who are the reverse of anemic, and it can be applied to combat undue egoism. The second exercise may be applied where the ego force is weak, and it is also an excellent remedy in the case of children who are anemic. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Judy and Vera Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 13 of 15 lectures plus addenda, entitled Moods of Soul, which arise out of gestures for the sounds. Today we will continue to develop such forms as we spoke about yesterday. In this connection, I should like to speak about those forms which may help to establish a certain relationship between a statement and its answering statement, in German Rede und Gegenrede. Yesterday I mentioned the spiral form, and we saw how the evolving spiral gives the feeling of an outgoing of the human being into the world, and how the involving spiral gives the feeling of coming back into oneself. Now, however, let us bring these two forms into a relationship with each other. Move the forms to a clear anapest rhythm. Do it in the first place so that one form follows after the other. You can try it in this way. Fräulein S, will you take the spiral which goes from within outward, and you, Fräulein V, the line which goes from without inward. Now reverse it, taking about 6 anapests. It can be practiced in this way. In the case of dialogue, a conversation from some play, for instance, in the form of question and answer, it is good to move the spiral which winds from within outward and which corresponds to the answer, in such a way that when one reaches the last 2 anapests, one simply takes 2 long, emphasized steps. It is as if one wished simply to have the long, emphasized beats. Do the exercise thus: 4 anapests, 2 long beats. In this way you get a form, the feeling of which corresponds to the nature of dialogue in a play, for example, or indeed any dialogue which is to be expressed in eurythmy. This form can also have a certain significance in curative education. I said yesterday that the one spiral form can be made use of in the handling of wild, unruly children who are always fighting, while the other spiral may be used in handling children who are phlegmatic and who hardly come to the point of raising their own hands. If you get individual children of such types to practice these forms, you will have a certain amount of success. But if you form 2 groups, the one group of choleric, the other of phlegmatic children, and make both these groups run the spiral forms, and in such a way that the children must constantly look into each other's eyes, then they will mutually correct each other. If you employ this corrective action of the one type of child upon the other, these forms will prove to have a remarkably powerful effect. Now, we have in the course of the past years made use of a number of eurythmic exercises and forms based on such as these. Readers aside, and there's a diagram. It's a star, a 5-pointed star, and the vowels and a few other things are written along the long left side going down. That's the best I can do as far as a description of the diagram. End of aside. Frau K, will you do the form which we have for Hallelujah? One can, in the first place, do this to the pentagram form. You stand at the back point of the pentagram and use one line to do the Hallelujah. Begin with the H, pass over into Ah, do the L 7 times, pass on to the A, make the second L 3 times, then U, E, Ah. You must, however, continue to move the form. The second line of the form must be done in the same way. Thus, when carried out by one person alone, this exercise is repeated 5 times. Now, let us take 5 people. When each one does this same exercise, we again have a complete Hallelujah. Frau K, you move the first line. Fräulein S has the next. Fräulein SCH the third. Frau SCH the following line. And Fräulein V has the last line. You must all begin at the same time. And you must be careful to space out the line in such a way that when the exercise is completed, you have all arrived on your own places. In this way, out of the lines of the pentagram, you get a complicated and ever-changing form. When this exercise is carefully practiced, the effect is very impressive and does actually convey the whole character of the word Hallelujah. It is, however, possible to find another variation of this exercise. Let one person stand here, the second there, see the diagram, and there the third, fourth, and fifth. Readers aside, they are now actually all on that one line that I had described earlier, the left long one, and they're standing kind of in a line on that line. And the readers aside. Now we must add a 6th and a 7th. Each one must move in this direction. See the arrow. A different impression is thus created. The form should be divided up as before. Those in the front must always stand in such a way that the back ones come into the intermediate spaces and are therefore also visible. Let us try it. 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, and 7 in a curve backward to 1, all at the same time. You will see that this produces a form of Hallelujah, which, on account of its measured tempo, gives an impression of high exaltation. Yet another variation can be brought about if each of you, on reaching your place, see the following diagram, adds this line, the curve, to the form. Here again all must move simultaneously. The 2 lines of the form must now be accompanied by the same gestures as before. This way, of course, the Hallelujah necessarily entails a certain quickening of the pace. Such a form lends itself to many further variations. Let us, for instance, do it in this way. Frau S and Fräulein SCH, will you stand here, one on each side, while the others form the pentagram? Now, you, Fräulein SCH, must make the movement of the sun, as we did it yesterday, continuing this while the others move the pentagram. At the same time, Frau S, you must make the quiescent gesture for the moon. Here we have a form for Hallelujah, which again has its special color. Let us pass over from this form to our second form, without the curved lines. Then we shall have a very exalted Hallelujah. And in making this transition, let the sun and moon take their places as before. At this point, we can pass over to the last form of all, which again demands a somewhat quicker tempo. Thus the Hallelujah may be carried out in the most varied manner. In this way you get a form which will really have a profound effect upon the onlookers. Let us try it. Hallelujah. This shows the possibility of making use of forms in such a way that they actually correspond to the most individual characteristics inherent in the matter in question. Now let us vary the form of EVOE. Readers aside, not sure what that means. Evo, or ephor, perhaps, again I'm guessing, and of readers aside, in a somewhat similar fashion. Frau P, will you do it alone? With E, take a step. With V, stretch out one arm, and with the other make a movement as though you were going to take hold of something. With O, hold the arms to the sides and raise yourself up to a very correct position. With A, step forward. When you carry out these movements, the form comes of itself. Now let us see how this works out when done by three people. Here, when three take part, you can approach so closely together that each one lightly takes the hand of the other. With the reader's aside, they're using the letter V in this book. I am not sure if this is the sound V or the sound F. In German, of course, it would be F, but if they're using the English V, we would get this wonderful sound that hasn't been mentioned much in the book, V. So forgive me that I'm unsure. End of reader's aside. The greater the number taking part in this exercise, the more beautiful is the effect. These are examples of definite forms which may be developed when, by entering into their inherent mood and feeling, and at the same time retaining throughout the true character of eurythmy, one is able to conjure up a certain mood of soul from out of the movements for the sounds. It is also possible, by means of a single gesture, arising directly out of a certain mood of soul, as do the sounds in eurythmy, to give adequate expression to some special feeling. Fräulein S, will you do the following? Dr. W will kindly stand here on the stage. While Fräulein S looks at him, she must stand with the toe of the left foot touching the ground, and while still looking at him, must make the movement for S. I think no one could mistake the fact that her dealings with him are ironical. The mood of irony is expressed absolutely naturally when this eurythmic movement is carried out in the right way. And now, Fräulein S, will you make the following movement? First, express an ironical perception of something, and then, with an inner effort of will, make this mood of irony still more active. Thus we have the previous movement as the first stage, and now, putting the foot flat on the ground and still retaining the S gesture, hold the chin awry and slant the eyes. Pass over from the first movement to the second, from first irony, then delight in being a minx. There can be no doubt that we have here an adequate means of expression, one which is actually drawn out from the gestures themselves. We have seen how satisfying it is. I wanted to show by means of this example how these things must be felt and experienced. In eurythmy, the possibility of becoming truly artistic first arises when one has reached the point of finding each movement, whether vowel, consonant, or any of the other movements we have had, as inevitable as this most characteristic gesture for irony. From this very gesture, you can learn how one can find one's way into all these things. I want to show you another example of the metamorphosis of form. Those who took part on the stage yesterday in the interwoven peace dance and I and you exercise will remember how the four groups of three people were arranged. I shall now ask those who were on the stage yesterday to come up again and take these same places. Let us do the following. Instead of merely moving the form silently as yesterday, you will do the first form, the triangle, 3 times, accompanied by lines built up according to this pattern, Es keimen der Seele Wünsche, then a second line to the second part of the form, and a third line to the third part of the form. We have now reached the point where yesterday we began the I and you, but here again we shall have words which may be built up according to the pattern of I and you. Thus we shall have a number of lines fashioned in this way. And again, as an ending, we have another 3 lines, so that we once more come back to the peace dance. Quote, Es keimen der Seele Wünsche, es wachsen des Willens Taten, es reifen des Lebens Früchte, ich fühle mein Schicksal. Parenthesis, approaching each other, close parenthesis. Mein Schicksal findet mich, going back. Ich fühle meinen Stern, approaching. Mein Stern findet mich, going back. Ich fühle meine Zeile, approaching. Meine Zeile findet mich, going back. Meine Seele und die Welt sind eines nur. Close quote. Now come the last 3 lines corresponding to the peace dance. quote, Das Leben, es wird heller mich. Das Leben, es wird schwerer für mich. Das Leben, es wird reicher in mir. English, the wishes of the soul are quickened, the deeds of the will wax and grow, the fruits of life are ripening. I feel my fate finds me. I feel my star finds me. I feel my aims find me. My soul and the world are one. Life will be clearer round me. Life will be heavier for me. Life will be richer in me. In this way we have a relationship with the I and you, etc., which is not merely schematic, not merely an abstract form, but which, even if not perfect, is still absolutely dependent upon the structure of the lines of the poem. It is an example of how these forms may be developed. Do it once more. Now you will understand it better. You will see that there really is a perfect adjustment between the lines of the form and what is contained in the lines of the poem. Here, at the same time, I have given you an example of the intimate relationship existing between the language of Eurythmy and the language which we ordinarily use. I have attempted, it is naturally only a slight attempt and intended merely as an illustration, to answer the question, how did poems arise in certain mystery centers, where an art of movement existed, such as we are endeavoring to renew in Eurythmy? In these centers it was not the language, the structure and form of language in a poem which was considered in the first place. For a man of those early times had something within him which caused him first to experience the movement, the gesture with its accompanying form. And it was out of the form, out of the gesture, that the structure of the poem was sought. The eurythmic forms and gestures preceded the fashioning of the poem. These things actually show the intimate relationship existing between Eurythmy and the earthly language. As eurythmists, we must acquire a feeling for the fact that not every poem can be expressed in Eurythmy. You see, at least 99% of the poems which have gradually accumulated are far from artistic. At the outside, we have the remaining 1%. The history of literature could certainly not assume vast proportions if true poetry only were taken into consideration. For true poetry always contains Eurythmy within it. It gives the impression that the poet who wrote it first carried out in his etheric body the eurythmic movements and gestures. It is as if he only possessed his physical body in order to translate the eurythmic gestures and movements into the language of sound. In no other way can a true poem arise. Naturally, this need not penetrate into the intellectual consciousness. Even in our present age, there are true poets who dance, as it were, with their etheric bodies before they produce a poem. And in earlier times, too, such poets existed, as for instance Schiller in his really beautiful poems. I do not mean those poems of Schiller's which should also be set on one side, but those which are a real poetic achievement. With Goethe, too, in the case of most of his poems, one really feels the eurythmic gestures lying behind the words. Indeed, quite a number of poets may be said to possess this quality, albeit unconsciously. It is present in them unconsciously. Now, the eurythmist must naturally be able to feel, from the way in which a poem works on his organism, whether it is suited to eurythmic expression. Whether, that is to say, he can answer the question, was the poet himself a eurythmist? Had he in himself that something which I wish to express in form and movement? It is when one feels this to be the case that one can enter into a certain inner relationship with the poem which is to be expressed in eurythmy. Of course, all this must not be exaggerated, for in the realm of anthroposophy we must never become fanatics. It is possible to carry such ideas too far. We need not, for instance, advocate that only such poems as arose out of the mysteries should be done in eurythmy, or such poems as are fashioned, as it were, after the manner of the mysteries. On the other hand, one would not, I imagine, choose a poem by Wildenbruch It is such things as these which must be felt by eurythmists, otherwise they will not be able to enter into the true nature of eurythmy. From this you will perhaps have gained some understanding of the intimate relationship existing between eurythmy and language. And now I will ask Fräulein S. to do the following in eurythmy. Mein Freund, kannst du es nicht lassen, mir das Traurige immer wieder in die Seele zu rufen? Translation, my friend, canst thou not refrain from ceaselessly calling up sorrow in my soul? Close. End of translation. Do it as follows. Take, for instance, a simple wave-like line as your form, and when you come to the words Mein Freund, kannst du es nicht lassen, begin definitely to accelerate the tempo, letting this acceleration be really visible. Move the second half, mir das Traurige immer wieder in die Seele zu rufen, at a quite definitely quicker tempo. Do this once more. Now, let us reverse the process in the following sentence. Was seh ich? Es ist der Morgensonne Glanz. What do I see? It is the glow of the morning sun. After ich, you must try to retard the quick tempo with which you began. You have here, first example, the transition in tempo from slow to quick. And here, second example, the transition from quick to slow. When it is a question of will or striving, as in the first sentence, in which there is the impulse to check something, where there is a certain element of will, quote, I do not wish to call this up incessantly before my soul, close quote, then we have a transition from a slow to a quick tempo. And when it is a question of the effect of an external happening, thus when, as in the second sentence, we are incited to observe something, when we have to do with perception, then we must pass over from a quick to a retarded tempo. Mein Freund, kannst du es nicht lassen, mir das Traurige immer wieder in die Seele zu rufen, equals the will. Was seh ich? Es ist der Morgensonne Glanz, equals perception. You will find that these tempi really give the possibility of expressing in movement, on the one hand, will, and on the other hand, perception or feeling. And you will have to analyze poems in order to discover whether it is more a question of expressing will, of resistance in the movement, warding off something, or whether it is a question of expressing a yielding up of oneself, something in the nature of reverence or devotion. In addition to this, one can, of course, make use of the gesture for devotion. The effect will then be intensified, for there are always more ways than one of expressing such things. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech. Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Judy and Vera Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 14 of 15 lectures plus addenda, and it is entitled The Structure of Words, the Inner Structure of Verses. Just as in speech itself, an inner understanding for the structure of language makes it necessary to divide words, according to the train of thought, into nouns, adjectives, etc. So in eurythmy, also these things must be taken into consideration. It is of course obvious that all pedantry must here be laid aside, and that the teaching of eurythmy, from the aspect which we shall be developing here today, must never be allowed to degenerate into those methods too frequently employed in the teaching of grammar in schools. But the eurythmist must be fully conscious of the way in which each single word, a noun for instance, must be treated, for these details have their place in the whole scheme of the structure of language, by means of which the human being is enabled to express himself through speech. It is necessary then to differentiate between words which express the characteristics of things descriptive words, and words expressing activities. Such words as describe the characteristics of things may be expressed in eurythmy by checking the movement of the form. Just at the moment when one wishes to express an adjective in eurythmy, one must pause in the form and make the gestures standing still. The gestures must be made during a quiet interval in the form. On the other hand, when we are expressing some soul content, as we do in ordinary speech by means of a verb, the point is to accompany the gestures by a decided movement in the form. Thus, gestures accompanied by movement, gestures carried out by the human being in motion, may be said to be the expression of the verb. Now, one can subdivide that which is expressed by means of the verb in this way. We may have the expression of something passive or of something active, or of something prolonged over a certain period of time. A transient activity, a transient passivity, or a prolonged activity, a prolonged passivity. It is according to this that we can differentiate our eurythmic gestures. When we wish to express passivity, a passive relationship to something, the gestures must be made while the eurythmist moves in a forward direction, not in a backward direction. Everything that is inwardly connected with suffering, endurance, with a passive attitude, may be expressed by making the gestures to a forward-moving form. Everything active may be expressed by making the gestures to a backward movement in the form. While everything either active or passive, which is of the nature of duration, may be expressed by making the gestures to a form which moves from side to side. Thus we are able to express the verbal element in a way which enables the onlooker to perceive what actually lies in the nature of the verb. We will now apply what has just been said to the working out of a short poem. We will try to bring out these three forms of inner experience as they come to expression in the verb. Let us then examine the verbs as they occur in this little poem. Könnt schlafen nicht. I could not sleep. Sleep is something, at least in the case of healthy people, which has a certain duration. So here we must express something which lasts over a period of time. And there's a diagram. Könnt träumen nicht. I could not dream. Now it may be said of dreaming, and we must always analyze a poem in this way before working it out in eurythmy. It may be said of dreaming that this also is something involving duration, but here at the same time a slight passivity is indicated. We must try to combine the side-to-side movement in the form with the forward movement, not now going directly forward, but in a diagonal line. You could express dreaming by this form, and on page 215 there's a drawing. The poem continues. Könnt schlafen nicht, könnt träumen nicht, da hört ich draus, wie das Eis zerbricht. I could not sleep, I could not dream. I heard without how the ice was shattered. In quotes, heard, we have another verb. Heard is quite obviously passive, so the line must be forward. Quote, how the ice was shattered, close quote. We must bear in mind here that something is said about the ice. Let us inquire, is this the passive mood or the mood of duration? If we enter into the feeling of this phrase, we shall realize that we have to do with the mood of duration, but that there is also the indication of something happening, of something active. The shattering of the ice in the reverse is the reverse of the purely passive mood. It may even be said to make an aggressive impression upon us. We say shattered. This crackling of the breaking ice is continuous. And at the same time we must express the active mood by moving up to a point in a backward direction. Then we have a line without a verb. At least there is only an auxiliary verb, and we shall not consider this for the moment. Es war, als ob aus der Ferne es sich nahete, wehete, lüftete, und in den Lüften es atmete, düftete. It was as if from afar something approached, wafted, floating aloft, as if something in the air breathed, sending forth fragrance. To approach, to be wafted, to float, all these verbs express duration, but they have at the same time something active about them. Here then we must express these verbs to waft, to float, by a line which goes backward and again backward, as if something in the air. Here we have no verb. Quote, breathed, sending forth radiance, close quote, must be treated in the same way as, quote, wafted, floating aloft, close quote. We have therefore to move in a backward direction, and then again further back. There's a diagram. Über die Felder her, Tal herab, Berg hinauf, wenn das der Frühling war, in vollem Lauf. Over the meadows, down the valley, up the mountain, as though the spring were come in full career. Now do the whole poem, characterizing the different types of verb. Entitled For Frühling, Early Spring. Konnt schlafen nicht, konnt träumen nicht, da hört ich draus, wie das Eis zerbricht. Es war, als ob aus der Ferne es sich nahete, wehete, lüftete, und den Lüften es atmete, düftete. Über die Felder her, Tal herab, Berg hinauf, wenn das der Frühling war, in vollem Lauf. Early spring. I could not sleep, I could not dream. I heard without how the ice was shattered. It was as if from afar something approached, wafted, floating aloft, as if something in the air breathed, sending forth fragrance over the meadows, down the valley, up the mountain, as though the spring were come in full career. We have then these different types of verbs. Sleep, dream, heard, was shattered, approached, wafted, floating aloft, breathed, sending forth fragrance. Readers aside, there's a bunch of diagrams next to each of these words. And readers aside. Now we must define the nouns. Here in the first place we have those nouns which describe such things as make an impression upon the senses. Things which in ordinary life are termed concrete objects. It is, of course, impossible to state definitely what is concrete and what abstract. This must be left to individual judgment. Hegel, for instance, protested against the usual conception of abstract and concrete. He declared that a washerwoman is something very abstract, whereas wisdom is absolutely concrete. Everything depends upon whether one is able to conceive wisdom as something concrete and a washerwoman as an abstraction. Anyone who conceives wisdom as concrete will certainly feel that a washerwoman is merely existent in thought and quite without reality. A washerwoman has no real existence. The human being embodied within her exists, but in her capacity of washerwoman, she is altogether unreal. For this reason, it is perhaps better to say, objects which produce an impression upon the senses are described by words which must be expressed in the form of an angle backward. All objects producing an impression upon the senses correspond to a backward angle in the form. On the other hand, that which in the ordinary sense of the word is termed abstract, everything, that is to say, which makes no impression upon the physical senses, but depends upon experiences of the soul, as for instance wisdom, thought power, genius, fantasy, and countless other qualities, everything in this nature must be expressed by means of a curved line in a forward direction. Thus the mental contemplative element, as we may call it, is expressed in this way. And this gives us two separate forms corresponding with two classes of substantives. There is also another type of noun which expresses condition. We might take as examples whiteness, beauty, height. In the case of these nouns of condition, we reverse the form which we use for objects perceptible to the senses. We make the angle forward. Then, further, we have words which express such things as are purely bound up with the soul life. Here the curve line becomes more complicated. In this way, we are able to show nouns expressing some mood of soul: yearning, suffering, pain, pity, goodwill, and so on. By means of the angle forward, we express conditions which appear as attributes of external objects, while, for everything dependent upon the inner soul life, we must use such a form as I have just described. In this way, you will discover movements capable of arousing in the onlookers shades of feeling and perception, which will enable him to follow the inner laws, which determine why a certain combination of sounds conveys a definite mood of soul, a distinct condition or sense impression. It is not necessary to move a separate form for each individual word. With the pronouns, as with the adjectives, the movements may be made standing still. Numerals also should be treated like adjectives. They need not, insofar as eurythmy is concerned, be differentiated from the ordinary adjective. Interjections, on the other hand, "oh," for instance, or "ah," have a quite special significance. For it is by such words as these that beauty and grace may be brought into eurythmy. In the case of all interjections, we must either introduce a bending movement of the body, or else a spring or little jump. Now that I am speaking about a jump or spring, I will take the opportunity of drawing your attention once again to the fact that everything of this kind which is introduced into eurythmy must be carried out in such a way that one jumps on to the ball of the foot, only putting the heel down later. There is something fundamentally harmful about any jump which brings one down onto the flat of the foot. Due attention must be paid to this. It has often been overlooked in spite of very definite warnings. In the case of every jump, including those which occur in tone eurythmy, one must jump onto the forepart of the foot, later bringing the heel into contact with the ground. Now I'm going to make a statement which will most certainly meet with opposition from materialists, but which is, nevertheless, of the utmost importance for the whole sphere of eurythmy, for eurythmy in its artistic, educational, and curative aspects. Every single movement, from whichever aspect it is regarded, must be carried out with grace, in the true sense of the word. And a eurythmy performance, or a lesson in eurythmy, which is not participated in by at least one of the graces, I do not, of course, mean this in a physical sense, cannot, my dear friends, be said to be justified. We must have the feeling all eurythmy, educational as well as artistic, must be of such a nature that one of the graces might look on without embarrassment. This, of course, entails an energetic campaign against all lack of skill in eurythmy. And of all the clumsy, awkward things, this jumping onto the flat of the foot is the most awkward. As I have already said, every spring or jump must be on the forepart of the foot. When in education grace reigns in the sphere of eurythmy, the children actually grow in receptivity and perception in all directions. And teachers of eurythmy must make this increased power of receptivity and perception in the children the goal toward which they strive. It is through grace alone that art finds its way into the realm of beauty. And in curative eurythmy, this is the most difficult of all to believe, but it is nevertheless true. One of the graces must at least be hovering in the background. Even if not actually visible, she must be listening. And for this reason, that every exercise of curative eurythmy not gracefully carried out tends to produce a stiffening and hardening effect in the etheric body, thus counteracting the desired results. Fräulein S., will you now show us some eurythmy into which you must introduce graceful bending movements. You can be quite free to follow your own feeling, but when I come to the third sentence, try in addition to introduce a graceful jump. With the first of these sentences, the movements must be subtle and interesting. I'm going to recite 3 examples. You can express each one by means of the vowel sounds, adding at the same time the movements which I have just indicated. Quote, "The dog goes bow wow." Introduce a bending movement which really represents the bow wow. The cat goes meow. And now with the third gesture, make 3 graceful little jumps, combining the last jump with some sort of bending movement. The cock goes cock-a-doodle-doo. In this way we get the interjections. Further, we have the prepositions. Some sort of acquaintance with these matters is, of course, essential. One must realize, for instance, that the prepositions express the relationship in which one thing stands to another. We have such words as aus, out, außer, outside, bei, with, among, entgegen, toward, mit, with, nach, after, next, next, von, of, zu, to, zuwider, contrary to, all prepositions which, as we say, govern the dative. They are always followed by the dative, by the so-called third case. All prepositions must be expressed by a bending of the head and body in a sideways direction. Here again, however, we must learn to differentiate. In the case of prepositions governing the dative, the body must be bent, not sideways merely, but also slightly forward, in a diagonal direction either to right or left. In the case of those governing the accusative, the bending must be directly either to left or right, while in the case of those governing the genitive, the movement must be sideways and also slightly backward. In this way we get more variety. Let us now try to express the preposition in the following little poem. I shall ask Frau P. to express the preposition when it occurs by means of the corresponding movement. Was mag es bedeuten? This is a question. In this connection we spoke earlier of the spiral form, and now we have an opportunity of applying it. Was mag es bedeuten? Mein Herz pocht so geschwind, die Glocken sie läuten im Morgenwind. You can then express prepositions in this way. On the other hand, a bending of the head only is the expression for conjunctions, and, but, etc., for these words whose function it is to connect other words and sentences. Today I want to speak of the way in which the structure of a poem may be shown by means of eurythmy forms. We must naturally try to make this course of lectures as comprehensive as possible, and with this in view I will now touch upon certain things which may help us to bring out the actual form of a poem and to express this in eurythmy. To begin with, I will show you how one may treat a poem in which the same form of verse, the same inner structure of the verse is constantly repeated. We will suppose, for instance, that we have a verse of 4 lines, and we will see how such a 4-lined verse can be worked out. There are, of course, many other possibilities. I do not mean to imply that every verse of 4 lines must be built up in this way, but it can be so built up. Readers aside, and there's an amazing diagram of movement that Steiner has here, and readers aside. One eurythmist must stand here and move the first form, trying to find his way into it for the first line of the verse. The second eurythmist, who stands here, does this form, trying to find his way into the second line, and of course only moving when this second line is being recited. The third must stand here, and during the recitation of the third line must move this form forward, and the fourth moves the fourth line to this last form, foreground. But now we must also observe the structure of this verse and see how the rhymes occur. The first line rhymes with the third and the second with the fourth. We can show this quite clearly by making the eurythmist, who does the first line, continue to hold the the E gesture. This must also be done in the case of the third line. Here again, the E gesture must be held. The eurythmist, doing the second line, continues to hold the U gesture, and this same U gesture must be shown by the fourth eurythmist. This example shows you in principle the way in which the forms and movements of eurythmy may be drawn out from the actual structure of a poem. Will 4 of you take these places? You will learn the form in a moment by looking at the diagram on the blackboard. And now I will read a poem in which the structure of the verse corresponds to the form just described. This will show you how you can find your way into the building up of eurythmic forms. For one must not build up a form merely by vague dreaming or by indefinite muddling methods. A form must be made to correspond to what is actually contained in the text itself. And this can be done by bearing in mind all that has been said. You will at first, of course, only be able to move the form as such, but when you have had time to practice, you must try to bring into such a form those details of grammatical structure to which I have referred today. All this can also be introduced. But you need not think, when a movement forward is indicated, that you must immediately take 10 steps. The slightest indication is quite sufficient. And indeed the effect is most beautiful when these things are suggested only. Today I will not impose too much upon you, but will ask you simply to run the form, not showing the additional grammatical details. To do this would be comparatively difficult, but it is nevertheless possible with adequate practice. The poem runs thus, entitled Scheiden. Was mag es bedeuten? Mein Herz pocht so geschwind, die Glocken, sie läuten im Morgenwind. Was mag es bedeuten? Mein Herz ist wund, die Glocken, sie läuten, die Abschiedsstund. Die Glocken, sie klagen, mein Herz tut mir weh, die Stund hat geschlagen, ade, ade. Die Stund hat geschlagen, das Herz klopft so sehr. Ich sitz in dem Wagen, komm nimmer mehr. In this way, then, see previous diagram, one can build up the form of a poem. Tomorrow I shall speak even more exactly about the structure of poems. Today I must just add the following. It is only by repeatedly calling up a certain mood of soul that the eurythmist can gain the receptivity of feeling and perception necessary to expressive gesture. This delicate and fine perception can be awakened in the eurythmist by means of a meditation drawn out from the secret nature of the human organization. It can be attained when you enter in deep and inward meditation into what lies in the following words, not feeling them as words merely, as abstract concepts, but allowing their content to ripen within you. It is thus that you will be able to achieve all that I have just described. I seek within me the strength of creative working, the power of creative life. It tells me the heavy weight of earth through the word of my feet. It tells me the forming power of the air through the singing of my hands. It tells me the strength of heaven's light through the thinking of my head. So the world in man speaks, sings, thinks. Ich suche im Innern, der schaffenden Kräfte wirken, der schaffenden Mächte leben. Es sagt mir, der Erde schwerer Macht, durch meine Füße Wort. Es sagt mir, der Lüfte Formgewalt, durch meine Hände singen. Es sagt mir, des Himmels Lichtes Kraft, durch meines Hauptes Sinnen, wie die Welt im Menschen spricht, singt, sinnt. When you have meditated upon such words as these, you will discover that you can say of yourselves, It is as though I have awakened out of a cosmic sleep into the heavenly realm of Eurythmy. If you stimulate this mood and feeling in your souls, you will be able to enter this realm as though awakening out of the darkness of night into the light of day. End of Lecture 14. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett. This is Lecture 15 of 15 lectures. There will be some addenda in addition, but this is the last lecture of the cycle. Entitled In Eurythmy, the entire body must become soul. Today we must bring this course of lectures to its conclusion. It has naturally only been possible to give certain guiding lines. Much still remains unsaid and must be reserved for a future occasion. It seemed to me better to develop these guiding lines in a really fundamental way, out of the nature of eurythmy itself, rather than to attempt a more encyclopedic survey of the whole domain of eurythmy. It is of the greatest importance that each individual eurythmist should strengthen this power of creating the movements out of an inner activity, for it is in this way alone that a true understanding for eurythmy can be developed. I shall deal first, my attention having been drawn to the matter, with the two sounds g and v, and in the German that's a W. Readers aside, there was a confusion a few lectures back about the V. They showed a V, and I was wondering if it was the fa sound, which is what a V sounds like in German. I realize now they're showing V for the W sound in German, V, and I apologize for that slight confusion back there. End of readers aside. Let us first take the G. In modern languages, in modern European languages at least, this sound has not the same significance as it had in earlier times. For this reason, we have not considered it until now. The sound G, when properly formed, signifies an inner strengthening of the self, a strengthening of the soul forces, a concentrating in itself of everything in the human being which naturally spreads outward. It is therefore the sound of speech which, so to speak, holds our being together, insofar as the latter is a vessel for natural forces. This is the sound G. Perhaps Fräulein V will make the movement for G in order that you may see how well the character of this gesture is adapted to show this inner strengthening and concentration. The warding off of everything external and the welding together of everything inward is expressed in the gesture for G. Now we come to the remarkable sound V, or in German the W. We find this sound less frequently in the more ancient languages, in the Oriental languages, that is to say. It expresses a special need of the human soul. It is as if the human soul were not used to the shelter of a firmly built structure, but felt compelled to wander. Instead of the firmly built house, which may be experienced in the B sound, instead of this solid house, the soul feels the need of a tent, or of the shelter of the woods. In the V sound, there lies the feeling of what may be described as a moving shelter. This is why one always feels, with the sound V, that one is, as it were, carrying a shelter which is constantly being set up anew. Everything of a wandering nature, where the essential element is movement, must be experienced in this sound. It is the surging of the waves, which is expressed by a strongly formed V. When delicately formed, it expresses the sparkling of the waters. This will help you to realize what must be felt in the sound V. Now, it is a remarkable fact that when using the sound V, German W, one quite naturally finds oneself repeating it. One feels compelled to repeat it several times in succession. Something seems amiss if one simply says es wallet. One wishes to say es wallet und woget, es weht und windet, es wirkt und webt, and so on. There is, in short, no sound which leads so naturally into the sphere of alliteration as this sound v. An alliteration can be made up with other sounds, but in no other way will it come about so naturally. Perhaps Fräulein S. will demonstrate the sound v. You see how it demands a gesture filled with movement? V may thus be said to be that sound which permeates being with movement. Will you now show us, just going round in a circle without actually showing the structure of the alliteration? We shall add this shortly. An alliteration built up on the sound V. In this example there are also other alliterated sounds, but observe how slight an impression they make when compared to one built up on the V sound. Thus we have Wehe nun, Waldender Gott. Wegeschick naht, ich wallete der Sommer und Winter, 60 außer Landes, wo man mich immer schaute. Now comes the other alliteration. In die Schar der Schützen, doch der keine Burg, man den Tod mir brachte. Then we have a very marked alliteration built up on M. You will feel this strongly, yet not so strongly as in the case of V. Nun soll mein eigenes Kind mich mit dem Schwerte hauen, morden mich mit der Mordaxt, oder soll ich zum Mörder werden? One cannot help feeling that every alliteration based upon the V sound appears to come about quite as a matter of course, whereas all other alliterations, no matter what sound is repeated, have the effect of being drawn out from the V. Alliteration is an essential and fundamental element in poetry, especially where the sound V is experienced in a living way. In this connection, we must develop a twofold feeling. In the first place, there lies in the nature of alliteration, that is to say, when the first letter of certain words is repeated, something which takes us back into earlier stages of European culture. Wilhelm Jordan had attempted to revive alliteration, and has indeed succeeded in introducing it into his work with a certain strength and conviction. In modern German, this element of alliteration appears somewhat out of place. A feeling for it, however, can always be recaptured if one has the gift of going back in imagination to an earlier epoch. The short poem which I have read to you is taken from the Song of Hildebrand. Hildebrand was long absent from his native country, and on his return journey he met his son Hadubrand, with whom he came into conflict. It is the battle between these two which is related in this alliterative form, a form which was at that time an instinctive and completely natural means of expression. An alliteration may be shown in the following way. Let a number of eurythmists form a circle, and now, because the very essence of alliteration is consonantal, although not invariably based upon the V sound, they must emphasize the alliterated consonants by stepping round this circle. The vowel sounds do not form part of the alliteration. For this reason, they may be shown by another group of eurythmists who stand inside the circle, making the movements for the vowels. I will ask several of you to show the alliteration in the poem I have just read. Will you take your places in the circle? And now 3 others must stand in the center and show the vowels. The alliteration will be particularly strongly emphasized if, whenever a new alliterated sound occurs, it is shown by a different eurythmist, the preceding eurythmist at the same time repeating the previous sound. Only those vowels which follow directly after the alliterated consonant should be shown by those in the outer circle. The other vowel sounds must be done more as an accompaniment by those standing in the center. In order to make the whole thing quite clear, let us take this example and do it quite slowly. those in the outer circle moving in the alliteration. Wehe nun, Waldender Gott, weh Geschick naht, ich walte, der Sommer und Winter, 60 außer Landes, wo man mich scharte, wie die Schar der Schützen, doch vor keine Burg, man den Tod mir brachte, nun soll mein eigenes Kind mich mit dem Schwerte hauen, morden mich mit der Mordaxt, oder soll ich zum Mörder werden? Readers aside, I'm unclear on how to pronounce this word, M-O-R-D-A-X-T in German. End of readers aside. The alliterated consonant and the vowel sound immediately following it must be carried round the circle from one eurythmist to the next. This will show you how, in fact, movement and also restraint may be brought into such a poem sheerly by means of alliteration. We will now pass on to something else, something which will help us to make of the human organism a fitting instrument for the service of eurythmy. In this connection, it is very necessary to gain an understanding of the difference in eurythmy between walking and standing. Standing still always signifies that one is the image, the picture of something. Walking, on the other hand, signifies that oneself will actually be something. When working out a poem in eurythmy, you must be able to feel whether, at a certain point, it is a question of describing or indicating something, or of representing the actual nature of something in a living way. It is according to this that one must decide whether to stand still, a lessening of the movement tends already in this direction, or whether to pass over into movement. We shall find that we have less occasion to stand still than to move, for there lies in the very nature of poetry the tendency to express something living, something which is, not merely that which signifies something. Here it is well that we should know how the human body is related to the whole cosmos. The feet of man correspond to the earth, for in their very structure they are suited to the earth. Where we have to do with gravity, with the weight of the earth, and this feeling of the weight of the earth is present in nearly all forms of human suffering, we must endeavor to express this in eurythmy by a graceful use of the feet and legs. The hands and arms reveal the life of the soul. This soul element is the most essential part of what may be brought to expression in eurythmy, and this is why in eurythmy the movements of the arms and hands play such an important part. Here already we pass over into the realm of the spiritual, for it is in the transition from one sound to the next that we find the best means of expressing that which is spiritual. In language, the spiritual element finds expression in the mood of irony, for instance, or roguishness, in everything that is to say, which emanates from the human spirit, German aus dem menschlichen Spiritus, from man himself, in that he is a spiritual being, gifted with intelligence in the best sense of the word. Such things must be indicated by means of the head, for the head is the instrument of the spirit. We must become conscious of such things, then we shall be able to express them in the right way. It is especially important to be able to use the head in the most varied manner, according to the possibilities of its organization. Fräulein S., will you turn your head toward the right? The turning of the head toward the right may always be taken to signify, I will. Naturally, I do not mean these two words merely, but everything which contains the feeling, I will. On the other hand, when you turn your head toward the left, it signifies, I feel. Thus, everything in a poem, where the mood of I feel is dominant, we must turn the head toward the left. Now, bend the head toward the right. This bending movement of the head forward toward the right signifies, I will not. Bend it in the same way toward the left, and it signifies, I do not feel this. I do not understand it or realize it. And now, bend the head forward, straight forward. You will see how natural this movement is if you do the following. Fräulein SCH, will you stand facing Fräulein S? Frau SCH, will you stand facing Fräulein S in profile and do these movements? We must suppose that Frau SCH says, it is the gods who inspire the human heart with willing service. Fräulein S gives a eurythmic answer, you are too clever for me. I do not understand you. She knows this by means of the aforesaid gesture, carried out clearly and definitely. You will find numberless opportunities of applying this movement. It signifies a sinking into oneself when faced with something which one is not able to understand. Then, further, so that we may have at least one example, I must point out that the 12 gestures related to the zodiac and the 7 gestures related to the moving planetary circle may be made use of in a variety of ways. Quite apart, for instance, from what was said yesterday with regard to rhyming, we must learn to understand such an exercise as the following. Fräulein S and Fräulein V, will you demonstrate what I am now going to describe? Fräulein S, will you make the gesture for Leo, and you, Fräulein V, the gesture for Aquarius. Now, as I read this little poem, try to show it in eurythmy. In the case of the emphasized rhymes, the rhymes which fall on an accented beat, you, Fräulein S, must make the gesture of Leo. With the unemphasized rhymes, thus those which do not fall on the accented but on the unaccented beat, you, Fräulein V, must make the gesture of Aquarius. Make the movements standing still, choosing perhaps the vowel sounds, and only making the zodiacal gestures at the end of the lines, so that we may really see their effect when they follow immediately after the rhyme. Es rauscht das Bächlein über Gestein. You, Fräulein V, must hold the sound. Ein Weidenbaum drüber gebogen, drauf sitzt des Müllers Büblein klein, im Schosse ein kleines Zitterlein, die Füßchen bespült von den Wogen. Es kommt ein Mann des Wegs zu gehen, bleibt so still, so schweigsam stehen, sieht zu dem sinnigen Knaben, hat auch ein Büblein klein, war auch so still und auch so fein, das liegt nun draußen begraben. You see how the rhyme may be emphasized in this way by means of the zodiacal gestures. I'm drawing your attention to such things so that you may be able to work out similar exercises for yourselves, thus gaining assurance and certainty in the development of eurythmic gestures. I will now ask a number of eurythmists to come forward and make various movements as I explain them. Number 1 must place the feet together, stretching the arms out so that they lie in a horizontal direction, on a level with the shoulders. Number 2 must stand with the feet slightly apart, holding out the arms in such a way that the hands about correspond with the level of the larynx. Now, for number 3, stand with your feet somewhat further apart, and hold the arms in such a way that if a line were drawn from hand to hand, it would pass just below the heart. Number 4, stand with feet still further apart, quite wide, holding the arms right up above the head. The hands must be held in such a way that they could be connected with the feet by means of a straight line. Number 5, stand with the feet in a similar position to number 3, and now hold the arms in such a way that a line drawn from hand to hand would pass at the level of the top of the head. Here, in the case of number 2, the line passes across the larynx. Here, number 1, the line is quite horizontal. Here, number 4, it is high up above the head. And here, number 5, it is just at head level. Continue to hold all these gestures. Number 6, you must stand with legs close together, with the arms held upward in an absolute vertical line. To these gestures we must add the following words. Number 1, ich denke die Rede. Number 2, ich rede. Number 3, ich habe geredet. Number 4, ich suche mich im Geiste. Parentheses, meinen geistigen Ursprung. Number 5, ich fühle mich in mir. Number 6, ich bin auf dem geistigen Wege. Or ich bin auf dem Weg zum Geiste zu mir. English, I think speech. I speak. I have spoken. I seek for myself in the spirit, my spiritual origin. I feel myself within myself. I am on the spiritual path. I am on the way to the spirit, to myself. Approximately in this way, and now you must try to pass from one position to the next. Fräulein D, will you do this? Place yourself in front of each one in turn, and as you take up each position, you must feel impelled to express the words that are said by means of the gesture being carried out by the eurythmist standing behind you. As number 1, you have to begin, ich denke die Rede. Passing on, take up your place in front of number 2. Ich rede, ich habe geredet, ich suche mich im Geiste, ich fühle mich in mir, ich bin auf dem Geistwege. In this way, we get the whole series of gestures. Ich denke die Rede, ich rede, ich habe geredet, ich suche mich im Geiste, ich fühle mich in mir, ich bin auf dem Wege zum Geiste zu mir. If when teaching eurythmy to adults, a beginning is made with this very exercise, it will certainly help them to find their way into eurythmy easily and well. These gestures, when carried out in this way, one after the other, form an exercise which may be classed among those having an harmonizing and curative effect. Thus, when anyone is so disturbed in his soul life that this disturbance works itself out into his physical body, manifesting itself in all sorts of digestive troubles, then this exercise, taken in such a case as a curative exercise, may always be given with the greatest benefit. And finally, my dear friends, I must once again impress upon your hearts the fact that really good eurythmy can only be achieved when there is the determination always to make a thorough and careful preparatory analysis of anything which is to be interpreted by means of eurythmy. Every poem must be studied in the first place with a view to discovering which are the most fundamental sounds. If a poem expressing the feeling of wonder, the wonder experienced by the poet, we find many ah sounds, then we may be quite sure that this poem is well suited to eurythmy, for it is the sound ah which expresses wonder. The poet himself has felt that ah is specially related to the mood of wonder, and the eurythmist will be able to intensify the effect by laying stress on the movement corresponding to the sound ah. In eurythmy, it is even more important to concentrate on the sounds contained in a poem than on the actual sense content of the words, for the sense content is the prose element. The more a poem depends upon its sense content, so much the less is it a poem. And the more the sound content is brought out, the more a poem is dependent on sound, the nearer it approaches to true poetry. As a eurythmist, then, one should not take one's start from the prose content, but should enter so deeply into the nature of the sounds as to be able to say, when many ah sounds occur in a poem, it is obvious that it is a poem based upon the mood of wonder and must be so expressed. This shows us the attitude we must have toward language as such. Further, we must seek in poetry for those characteristics of language which we have already mentioned here. What is concrete, for instance? What abstract? And other details of this kind. This means that one must first enter into the nature of a poem and study it according to the structure and formation of its language. only later trying to express it in eurythmy. In eurythmy, there is still another thing to bear in mind, and that is the way in which, in the eurythmy figures, I have tried to portray movement, feeling, and character. This is another field of study for eurythmists. The movement must be felt as movement, and is depicted as such in the figures. As a eurythmist, one lives in movement. We must, however, more especially when a veil is floating around us, but also when we are not actually wearing one, picture this veil as expressing the aura. It is only when one bears this in mind that one can bring the necessary grace and beauty into the movements. Let us look at the eurythmy figure for L. The L sound itself lies in the movement, but that which can be added to the L as feeling is shown by the fact that here, in the region of the arms, the aura is quite wide, becoming narrower as it hangs down. You must imagine that your arms reveal your feeling by means of the floating aura of the veil. The dress, which here appears somewhat wider at the bottom, must be studied in a similar way. This is how one must picture oneself. As a eurythmist, one should always feel oneself attired in dress and floating veil, as I have indicated here in the figure. Character also is of the greatest importance. When stretching out the arms, one should actually feel that here the muscles are stretched and taut. Everywhere where character is indicated by means of its corresponding color, there must be a tension of the muscles. This must also be shown by the eurythmist. And here again, for example, you must use the legs in such a way that you really experience this muscular tension. The eurythmy figures are intended to show such things and have them designed accordingly. When you have in this way made a study of each separate sound, your whole organism will be so sensitive to sound that you will feel this whole poem is built up upon the mood of L, let us say, or upon the mood of B, and it will then be possible for you to create your interpretation of a poem out of the sounds themselves. All these things must be very carefully borne in mind when it is a question of teaching eurythmy. In educational eurythmy, it is naturally important to introduce such movements of the body as can work with moral benefit upon the soul life and serve to further the development of intellect and feeling. In artistic eurythmy, the essential thing is that the soul should gain the power of working through the medium of the body. Thus the movements of eurythmy, these gestures as they are shaped and formed, must be felt to be absolutely natural, indeed inevitable. One must feel that they could not be otherwise, that it is only by means of these very gestures that certain moods or artistic concepts can be expressed. Yet another thing must be borne in mind, and that is the fact that the learning of eurythmy entails an actual transformation of the human organism. Any performance which reveals the slightest trace of struggle between body and soul must be looked upon as unfinished and imperfect. In a eurythmy performance, the whole body must have become soul. A program is sometimes given, as you yourselves know, which has been prepared with unbelievable industry and is then shown for the first time. One can enjoy such a program where everything is fresh and spontaneous, where there is still a struggle with the form running, and where, on occasion, the arms are not moved but thrown about, appearing so heavy as to be liable at any moment to fall to the ground. There is spontaneity in all this, and it gives us a certain pleasure. Then the time comes when the program is taken on tour and given perhaps in some 24 towns. As a matter of fact, I believe this has never actually happened, but it might well happen. The program is, as I said, performed in about 24 towns, and the eurythmists return. Then, because Frau Dr. Steiner has had no time to prepare a new program, this old program, which we saw some 6 weeks ago, in all its youthful spontaneity, is presented again. Now the pleasure is of a very different kind. Everything has become easy and fluent. One notices too that the eurythmists, because they have visited new towns and learned to know fresh conditions, are stimulated by the outer world and have gained a certain inner enthusiasm. All this has had its effect on the movements, and they have become effortless and free. The performance is now sheer delight, and one can only exclaim, "Oh, if this program could be performed 50 times more, how beautiful it would be then!" We must have an understanding for these things. Every artist whose work is bound up with the stage knows the truth of what I have just said. A good actor would never think that he has mastered a role before he had played it some 50 times. With the 51st performance, he might perhaps think that he could play the part, for then everything would have become second nature. We too must acquire this attitude of mind, my dear friends. We must develop such a love for anything which is to be shown in a performance that we simply cannot put it aside. Indeed, no one but the onlooker may be permitted to find an often repeated item dull or tedious. It is in the sphere of art, above all, that it is important to realize this. One must come back to a thing again and again. In a place where I once happened to be staying, I had the opportunity of seeing a play repeated 50 times. I went every evening to see this same play and allowed it to work upon me. By the 5th evening, I did perhaps have a certain feeling of boredom. But by the 51st evening, I was not in the least bored. Even though the performance in a small provincial theatre was very mediocre, so much could be learned from its very imperfection that this experience, peculiar though it was, could be of lifelong benefit. As a matter of fact, I did not like the play in question. As a play, it did not interest me at all. It was Sudermann's Era. I could not stand the play. Nevertheless, I saw it performed 50 times by a somewhat mediocre cast. My aim was to enter into all the details unconsciously, thus experiencing it purely with the astral body. I wished to take it right out of the realm of conscious perception and simply to live with it. People must learn. And now, when I am speaking about eurythmy, I will take the opportunity of mentioning it. People must learn the value of rhythm, even in more complicated matters. We say the Lord's Prayer not 50 times only, but countless times, and we never find it tedious. Notice is seldom paid to the fact that such things are connected with experiences of the human organism, experiences which are apparently more or less immaterial and to which our karma leads us at one time or another. With this, my dear friends, we must bring this course of lectures to a close. From the way I have developed the subject, you will have realized that my first aim has been to show you that it is out of the feelings, out of the soul life, that eurythmy must proceed. Eurythmic technique must be won out of a love for eurythmy, for in truth everything must proceed out of love. How much I myself love eurythmy, my dear friends, I have told you recently in the news sheet. I said then how earnestly I wish that the great devotion demanded of all those actively engaged in the work of eurythmy, work which was begun by Frau Dr. Steiner, begun by our eurythmy artists here in Dornach, and which has gradually won wider recognition and esteem, how earnestly I wish that all this may be rightly appreciated, for it cannot be too highly prized in anthroposophical circles. It is my hope that this course of lectures may have contributed something toward the furtherance of eurythmy in this respect, in that all of us who are gathered together here, whether as eurythmists who already know the fundamentals of eurythmy, as beginners, or indeed as those really interested in eurythmy, that all of us here will feel ourselves as the helpers and promoters of eurythmy, of this art which springs from no humble source, but has as its lofty origin that cosmic knowledge which creates from out of the spirit. If we feel ourselves as the helpers of eurythmy, either in an active or in a more passive sense, then eurythmy will be able to fulfill the mission which it can and should fulfill in the general development of anthroposophy. when people will see in beauty the Spirit working in human movement, then this will make some contribution to the whole attitude which humanity, through anthroposophy, should take up toward the Spirit. Let us think of all the many things which have grown up out of anthroposophical soil, forming together one great whole, and then, inspired by the anthroposophy in our hearts, let us build up and develop each separate activity as it should and will be developed, if we prove ourselves worthy of the real aims of anthroposophy. This course of Eurythmy lectures may perhaps have done something toward this end. That is the end of Lecture 15 of the book, the end of the lecture cycle, Eurythmy as Visible Speech. I will be including a number of small introductions by Steiner and various other addenda for another 40 pages or so of this book, but the cycle itself is now over. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Eurythmy as Visible Speech, Collected Works, Volume 279, translated by Judy and Vera Compton-Burnett. This is a final recording of a set of addenda, really, I'm going to collect together as it were Lecture 16, that Steiner gave as addresses concerning eurythmy. The first one is entitled, How Does Eurythmy Stand with Regard to the Artistic Development of the Present Day? And these are introductory words to the eurythmy performance given in Dornach on the 26th of December 1923, on the occasion of the foundation meeting of the General Anthroposophical Society. The nature of eurythmy has certainly been repeatedly discussed before the most varied groups of our friends. Lately, also, it was presented in the most varied way in the Goetheanum, and it is indeed unnecessary to speak at this performance, which is to be given exclusively to our friends, about the essential nature of eurythmy, about the basic principles which are known to all. Yet I should like to characterize, again and again from a certain standpoint, both the way in which eurythmy stands in the artistic development of the present, and what its position among the arts in general is. Today I will speak a few words about how eurythmy must in fact, as it were, from its very nature, be drawn out from the being of man by a spiritual world conception, which, in accordance with the signs of the times, is making itself felt in our present age. We look at another art which portrays the human being, the plastic art which portrays him in his quiescent form. Whoever approaches plastic art with a certain feeling for form, whoever experiences the human being, human characteristics through a plastic work of art, does so in the best way when he has the feeling, here the human being is silent, speaking through his quiescent form. Now we know that in the 18th century, Lessing wrote a paper on the limits of plastic art. It was not called that, but that was its content, in which he said that sculpture should in its very nature be a manifestation of that which is at rest, of that which is silent in man as a being placed into the cosmos. So that sculpture can only express that which manifests itself as silence, as stillness in the human being. Hence, any attempt to represent the human being in movement through the medium of sculpture will undoubtedly prove to be an artistic error. In times gone by, indeed up to the time of the Renaissance, it was a matter of course that plastic art could only represent the human being in a state of rest. For it may be said, this age, which began with ancient Greece and ended with the Renaissance, was mainly concerned with the development in the human being of the intellectual soul. With regard to the inner configuration of man's being, the sentient soul, the mind soul, and the consciousness soul, readers aside, mind soul or intellectual soul is another name for that, end of readers aside. It is the mind soul, embracing as it does all that is connected with the human mind, that holds the middle place. And the mind or intellectual soul is in fact permeated with that quiescent feeling, which also comes to expression in the quiescent human form. We live today in an age in which we must advance from the feeling element in man to the will element. For fundamentally speaking, it is the descent into the will element which, if consciously achieved, would enable us today to attain to spiritual insight. This brings us to the point where we may turn our spiritual gaze to the human being in movement, not to the human being who, as the expression of the cosmic word, remained silent in order to rest in form, but to the human being as he stands in the living weaving of the cosmic word, bringing his organism into activity in accordance with his cosmic environment. It is this element in man which must find expression in eurythmy. And if one is able to observe things from the point of view of the spiritual science which is suited to the humanity of today, one will always have the feeling that form must become fluidic. Let us look at a human hand. Its silence finds expression in its quiescent form. What, then, is the meaning of this quiescent form when the human being as a whole is taken into consideration? Its meaning is apparent when the quiescent element of feeling is allowed to hold sway, as it did hold sway from the age of the ancient Greeks to the time of the Renaissance. There is certainly great significance in such a gesture as this, in which I indicate something with my hand, then allowing it to remain in a state of rest. But it does not enable us to understand what must be realized today with regard to man. It does not enable us to understand the human being in his totality. It is indeed impossible to understand the human form when observing the human being as a whole, unless one is conscious of the fact that every motionless form in man has meaning only because it is able to pass over into definite movement. What would be the significance of the human hand if it were compelled to remain motionless? Even in its motionless state, the form of the hand is such as to demand movement. When one studies the human being with that inner mobility, which is essential to the spiritual science of today, then from out of the quiescent form, movement reveals itself on all sides. It is not too much to say that anyone who visits a museum containing sculpture belonging to the best periods of plastic art, and who looks at the figures with the inner vision arising out of the spiritual knowledge of our time, will see these figures descend from their stands, move about the room, and meet each other, becoming on all sides enfilled with movement. And eurythmy? Now eurythmy arises naturally out of sculpture. And to learn to understand this is our task also. Today, people gifted with a certain spiritual mobility feel disturbed if obliged to look for a long time at a motionless Greek statue. They have to force themselves to do it. This can and indeed must be done in order not to spoil the Greek statue in one's own personal fantasy. But at the same time, the urge remains to bring movement into this motionless form. As a consequence, there arises that moving sculpture to which we give the name of eurythmy. Here the cosmic word is itself movement. In eurythmy, man is no longer silent, but through his movement communicates innumerable cosmic secrets. It is indeed always the case that man communicates through his own being numberless secrets of the universe. One can, however, have yet another cosmic feeling. Anyone who has a living understanding for such descriptions of cosmic evolution, as are to be found in my title Outline of Occult Science, will realize from the outset that in the case of the human form of today, it is as though one had allowed an inner mobility to become dried up, to become rigid. One need only to look back to the time of the old moon. The human being was then in a continual state of metamorphosis. Such a definitely formed nose, such definitely formed ears as man has today, these did not exist at that time. The once mobile forms had to become frozen. He who, with his vision, can transport himself into the time of the old moon, to him people today often appear as frozen, immobile beings, incapable of metamorphosis. And what we achieve by means of eurythmy, when we make it into a visible speech, is no less than this: the bringing of movement, of fluidity into the frozen human form. This demands a study which must in its very nature be artistic. In this sphere, everything intellectualistic is positively harmful. Eurythmy is, and must remain, an art. Just consider for a moment that some such eurythmy form, as you have sometimes seen here in connection with poems, which really have in their experience and structure the profundity, for instance, of the poems of Stephan, just consider that such a form would best be found when, let us say, one imagines 10 or 12 people of the present age. You are certainly all individually different with regard to your external form, but one can say of every person, no matter whether he has a round or long head, a pointed or blunt nose, one can say of every person how, in the case of a poem, he would move his etheric body. And it would certainly be interesting for one to take those sitting in a certain row and show how, in the case of a poem, each one of those sitting here would move in accordance with his own form, if this came about entirely from the individual characteristics of the person in question. Here are sitting, for instance, 8 people in the first row. In this row. In such a case, quite different eurythmy forms would arise from the human form. This would be very interesting. One would have to look at many people in order to say how the human being would move for, quote, und es wallet, und woget, und brauset, und zischt, close quote. And then one gets the idea of how the forms are necessary. Thus eurythmy is born wholly out of the moving human form. But one must be able to take up such a standpoint that, when asked why the form of a poem is such and such, one must say, yes, that is how it is. If anyone demands an intellectual explanation, in justification of such a form, then one will feel annoyed to give it, because that is really inartistic. Eurythmy is created entirely out of feeling, and can also only be understood through feeling. Of course, one must learn certain things, the letters must be learned, and so on. But after all, when you write a letter, here also you do not think about how an I or a B is written, but you write because you are able to do so. The point then is not how the eurythmist must learn ABC, but to enjoy what comes out of it in the end. What must develop out of eurythmy is a newly created moving sculpture, and for this living sculpture one must of course make use of the human being himself. Here one cannot use clay or marble. This leads into a realm of art, which in the profoundest sense touches reality just where sculpture departs from it. Sculpture portrays that which is dead in the human being, or at least that which is death-like in its rigidity. Eurythmy portrays all that in the human being which is of the nature of life itself. For this reason, eurythmy can call forth the feeling of how the universal cosmic life laid hold of man and placed him into earthly evolution, giving him his earthly task. There is perhaps no other art through which one can experience man's relationship to the cosmos so vividly as one is able to do through the art of eurythmy. Therefore, this art of eurythmy, based as it is on the etheric forces in man, had to appear just at that time a modern spiritual science was being sought. For it was out of this modern spiritual science that eurythmy had to be born. That is the end of the first address. The next is to follow. Okay, the next addendum item is from the news sheet Nachrichtenblatt, Year 1, number 22, from June 8, 1924, entitled The Position of Eurythmy in the Anthroposophical Society. During the time from the middle of May to the middle of June, Frau Marie Steiner, with the Eurythmists from the Goetheanum, is undertaking a Eurythmy tour through the towns of Ulm, Nuremberg, Eisenach, Erfurt, Naumburg, Hildesheim, Hanover, Halle, and Breslau. The accounts of this journey, which I receive here in the Goetheanum, speak of a profound interest which the comparatively large audiences take in the art which has arisen out of the anthroposophical movement. That here and there a few noisy disturbers bring discord into the otherwise very gratifying reception cannot alienate him who knows the obstacles which must always, in every sphere of life, be contended with when that to which people are accustomed is faced by something new. One would like to expect from the Anthroposophical Society that it should bring its full inner support toward the endeavors which are active in the art of eurythmy. For only with such inner support can the warmth be sustained which is necessary for those who dedicate themselves to these endeavors. It is not everywhere known within the Anthroposophical Society upon what foundations such endeavors are built up. At the Goetheanum, under the direction of Marie Steiner, constant work is going on in order to carry out all the practices necessary before the performances. In all this work, great devotion is indispensable from all those taking part. And from outside, it is not always apparent how wearing it is in artistic work to make tiring journeys from town to town, how fretting to unfold the artistic mood during these fatiguing journeys. To succeed in carrying out such endeavors in the available circumstances certainly needs much devotion and a true enthusiasm for the cause. Eurythmy as an art is the fruit of the spiritual impulse working in the anthroposophical movement. That which lives in the human organization as soul and spirit comes to visible manifestation through eurythmy. Its effect upon those watching it depends upon the inner perception that in the externally visible movements of people and groups of people, soul and spirit visibly unfold themselves. He only who has the artistic conception of what lies in the audible word can unfold the right sense for how the audible can in eurythmy be transformed into the visible. One has, as it were, the human soul being before one's eyes. And into this evident revelation of the human soul being resound the arts of recitation and of music. It can be said that the art of recitation experiences in the strivings of eurythmy the essential conditions of its being. Recitation is, of course, connected in the first place with the word. But the word easily succumbs to the temptation to stray away from the artistic. It tends to become the content of understanding and feeling. It is, however, only the formation of this content which can have artistic effect. When recitation appears at the side of the eurythmic art of movement, it has to unfold its formative character in full purity. It must reveal what can work formatively and musically in language. Necessary for eurythmy, therefore, was the development of the art of recitation, as this has been made possible by the devotion of Marie Steiner to this part of the anthroposophical movement. Within the Anthroposophical Society, one should follow up what has arisen since the time when Marie Steiner, with a few eurythmists, began the work in 1914 in Berlin. Eurythmy could only unfold itself as a visible art of speech, side by side with the artistically conceived audible art of speech. He only who has the artistic conception of what lies in the audible word can unfold the right sense for how the audible can in eurythmy be transformed into the visible. From the side of the public, that only can be of interest which shows artistic merit. For the members of the Anthroposophical Society, the point is intimately to share in the becoming of such a striving, for this is a part of the anthroposophical life. In such a sharing, the noblest human elements will be able to develop, and in such a development lies indeed one of the grandest tasks of the Anthroposophical Society. Our musicians, who place their artistic gifts at the service of Eurythmy, are bringing, I am convinced, through the way in which they do this and through the great enthusiasm which ensouls them in their work with the related art, they are bringing music forward in a quite special direction. I believe, indeed, that the musical sense which lives in them finds its true liberation when placed in this connection. In any case, in the work of our musicians within the framework of Eurythmy activity, there is a deeply satisfying expansion of the musical into the general sphere of art, and its fruitfulness is shown again by the beautiful working back upon the specifically musical. From Marie Steiner's efforts in the sphere of Eurythmy, there has arisen the Eurythmy in Stuttgart. This is based upon the idea of a Eurythmy conservatorium. Eurythmy in all its branches is taught there, lectures being also given in such auxiliary subjects as poetry, aesthetics, history of art, music theory, etc. All this in accordance with that artistic conception in the light of which Eurythmy must stand. What has arisen in this way in Stuttgart carries within itself many possibilities of further upbuilding. It is deeply satisfying to see how many members from the circle of our society devote themselves with the warmest participation to the furtherance of Eurythmy endeavors. This participation is in process of growing in a gratifying way. Through this, there has entered into our movement a feature which is entirely consistent with the fundamental conditions of its life. For art stands midway between the revelations of the sense world and spiritual reality. It is the aim of anthroposophy to place the spiritual world before mankind. Art is the reflection of the spirit in the sense world. If art did not grow upon anthroposophical soil, this could only result from some lack in this soil itself. In anthroposophical circles, insight into this has been steadily increasing. It is to be hoped that such understanding will ripen more and more. That is the end of that small subsection. The next addendum is entitled Veils, Dresses, and Colors, given in Dornach on the 4th of August, 1922. Today I should like to give you some indications about our art of Eurythmy. We must realize that every art is limited in its sphere of work by the means of artistic expression which stand at its disposal. And an art only gains a true life of its own when, in its struggle toward achievement, it makes use simply and solely of those means of artistic expression which lie within its own sphere. Let us take as an example the art of sculpture. The plastic art, the art of sculpture, uses as its means of expression form, surface. And it must, when for instance it represents an animal form or a human form, take as its basis the fact that everything which is bound up with the human being or the animal has to be expressed by means of the modeled surface, and must consequently be carried out by the specialized technique of the same. Let us suppose, then, that we wish to represent a smooth-coated animal. In such a case, we should have to handle the marble, the bronze, or the wood in a manner quite different from that which we should have to employ if we wish to represent a rough-coated animal. We are always compelled, through these artistic means, to bring something to expression which does not actually lie within their sphere. Thus, for example, in the art of sculpture, we are obliged to use the way in which we treat the surface of our material as our means of representing that which is present in the human being himself as color, as the natural flesh color. For this reason, it would be wrong if instead of modeling a statue, one tried in some way to represent the human being by means of a plaster cast. This might indeed, as far as the form is concerned, be in complete accordance with the human being, but it would only be reproducing the naturalistic human form. Such a reproduction could never give the impression of the actual human being. For in the case of the actual human being, the effect is produced in the first place by means of the color of his flesh, by his color. It is produced by many other things as well, for instance by his expression. All this cannot be brought into the art of sculpture. We must therefore give to the surface a molding and shaping which is different from the naturalistic human form, if we wish to produce an impression of the human being as a whole. In the art of painting, for example, we again have to do with a working upon a surface. And here it is the figures we are representing. We must express by means of the treatment of color all that is expressed in actual reality by means of form. In recent times, this artistic insight has been, in a measure, lost. And because people really have not understood how to confine their work in any particular art to the limits of its means of expression, the naturalistic element has crept into art to an ever greater degree. And this naturalistic principle, because it is confined in any art to a limited means of expression, brings in its train something which is inartistic and lifeless. When, for instance, we are considering the stage, we must realize that a scene taking place on the stage and representing some aspect of life must necessarily be something quite different from the same scene taking place in ordinary naturalistic circumstances. The stage may be said to throw life up into relief, and in arranging everything we do with the stage, we must always reckon with this fact. We must, for example, know what is signified when an actor moves from the back of the stage toward the front. On the stage, this has a significance which is indeed quite different from what it would have if anyone moved in a room from the back toward the front. We must take the whole milieu into account. We must reckon with the auditorium. For a dramatic work of art unfolds itself in an interplay between that which is taking place on the stage and in the auditorium. Suppose, for instance, that in a drama one of the actors has to speak a passage which, according to its content, is intended to produce the effect of something specially intimate. This effect of intimacy could never be produced by the actor moving backward. But the effect of intimacy is conveyed when the actor moves forward toward the front of the stage. Generally speaking, everything on the stage has a significance other than in daily life. When an actor moves from the right of the stage, as seen from the auditorium, toward the center, this means something entirely different from what it would be if he moved toward the center from the left side. We must master the means at our disposal in the sphere of dramatic art. We must reckon with the movement of the actor in this or that direction of the stage. It is not without importance when we say to ourselves, what should be done by someone wishing to express a feeling of intimacy? In naturalistic art, people as a rule would merely be of the opinion that the actor should be made to catch his breath. But this, in certain cases, would not produce such an effect upon the naive onlooker as would the simple method of making the actor take 3, 4, or 5 steps forward. Let us take another art, one which, in our present age, is least of all rightly understood. Let us take the art of recitation and declamation. When people's attitude towards recitation and declamation is such that they believe that everything should be spoken in as naturalistic a way as possible, that all emphasis should be as naturalistic as possible, then the result is indeed inartistic. The art of declamation and recitation depends upon something quite different. Here the whole point is that one knows how to study, asking, what is the character of the vowels? What the character of the consonants? What the special mood which lies in the vowel A or the vowel Ah? How is the pure Ah mood affected by M? How is the pure Ah mood affected by L? And further, one must understand how such moods as lie in the vowels or consonants may spread their color over a whole line. One might perhaps extend such a mood over a whole monologue, speaking of one monologue as being recited in the A mood or another in the Ah mood. That is to say, one can develop the whole atmosphere and mood of some special sound, of A, Ah or A, of M or L. Thus, it is absolutely possible to develop from out of the special means at our disposal in any situation an artistic method of treatment, which does indeed define the art in question. Apart from this, the point is in recitation and declamation to realize the essential difference between the epic, the lyric, and the dramatic mood. And further, just in this art, quite special attention must be paid to the naive impressions of the onlooker, besides doing everything possible to develop the artistic feeling of whoever has to recite or declaim. This could never be achieved by naturalistic methods. It can only be achieved when one understands how to give shape and form, the right shape and form, not only to single sounds, but also to sentences and even to whole passages. This is why I have repeatedly said that in the accompaniment of eurythmy, by recitation and declamation, the important thing is always to bring out the musical and imaginative element lying in the poet's treatment of the language. That which in ordinary naturalistic life is attained by means of emphasis must here be attained by means of the whole forming and shaping of the speech itself. Now, when we look at eurythmy from this standpoint, insofar as it is the aim of eurythmy to be a true art, we must ask ourselves, what are its artistic means? You have certainly all attended performances of eurythmy, and consequently you will know that here in the first place we have to do with a movement of the human limbs, of the hands and arms more especially, but also, at least in indication, with the movement of the whole human body. This is the means of expression for eurythmy as an art. Thus it is the movement itself which we have to consider in the first place. And the onlooker first gains a really satisfying impression of eurythmy when he is able to perceive something in the movement as such, in the movement, for example, which belongs to a vowel or a consonant. That is to say, in the plastic form which appears as a consequence of the movement. This is of the first importance. But also we should not forget that eurythmy really is an actual visible speech, and as such it is an expression of the soul, just as is the speech which manifests in sound. So that everything which is to be represented in eurythmy must depend solely upon such means as can produce upon the eye, EYE, just such an effect as the language of sound produces on and through the ear. Thus it would be quite wrong if anyone were to think that ordinary mime or play of feature can have any significance in eurythmy. This play of feature, this use of facial expression, is quite without significance. Only that has significance which really belongs within the sphere of movement. The onlooker must, then, be able absolutely to forget in the essence of the movement anything which depends upon mime or any other use of the face, or upon the face itself. Speaking in an ideal sense, either beauty or lack of beauty in the face of the eurythmist is quite without importance. The attention must be absolutely concentrated upon the movement itself. But in its movement, eurythmy is itself a language. It is the expression of the human soul. And no one, let us speak, for example, of a sculptor or an actor, would be able to give form to a sound or a combination of sounds, or be able to give shape to a surface, if he did not possess feeling, the feeling for the curved surface or for the structure and formation of sounds. It is not so much a question of the performer, just at the moment of performance, having a feeling for what ought to be called up in the audience, or for how it should be called up, for this would only lead him into error. But the point is actually to feel the structure of the sounds, the shape and form of the sounds. The sculptor, too, must have a feeling for his surface. The sculptor has a different feeling according to whether he feels a round or a flat surface. This is not a feeling that one wishes to display. It is the artistic feeling which is developed by the artist within the sphere of his means of artistic expression. The eurythmist also can develop such a feeling. And in a performance of eurythmy, it is only when the right feeling, the right inner attitude toward the movements is present, that a real effect upon the soul of the onlooker is achieved. Let us realize for once what this can mean. Let us take some movement, any sound, which would make the eurythmist move the hand and arm in this way, and then hold it for a moment, and there's a demonstrating the movement. Here we have the movement, or the plastic posture, into which the movement has led us over. Now the effect of this movement will only be ensouled when the eurythmist, apart from making the movement, actually feels in the movement itself the sensation, here in this upward direction, of something of the nature of tangible air. The sensation must be somewhat different from that of ordinary air. It is as if we had to do with air which is perceptible, tangible. It is as if something were twined around the arm, something we had to carry. We may think of this as the feeling. The arm is moved in such and such a way, and the feeling ensues. The eurythmist feels something touching the arm quite lightly, a slight pressure, even a slight tension. If we represent this in somewhat expressionistic form, we may say that here, as it were, we fashion a veil. And the onlooker sees, when the eurythmist really uses the veil with skill, all this expressed in the veil. The veil is arranged so that the eurythmist feels a slight pressure here, a slight tension there. And then the onlooker sees what the eurythmist feels. It is possible in the movements of eurythmy to pour one's whole feeling into the forms taken by the veil. This is, of course, speaking of the matter from a very idealistic point of view, for such things cannot be achieved all at once. They should, however, at least form a goal toward which the eurythmist must gradually strive. This is why the addition of veils to our performances of eurythmy was completely justified. For the veil is, in its very nature, of real assistance to the onlooker, helping him to see in the external plastic movement what the fluidic feeling inherent in the movements of eurythmy is. And again, when we have such a working together of movement and feeling, as I have described, then already we have represented some part of the soul life. For in the place of thought we have movement, and we contact the feeling quite directly. Further, something of very real assistance to the onlookers would be brought about if the color of the veil were to have some special relationship to the color of the dress. For it is in the dress that the movement is really brought to expression, while feeling is made visible by the veil. Thus we are able to present in beautiful expressionistic form this interplay between movement and feeling. And one may say that if, for instance, the dress is of a color which corresponds in some measure to the A sound, when the dress is of some special color, then the veil must be of another color. These two colors must, however, stand in a relationship toward each other corresponding to the relationship between movement and feeling. Of course, in an actual performance of eurythmy, this cannot be carried out exactly, for it is obviously impossible to change dress and veil for each separate sound. I have already pointed out, however, that we may, if we penetrate with artistic feeling right into the essence of the whole matter, speak of certain moods. We may speak of an A mood, of an U mood, and it is possible to carry this over, not merely into lines and verses, but into a whole poem. And when we have a feeling for the fact, this poem is written in the mood of E, and that poem is written in the mood of A. Or when, let us say, we are able to feel in this poem, when having two eurythmists, we arrange that one expresses the character of the A mood by means of dress and veil, and the other the character of the E. Then once again, we are able to play to a somewhat more complicated expression in the interplay of these two moods, the actual mood of the poem. Such experiments in the harmonizing of dress and veil have, of course, already been attempted in poems as a whole, for it is these things which must form the basis of our work. But they cannot be said to rest upon mere nebulous fantasy. They must be experienced with inner artistic feeling. They must be studied artistically. Only then can they be represented with such reality and truth that the onlooker, even if completely ignorant of the whole matter, will nevertheless have, albeit in quite a naive way, the corresponding impression. Now, however, in a performance of Eurythmy we must consider yet a third element. This is the element of will, the character. If you take some sound and picture how it should be represented in Eurythmy, you will say to yourselves, in the movement, in the first place, we have represented something which is similar to the whole treatment and formation of speech in recitation. The whole way in which speech is treated, whether pictorial or musical, is expressed in Eurythmy by means of the movement. The feeling which the reciter also brings into his recitation, the feeling, this is made really visible in what the eurythmist himself must experience in his own fantasy. It is as if there were here a slight feeling of pressure, there of tension, and this has a great effect upon the movements. Quite naturally, quite instinctively, the movements themselves become different, with the differing feelings of the eurythmist. This is what permeates the whole thing with life and soul. And it is good when the eurythmist is not merely master of the external movement as such, but when this feeling also is present. In the forming of an A, for instance, one does quite definitely have a slight sensation in some place or another, and it is good when one is able in imagination to give oneself up to these slight sensations. Then the movement itself gains a soul quality quite different from that which it has when carried out mechanically. But the reciter also introduces into his recitation an element of will. He speaks quietly, let us say, in one place. He gains strength. Often he speaks out quite loudly. This is the will element. And this will element, which I should like in the realm of art to name character, can also be carried over into a performance of Eurythmy. Now suppose that in some sound or other you have to hold the arm in this way, and the hand here, demonstrating the movement. Quite involuntarily, out of your own instinctive artistic feeling, you will create something different when you hold the hand relaxed, yielding it up to its own weight, or when you stretch it out. And just as the reciter, by exerting more or less strength and power in his speech, brings character into Eurythmy, so too you can bring character into Eurythmy. You will, for instance, give a different character from what you are showing by means of your arm, when, as a eurythmist, you do not really give yourself up to your fantasy, but actually bring this fantasy into outward expression. Let us say that in the case of certain letters, or in some passage which you wish to express, the forehead takes on a slight tension, or you feel in some movement that you exert a certain strength of the muscles of the upper arm, or you have the feeling that at some point you must put down the foot quite consciously, with a certain pressure on the floor. All this forms the third element which must be brought into Eurythmy, the character. Thus we really have the possibility of expressing the whole soul life in a performance of Eurythmy. Now you see, my dear friends, the remarkable thing is this. If one really puts into practice the thoughts which I have just set before you, then, simply by expressing Eurythmy in a certain way, one creates the impulses which underlie what is being sought after today as a special form of art, expressionism in art. For Eurythmy is, from a certain point of view, absolutely expressionistic. Only it does not make use of the many absurd means which are made to serve so-called expressionism. It makes use of those means whereby one can create forms of expression really artistically. It makes use of movements of the physical body, and by this means feeling is poured into the limbs, character is poured into the limbs, as I have just described. Now, in our performances, which are still, of course, only at the very beginning of their development, we have always endeavored to carry out just these things of which I have been speaking, to carry them out in such a way that the sounds have been treated at least according to these principles. We have endeavored to find for each sound a justifiable means of expression, justifiable because in the choice of one color, the movement is definitely represented. In a second color, the feeling. This is shown in the veil and is consequently only to be seen at a performance. And in a third color, the character is brought to expression. So that in Eurythmy you are able to represent each sound by means of color, according to movement, feeling, and character. In this way one may perhaps achieve a twofold result. In the first place, one may see in how far Eurythmy can attain to what is artistic by its own means. For everything which is to be achieved artistically in the realm of Eurythmy, limited as this is to the stage where everything has to take place, all this may be summed up in movement, feeling, and character, as I have explained them here. The sculptor must achieve everything by means of his treatment of the surface, the reciter by his forming and shaping of the sounds, the musician by his forming and shaping of the notes, and so also must the eurythmist achieve all that is possible to achieve by means of movement, feeling, and character. What lies outside this must not be considered. This is the sphere of expression for the art of eurythmy, and by these means everything has to be achieved. That is the end of that subsection. The next subsection is entitled The Eurythmy Figures. This is taken from lectures given on the 4th of August 1922 in Dornach and the 26th of August 1923 in Penmanmar. We recently made the attempt here at Dornach to produce figures representing the movements of Eurythmy. And at the performances given at Oxford, we showed how an understanding of Eurythmy may be helped by means of such figures. Now they may serve to clear up our ideas with regard to the nature of this art. Footnote: these figures, which are carved out of wood and colored, are made at the Goetheanum at Dornach, where they may be bought. They were shown for the first time at Oxford, during a conference at which Rudolf Steiner gave a course of lectures on the art of education. End of footnote. From what I am now going to say in this connection, you will see that in these figures I have at least attempted to further the understanding of Eurythmy from more than one point of view. In these figures, I have been able to reproduce just those three elements of Eurythmy of which I have previously spoken. It is possible by this means to increase the appreciation of the onlookers, and at the same time the eurythmists themselves may learn infinitely much from looking at these figures, because they represent those elements of Eurythmy which are absolutely essential. As I am showing you these representations, I must ask you, first of all, to notice that they should not in any way be copied or imitated. Reproduction is strictly prohibited. That is the first point. And the second is that if I now show them to you, you will not all push forward and thus cause confusion. We have, in the first place, tried to represent the letters of the alphabet in the way I have just described. Thus you see here in these figures representations of the human being from which everything not belonging to the sphere of Eurythmy has been omitted. You must not expect either pictorial or plastic representations of the human form, for here the human being has been depicted entirely from the point of view of Eurythmy. It is then only the eurythmic aspect of the human being which has been taken into account, but every sound has been represented with the utmost completeness and detail. For this reason, the eurythmy figures have no faces, or to be more correct, their faces are used to express the character of the movement, the form of the movement, and so on. Thus, taking these figures in their order, you have A, A, E, O, U, D, B, F, G, H. That part of the figure which would usually represent the face is here formed in such a way as to represent the movement. This can, of course, only be indicated, but it is quite a good eurythmic exercise to picture oneself in fancy as really appearing like the figure in question. Proceeding then, we have the letters T, S, R, P, N, M, and L. Let us, for example, take this eurythmy figure, which represents the experience lying around the sound H. Now, one might ask, in which direction is the face looking? Is it looking upward or straight ahead? This is really a matter of no consequence. We are concerned with something quite different. In the first place, this figure, taken as a whole, represents the eurythmic movement, that is to say, the movement of the arms and of the legs. In the second place, the figure shows how in the forms of the veil, in the way in which the veil is held, drawn closer, thrown into the air, allowed to fall or to undulate, the actual movement, that is to say, the more intellectual expression of the soul life in eurythmy, can be made more deeply expressive. The significance of the different colors is always indicated on the backs of the figures. Then in certain places, as for instance here on the head, we have the indication as to where the eurythmist, in carrying out the movement, should exert a certain tension of the muscles. Let us now examine this eurythmy figure, and we shall see how the effect of the movement is made more complete by means of the treatment of the face. Observe how here, where blue is painted on the forehead, there is a tension of the muscles, as also here at the nape of the neck, while here, indicating the figure, the muscles are left more relaxed. In eurythmy, one can differentiate quite exactly between the experience of moving the arm with the muscles relaxed and the experience of moving the arm with muscles that are stretched and tense, or with an exertion of the muscles in the fingers, for instance. Thus, when taking up a bending posture, the feeling is quite different when the muscles involved are consciously exerted, from what it is when these muscles are allowed to relax and the back simply bends of itself. By means of this muscular tension, which must be inwardly experienced by the eurythmist, character is brought into the movement. Thus it may be said, in the way in which the movement is formed, there lies, or rather the movement itself actually manifests, all that the soul wishes to express by means of this visible speech. In the same way, however, as words have their timbre, their own special tone, brought about by the feeling lying within them, so too the movement, by means of the way in which it is colored by fear, for instance, when this is expressed in a sentence, or by joy or delight. So too must the movement be permeated by feeling. And this can be done by the use of the veil, by the way in which the veil is made to undulate, to float in the air, to sink down, and so on. Thus, movement accompanied by the veil is movement permeated by feeling, and movement accompanied by this inner tension of the muscles is movement which carries with it the element of character. When a eurythmist experiences this tension or relaxation of the muscles in the right way, it can also be perceived by the onlookers. There is no necessity to explain and interpret all this, for the audience will actually feel everything that can be brought into the language of eurythmy by means of character, feeling, and movement. The figures arose through the initiative of Miss Marion. They have, however, been further worked out according to my indications. Footnote, Edith Marion, sculptress at the Goetheanum, died 1924. End of footnote. Looking at the way in which these figures are carried out, both as regards the carving and the coloring, we find that the essential thing is to separate all those elements in the human being which do not belong to the realm of eurythmy from those elements which are in themselves eurythmic. If a eurythmist were to use charm of face in order to please, this would in no way belong to eurythmy. The eurythmist must understand how to make use of the face by means of the muscular tension of which I have spoken. For this reason, anyone possessing a truly artistic perception will in no way prefer a beautiful eurythmist to one who is less beautiful. In all these matters, no attention need be paid to what a human being looks like, simply as a human being, apart from the movements of eurythmy. Such a thing must be left entirely out of account. Thus, in the formation of these figures, we have represented only that part of the human being which may be expressed through the movements of eurythmy. It would indeed be a very good thing if this principle were more generally applied in the development of art as a whole. For it really is necessary, in the case of any art, to separate those things which do not come within its sphere from those things which should be expressed by means of its own special medium. And in the case of eurythmy, in the case of a manifestation of the life of the human body, soul, and spirit, which is so direct and so true, one must be specially careful to ensure the putting aside of all those elements in the human being which do not definitely belong to the art of which we are speaking. Thus I have always said, when asked at what age a person can do eurythmy, that there are no age limits. Beginning at 3 until the age of 90, the personality can fully find its place in eurythmy, for every period of life can, as in other ways also, reveal its beauties in eurythmy. All that I have been saying is related to eurythmy in its artistic aspect, to eurythmy purely as an art. And it was indeed as an art that eurythmy first came into being. At that time, in 1912, there was as yet no thought of anything else. The aim was to bring eurythmy before the world as an art. Then, when the Waldorf School was founded, it was discovered that eurythmy could also be an important means of education, and we have since been able to prove that eurythmy is completely justifiable from this aspect also. In the Waldorf School, eurythmy has been made a compulsory subject from the lowest to the highest class, both for boys and girls. And experience has proved that this visible speech or visible song, which is learned by the children, is acquired by them in a way which is just as natural as that in which they acquired ordinary speech and song in their earliest childhood. Children accept eurythmy as something quite self-understood. And we have also noticed that all other forms of gymnastics, when compared with eurythmy, prove themselves somewhat one-sided. For these other forms of gymnastics bear within them, as it were, the materialistic ideas of our age, and are based mainly upon the laws of the physical body. The physical body is, of course, also taken into account in eurythmy, but here we have a working together of body, soul, and spirit, so that eurythmy may be said to be a form of gymnastics, which is permeated through and through with soul and spirit. The child feels this. He feels with every movement that he makes that he is not forming the movements merely out of physical necessity. He feels how his life of soul and spirit flows into the movements of the arms, into the movements of the whole body. The child comprehends eurythmy in the inner depths of his soul. And now that we have a certain number of years of experience in the Waldorf School behind us, we are able to see what eurythmy is especially able to develop. It is initiative of will, that quality so much needed by modern man, which is specially cultivated by eurythmy as a means of education. One must, however, be quite clear that if eurythmy were only to be introduced into schools and not given its full value as an art, a complete misunderstanding would arise. Eurythmy must primarily take its place in the world as an art, just as the other arts also have their places in the world. We are taught the other arts at school when they have an independent artistic existence, and eurythmy also can be taught in the schools when, As an art, it is acknowledged and appreciated, thus becoming part of our modern civilization. Later on, a considerable number of doctors found their way into the anthroposophical movement, and through their activities, the art of medicine began to be cultivated from the point of view of anthroposophy. At this time, the need made itself felt to apply the movements of eurythmy, movements which are drawn out from the healthy human organism, and in which the human being can be revealed and manifested in a way which is in truth suited to his organism, to apply these movements in the realm of healing. Looked at from this aspect, eurythmy may be said to be that part of the human being which demands free outlet. Anyone understanding the nature of a hand will know that a hand, in the true sense, is simply non-existent when it is regarded as something motionless. The fingers are quite without meaning when they are regarded as something motionless. Their meaning first becomes apparent when they grasp at something and take hold of it, when movement arises out of the quiescent form. One can see the inherent movement in the fingers and hand, and it is the same with the human being as a whole. And that which has come into being as eurythmy really is the healthy outpouring of the human organism into movement. Thus, when eurythmy is applied as curative eurythmy in the realm of therapeutics, the movements, although similar in nature, differ from those of artistic eurythmy, for they must, when used curatively, work back with a healing influence upon some particular part of the organism. In this case, again, we have had considerable success in our treatment of the children in the Waldorf school. Naturally, a real insight into child nature is essential. Let us suppose that we are dealing with a child who is weak and ailing. He is made to do those movements which could help to bring about recovery. Results have proved, this can be said in all modesty, that we have here had the most brilliant success. But all these things, and everything arising out of them, can only be successful if eurythmy as an art is really brought to complete development. A statement must here be made. We are at the beginning. We have, however, certainly progressed some little way with eurythmy, and we are seeking to develop it ever further. At first, for instance, there were no silent forms at the beginning of a poem, which represents what can be expressed as introduction, and again what can be expressed as the drawing to a conclusion. At first, too, there were not the changes of lighting, which must also be so conceived that the point is not that each separate situation should be followed by one or another lighting effect, but a light eurythmy has itself come about. The essential matter is not how a certain light effect is suited to what is happening at a particular moment on the stage, but the whole eurythmy of light, the play of one lighting effect into another, which itself produced a light eurythmy. This bears within itself the same character, the same kind of experience, which otherwise comes to expression on the stage in the movements of a single human being or a group. Thus, in the development of the stage picture, in the further perfecting of eurythmy, much will have to be added to what we are now able to see. The wooden eurythmy figures are carried out in a special way. You must not look for anything in the nature of a plastic reproduction of the human form. This belongs to the sphere of sculpture or of painting. Here, in these eurythmy figures, it is only that part of the human being that is truly eurythmic which should be represented. Thus there is no question of a beautiful plastic reproduction of the motionless human form. The point here is to reproduce that aspect of the human being which is able to express itself in movements subject to form and themselves formative. By means of these figures, certain details of the eurythmic movements, postures and gestures can be brought out and emphasized. These figures are only intended to reproduce such eurythmic impulses as can actually be led over into movement. In each figure there is embodied a threefold eurythmic impulse: the movement as such, the feeling lying in the movement, and the character which wells up from the soul and pours itself into the movement. That is the end of that subsection. This is now the last subsection and the end of the book, entitled Eurythmy and its relationship to the other arts. The fact that eurythmy originated within the anthroposophical movement is not in the least arbitrary, even if the actual circumstances of the case seem almost like chance. Eurythmy developed in such a way that it was only in the course of years that its essential character was revealed. The whole process of the development of eurythmy has been such that it could only have emanated from the anthroposophical movement, this movement which is suited to the needs of modern times, and which is in keeping with the conditions of the present and near future. Eurythmy must be looked upon as a quite particular art, an art which is based upon the revelation of the nature and being of man through movements of the limbs carried out by a single human being or a group of human beings, either standing still or moving in space. I have often called this revelation of the human being visible speech. It is visible speech insofar as the content of a poem or piece of music may, by its means, be brought to expression through human gesture, based on laws not less exact than those which would be present if the same poem or piece of music were to be expressed through speech or song. Everything which may truly be termed art springs from a source which must be looked for in the spiritual world. It must be recognized, for instance, that architecture originated from quite definite conceptions of a supersensible nature. One may call to mind the external fact that the further we look back in time, the more certainly do we find that monuments were erected over burial places. And when we call to mind such thoughts as are bound up with the erection of the tombstone, these thoughts would take some such form as this. We must say to ourselves, the human being, when regarded in his entirety, does not achieve the goal of his existence by earthly life alone. He forsakes the physical body with its true being when he passes through the gate of death. His existence is continued beyond the boundary of his life on earth. The question arises, in what way will the human being be received by the cosmos when he forsakes his physical body? And anyone who is able to perceive as imagination this mystery of the human being, anyone able to solve this riddle imaginatively, will discover that the answer is contained in the forms of the memorial monument or tomb. A monumental memorial stone erected over a grave is molded in forms which seem to conceal in themselves those lines and directions along which the soul, when released from the body, will wing its way into the wide spaces of the cosmos. The tombstone answers for us the question, what are the directions taken by the soul when it forsakes the physical body? This, of course, is a very radical conception of architecture. For the conception of architecture may quite justifiably be widened out so as to include certain buildings necessary for life on earth. We can then put the question to ourselves in another form, albeit this is more prosaic. If the human being, while on the earth, is obliged to have the protection of some quite definite shelter for that which is the vehicle of his soul during earthly life, what architectural surroundings, suited to what he has to do on earth, must he have for his physical body? I can only touch on these things, but I wish to point out by their means how architecture, for instance, has emanated from a supersensible origin, from a spiritual vision. And again, when examining plastic art, one will find that the origin of sculpture lies in the answer to the question, what was the work of the gods on the human form? And what does the human being himself make out of this form during his life on earth? What in this human form is the gift of the gods? How does the soul life of the human being influence this divine gift? That which is added to this divine gift by the soul life of man is left out of account by the sculptor as not belonging to art. That which, in the human form, is the gift of the gods, was what was originally made manifest through plastic art. It was during an age in which people pondered the question, what are the directions taken by the soul after death, that monumental architecture came into existence. This may still be seen from those Catholic churches where the altar is a tomb or memorial, and even from the Gothic churches, for these are erected over a tomb. Just as architectural conceptions were originally born out of a supersensible vision, so the conceptions of sculpture arose in an age in which people were considering the question, in what way is the human body a gift of the gods? In the case of each individual form of art, it is possible to point out how in the corresponding epoch of time the origin of a particular form of art arose out of the raising of human consciousness into supersensible worlds. And all naturalistic tendencies in art, everything which is not a spiritual inheritance, must be looked upon as signs of decadence, as signals of the downfall of art. From this one may see that the origin of any art can only be traced back to supersensible worlds. When we examine the special character of our present age, it speaks to us on all sides of the way in which the forces of the subconscious and of the unconscious are weaving and working in the psycho-spiritual life of man. Most people today, however, allow their unconscious life to remain unconscious. Formerly, when anyone showed a certain tendency in his soul life, people simply expressed their trust in the goodness of God, which meant that they were not going to bother any more about it. And today, also, it must be said of most people who talk about the unconscious, that they also allow the unconscious life to remain unconscious. They are not really troubling about it. On the other hand, it is the task of anthroposophical spiritual knowledge to raise up this unconscious life and unite it with a superconsciousness, to grasp what lives directly in the human being as psychic spiritual in its connection with the higher spirituality. In this respect, however, we find that as a means of human expression, speech can be said only partially to reveal the human being. Speech is above all the vehicle of thought, and the way in which thought has developed in our modern civilization has led to the loss of poetry through too much thinking about it. This shows itself most clearly in the fact, in spite of a healthy reaction in this direction, that it is no longer possible to recite or declaim in a way which is really artistic. It is only with years of work and infinite pains that Frau Dr. Steiner has succeeded in leading declamation and recitation back to their true form. A true art of recitation and declamation reveals the essential nature of poetry, for the nature of poetry may only be discovered by one who with full inner understanding can echo the words of the poet, quote, "Spricht die Seele, so spricht, ach, schon die Seele nicht mehr." Close quote. If the soul speaks, then alas, the soul speaks no more. When the soul comes to the lips, finding expression in words which have long lost their connection with the realities of the universe, then we have prose. We no longer have poetry. We only rediscover poetry when we return to a manner of speech in which the words wing their way in greater or lesser curves, in undulating waves or lines sharp and angular, thus forming themselves into the strophe or verse. Such pictures of the imagination as are sought by the true poet must be led over into the rhythms of the iambic or the trochaic, into pulse or beat, into the melodic phrase which can transform speech into music. Then we reach something which lies beyond words, whereas most people today emphasize the prose element in recitation and declamation, even if, as I have said, a reaction has already set in. Speaking in a wide sense, however, we must hold to the fact that a poem can only fully be understood when the following is borne in mind. The reciter or declaimer has no means at his disposal other than the utterance of words. All the possibilities of his art lie in the way the words are spoken. Anyone who understands how to listen to recitation or declamation with the ear of an artist feels conjured up within him an impression either imaginative or musical, a picture arising out of the actual sounds of speech or out of the musical element in speech, both of which are on a far higher level than thought. Thought is a reflection of sense impressions. We ascend to the supersensible. When we express thought by means of speech, then because thought lives in the breath, it calls upon that which unites itself with the breath, and with the breath is connected the pulsation of the blood. The pulsation of the blood, even to its slightest variations, expresses the experiences and perceptions of the soul. It is the expression of the soul life. Anyone able to enter into these things with true insight is aware that if we speak, for instance, such a word as klingen, the blood pulsation during the first syllable kling, where there is the E sound, differs from that during the second syllable, where the sound is A. When, with the help of his breath, thought is allowed to stream into words, the blood pulsation, the inner movement of the human being, is stimulated. This process continues as long as we remain in the sphere of thought. If thought clothes itself in pictures, as it can do by means of words, then we have a task different from the mere stimulation of the activity in the blood. At the present time, when anyone speaks the sound E, it is spoken with the greatest indifference. It is an E merely, a sound which occurs in so and so many words. But this was not the case when the E originally appeared in human life, when it was literally wrested out of the being of man. Anyone really able to experience the E would feel the way in which this sound is permeated by the breath, and would also realize the intimate connection of the breath with the pulsation of the blood. He would know that with the utterance of the sound E, the speaker places himself, his own being, as it were, in space. With the A sound, on the other hand, he feels an inner spiritual experience. When he utters the sound O, he must have the feeling the spiritual reveals itself before him. For anyone who can feel and experience language, each individual sound transforms itself into a picture, taking on quite definite contours. Language is rich in feeling, and this manifests itself in the transition from one sound to another. In the course of civilization, we have lost that inner jubilation which should be experienced in the case of certain words. Soberness and indifference have conquered, and the soul life of the human being has become soured and morose. This is why when modern civilization speaks, one frequently feels that words are produced by tongues coated with a mixture of salt and vinegar. In this civilized manner of speaking, articulation has become such that all sounds tend toward a type of hissing dental sound. They have the effect of a mixture of salt and vinegar on the tongue. But the primal language of humanity was a liquid honey. Language is essentially sweet in its nature, and it is the means by which the being of man reveals itself in sound. Poetry today is fettered when it struggles to embody feeling in words. We have lost from language the feeling which it once possessed. If this feeling is to be reawakened, language as such must be raised to a higher level. We must realize that human speech in all its aspects is, as it were, overshadowed by a heavenly world, wherein the whole content of the soul life of man is expressed in a mighty panorama. When one gains the possibility of perceiving that archetype of which speech is the shadow, one becomes aware of an imaginative language in which imaginations can be expressed through the microcosm, a little word, through man, who is enabled by his form as a spatial being to bring all mysteries to expression. When one has learned to know those imaginations which reveal themselves in their relationship to all the separate forms of speech, one may then pass over to the separate forms of song. And when these are translated into the sphere of human movement, we get this art of eurythmy. There is an imaginative revelation of language. Language today has become intellectualistic. If we go back to the imaginative origin of language, and we must do this, for in each and every sphere we must find our way back to what is spiritual, then we shall feel how necessary it is to bring imagination into language once more. This may be done by making use, as the most significant means of artistic expression, of the possibilities of human movement in space, of the actual movements in space of the human being himself. When we wish to give expression to the deeper elements lying behind language, we must do more than merely influence the circulation of the blood, which we do in speech, owing to the connection existing between the breathing and the blood. We must enter a realm which soars, as it were, above the head, above thoughts, above abstract language. We must enter the realm of imaginative language. For this we need not the circulation of the blood merely, which is influenced when we speak even when standing still, but we must pass over from the circulation of the blood into the visible movements of the human being himself. Then the gestures in the air which are produced by speech, for we unconsciously impress the imagination into air gestures, are transformed into visible gestures, and these visible gestures are eurythmy. Eurythmy has arisen out of the very nature of our age and out of its fundamental needs. Just as one can show how architecture had to arise out of one particular epoch, and how sculpture, painting, and music arose in their corresponding epochs, so one day people will understand that eurythmy, this art of human movement, was bound to arise out of this our present age. And that is the end of the addenda that I have added to the book. And it is the complete book except for one part, Eurythmy is Visible Speech by Rudolf Steiner, a cycle of 15 lectures plus addenda, translated by Vera and Judy Compton-Burnett.